What's going on, everybody? So in this stream, because I'm live right now, so there's going to be people that may or may not tune in as I'm, getting this off my chest, like breast reduction. So for those that are, that notice the thumbnail, basically I'm calling on pretty much an abandonment for this game. And that's going to be, I understand that is a very significant thing, but that at this point, that is the only real thing, the only real measurement that is left when it comes to getting the Tekken 8 developers to actually listen. So now throughout this live stream, as I said, I'm going to have people that'll pop in. The chat is probably going to throw me off here and there because, I have to interact with the chat because right now, I don't think anybody joined. But I am going to go over onto my Twitter and I'm going to tag a few, I would say, known Tekken players / creators. And what I hope is that some of these people, I doubt it, but I hope that some of these people will see this live stream, whether live or they'll catch it after the fact. And, whether they share it, if they're live, maybe they'll broadcast my shit. Because at the end of the day, I'm gonna really level with everybody. The Tekken 8 developers are literally looking at your community, because I say your community because I've already abandoned this fucking game. But at the end of the day, I've spent 3 decades of my life in the Tekken community, playing this franchise for fucking years, competing. I don't like what Tekken 8 has become. It's gotten so bad that even I have quit playing this game. I've quit streaming this game, and I've accepted all of I've accepted the fact that my channel growth is affected by me no longer playing this game. And I accept that because I am willing to take a bit of a sacrifice, or should I say I'm willing to make a bit of a sacrifice in no longer giving what these developers want, which is the attention that many of you content creators / streamers are actually giving this game by continuing to play it, stream it, make content for it. You are giving them exactly what they want. The Tekken 8 developers are treating you guys like children. You ever dealt with a child where the child will bitch and complain, but the parent will kind of do just enough to fucking pacify your fucking ass just to get you to stop crying, but they didn't really address the real significant issue. They're giving you a small little smidgen of something. They're like, oh, okay, all right, here, stop crying, and that's it. So that's basically what it is. So right now, let me go on over to my Twitter, and I'm going to get this started. Because quite frankly, yeah, so we're going to share my screen. Let me see. All right, let's see. All right, let me go. I'm going to do this in fucking real time. So let's see. We're going to share, right? I think it's being shown on OBS, right? Oh, no, it's not. Hold up. I forgot. Let me set that up. My bad. Hold on. Let me get this. Should be shown now. Okay, good. So there's like, what, 2 people in here? If I was main man, it'd be like 2,000 people in here probably. All right. So, so we're going to share this for as much good as it'll do. So we're going to go to my Twitter. And basically, I'm literally doing this in real time. So who should I tag here? Okay. Let's do Blackheart. Let's do Blackheart, right? What's his name? Blackheart. Let's do him, right? Let's do King J. I think that's his name. Right. Let's do him. Let's do Mike Hollow. Maybe he's on, maybe he's not. I don't know. I know he's a Tekken defender, but something? I do respect his place in the community. Let's do Mr. ShinBlade. Let's see who else. What's the other guy? I think he's the one that quit not too long ago. Fuck. Fuck. Hold on. You know what? Let me open up another tab on Twitter. So the one I'm working on is still being done, because there's another player that literally abandoned the game not too long ago. What's his name? This guy right here, Fury. So this gentleman right here. So he follows me. So we're gonna add him. Okay, let me copy and paste this. Right. So he basically became disenfranchised as well. So we're gonna add him. Okay. All right. Who else should I add? Let me see. I would add Nee, but you know, fuck it. Why not? Why the fuck not? What is his name on here? Well, actually, no, because I don't know if he really understands English like that. Arslan, right? What is his name on? Let me see. Arslan. How do you fucking spell this guy's name? Arslan Ash? I don't even know. I'm not too sure. Who else would be worth? I don't know what hold on for a second. I don't know if Main Man is oh, what's up, Hidden One? I don't know what Main Man's Twitter handle is. I'm not sure, but let me see here. Main Man Sweet. I guess I'm assuming it's this. So you see, nothing is really coming on. Nothing is being shown. Is it this? Oh wow, it shows account suspended. That's random. Fuck. I don't know if he just has it set. You know what? Fine. Fuck it. I'm just gonna put it there anyway. I'm gonna add it there anyway, just for the hell of it. So I'm gonna add this. Like I said, I'm pretty sure nobody's gonna fucking watch, but you know, why not? Okay. Who else should I put? How am I doing? I'm trying to figure out people's Twitter handles so I can make this send this out and see if I can get anybody to fucking listen to reason. Outside of that, I'm doing well. And also I aim to showcase a video, and many people should be aware that I'm not a fan of reacting to other people's content. I don't do that very often. I really don't. But Main Man did put out a video, I think today, that caught my attention. And of course, it's something I've already fucking done. So in that video that Main Man posted, he's basically highlighting apparently this game that he likes to play called Dead by Daylight had a patch that he really liked, and he's comparing the developers' efforts over to the Tekken 8 developers. And the funny thing is that I made a fucking video like that not too long ago where I was comparing the update of Guilty Gear Strive 2.0, which I think is live right now, compared to the lack of effort from the Tekken 8 developers. And so I'm going to be utilizing that to pretty much highlight the difference of when somebody that is very well known within the Tekken community, when they do something, people take fucking notice, but a tiny fucking channel like mine will be swept under the rug and it does not get the visibility. So now I'm not going to cry sour grapes over that, but I'm going to utilize that to highlight that finally somebody like Main Man is recognizing the difference between developers that listen to their community versus the developers that don't listen to their fucking community. So that's why right now I'm trying to tag a few people that, so far on my Twitter, I have ShinBlade, Mike Hollow, and a few other people. So that's what I'm going to do. Honestly, I don't know if going back on Mike Hollow's podcast will really make much of a difference, because Generally, it seems like Mike Hollow likes to just put forth a lot. He wants to make his podcast entertaining. And having somebody like me that's more serious in nature is not going to be beneficial to his brand or his podcast. That's why he tends to put on people that like to fucking act the fool, cut up, talk a whole bunch of shit. I'm not, there's a time and place for that. I'm not a fan of that. If I go on somebody's podcast and I'm talking about Tekken 8, the current state of Tekken 8, I'm not there to make laughs. I'm not there to fucking placate. I'm there to fucking kick some fucking ass and get people to take notice. That is not me trying to start a fucking beef set or some other bullshit. I don't give a flying fuck about that. I am there for a specific purpose. And quite frankly, I don't see nothing against Mike Hollow on that front. I just don't see that happening in that way. You know, you got people like the fucking, what's that, the fucking VTuber, the Sophie. I don't know if it's a fucking dude. Like, it's a fucking joke. It's a shit show. It's for fucking children. Nothing is going to come from that particular aspect of a show. Nothing is going to happen from that. It is literally just it's brain rot entertainment. So dealing with people like the Sophies and those people, it's a waste of my fucking time. It is a waste of my time. So that's why I am looking to type up, and I'm still doing it before I actually make the what you call it, the Twitter, see, I have Blackheart, King J, Real Hollow, Shinblade, I Am Fury, who just recently decided to abandon the game to a degree. Main Man Sui, even though it shows that this thing is, I don't even know if it's his real account, so I don't know who else I should put. I'm thinking about maybe Immortal Soul, but I know he's a Raven player and he really likes the game, so I don't really know if it's really worth putting there. I really don't know. So it puts me in a weird spot. Maybe I can put in, because some of these people, I don't know what their handles are. If I were to put in Anakin, maybe Anakin. Oh, Lil Majin, maybe. Let me see. Let me see something. Because I haven't really spoke to Lil Majin in a while. But I already know he's not going to really make any significant changes, because I think he enjoys the game. His main character is King, so he's pretty much fine where it is. But, you know, who knows? Maybe he'll fucking check it out or whatever. I'll follow him. I'm surprised I wasn't following him already. So let me see. So we're going to copy, and we're going to add that. We're going to add this to the list. I feel like fucking Chris Jericho. I'm like, you just made the list. So, who else should I add? Who else should I add? Who else is worth adding right now? Finn T, what's his handle? All right, let me look up Finn T real quick, because people need to get the fucking message. I'm tired of fucking toying around with this shit. All right, Finn T. I don't know if he actually has. I don't know what his name is. I don't really know what his handle is. So if you know what his Twitter handle is, then leave it in the chat, because right now I don't know. You know, I don't know what Fint's Twitter handle would be. I'm not too sure, because you know when you type something in, it might not be the right person. So I'm not too sure. Yeah, so I don't know what his handle is. I'm not too sure about it, but let me look. I'm still hunting. Okay, so at least I put Lil Majin here. Fuck it, I can go to Anakin. Shit, I haven't spoken to Anakin in a while. What would be Anakin's? Oh, here we go. Fuck it, put him here. Fuck this shit. We going ham on this one. Whether they catch this shit live or catch it after the fact, it's irrelevant to me, because at the end of the day, everybody knows Anakin. I would add JDCR, but I think JDCR does understand English better than me. So I am thinking about that, because JDCR does know who I am, but I just don't know. because I don't have I don't know. I don't know how the subtitle and all that shit will work, but I think maybe yeah, fuck it. You know what? Let me see. JDCR. Let me see. Fuck it. We add him too. Fuck this shit. Okay. JDCR. There we go. Okay. Who else? Because I'm going to be on here for a while. Mick ATL, I don't really know if that's even worth it, honestly. No disrespect to him, but he is 100% a Tekken defender. And the only reason why I add ShinBlade is because I have a little bit more of a connection with ShinBlade. But Mick ATL, that would be almost a waste of time. You know, he'll just find some way. Because if for those that remember when I was on Mike Hollow's podcast, I will say, and like I said, this is no disrespect to him, but he literally, the time when I was on, he literally jumped on just to try to debate me. That was the reason why he came on. I'm going to keep it fucking real. Because it was literally just, I think it was me, ShinBlade, and Joe Budden, which this was my first time meeting Joe Budden. Oh, I can add him. Yeah, let me add Joe Budden. Fuck it, why not? Let me see what his Twitter handle is. I think it's Tekken Joe Budden. Is that what it is? It'll probably be all together, right? Let me see. I'm assuming Joe. Wait, no, J. Fuck. Shit. What would it be? Joe Budden. Fuck. I should have probably had this set up before I went live, but I don't really care. All right, hold on. Think. All right. It has to be. All right. Let me just see if it just pops up for it. Right, Joe Budden. Not Joe Budden. Here we go. Okay, that's him. There we go. That's this guy. Okay, so now we're gonna add him to the list on some, like I said, on some Chris Jericho type shit. So we're gonna add him. Who else would I fucking add? Did I added King J, right? You know what? Let's add. What's this guy's K-Wiss, right? Fuck it. Let's add him too. I would add Finn T, but I don't know what Finn T's. I don't know what his handle is. So K-Wiss, I think that's his name, right? I think this is him. Okay, yeah, this is him. Okay, this is him. Okay, so we add him too. Add him to the list. Okay. I don't know if there's anybody else that I should add to this. I'm not too sure. Let me see. Ulsan, does Ulsan even understand English? Frame Whisperer. Oh yeah. Let me see if I can. Hopefully it's just Frame Whisperer, so I can Whisperer. Oh, here we go. Okay. So this is him. I'm assuming this is him. So we're going to add him. And so, all right. So we're going to add this guy. And who else? So we got Frame Whisperer. One guy said Ulsan. I don't know. Let's see. Like I said, I don't know if this guy understands English, but we'll see. Okay, here he is. This guy right here. All right. Because like I said, whether people tune in now, I just want people to fucking see this shit. Okay. And I guess that's all I can fit in right now. Okay. So we're going to fit. So we did this. So this is my list. I'm going to post this. And there we go. All right. So there is my fucking list right there. All right. So now, whether or not anybody actually looks at this, whether or not people see this, I am going to spend the majority of this stream breaking down what Tekken 8 is, why it is the way it is, what can be done to alter the trajectory of this game, because that is really at this point the only thing that really matters. That is what really matters, because many times I'm seeing so many people say this, that, and the other about this game, but yet and still many of these people are unwilling to make the sacrifices needed to elicit the change that needs to happen within this fucking party game. That is the fact of the matter. Also, what I'm going to do, and I've said this earlier in the stream, but for people who may have decided to tune in, oh, that's another guy, the D all the way guy. I guess I can make a separate post, but maybe I'll do it later on. But there is a video that Main Man did create, and I'm going to react to that. I'm gonna let that play out, and I'm also going to highlight the fact that I've actually made a similar video, which, you know, so much good that did. That highlights the differences between when developers actually listen to their community versus when they don't, which is the case with Tekken 8. And in fact, if I were to go and let me see here. Let me see. If I were to go over to my YouTube right now, let's go to YouTube right now. And we're going to refresh this, right? Let's refresh it. It got refreshed. Okay. Let's look to see. I think I saw, was King J online? I think he was. Let me see something. How do I? It just showed who was. Oh, wait. I didn't mean to do that. Hold on. It showed who's actually online right now. Who's live? Let me see. Where would that be? Oh, live. There we go. Let me see. Live now. Or would this be the right? No, I don't think this is the right way. You know, fuck it. Let's just type him up specifically. King J. Let's see, because I think I saw him live at the time. Come on, YouTube. Okay, now look at this. So he's live right now. No disrespect to this guy, but this is what I'm saying. At the end of the day, this right here is not going to change anything. And I don't want this to be misconstrued as me trying to put this brother down, but this just goes to show my point that what many of you people need to understand is, if you find fault, if you find issue with a particular product, a particular service, a particular game, when you continue to interact with this product, when you continue to play the product, when you continue, if it's a restaurant, you don't like the food, if you keep going to the fucking restaurant, do you really think the fucking restaurant is going to alter shit if your fucking ass keeps going there? No, they are not. They are going to continue to do what they've been doing until the end of time. The only time when people are going to make the necessary changes is when either they themselves recognize that there is a problem, which the Tekken 8 developers have not fucking done, or if you have the majority of the community abandon the fucking game, or you have certain influencers, the movers and shakers of the community, that decide to abandon the game, at least temporarily. Because I've had a few people in my comment section that say, oh, well, you know, this is how these guys make their living, all this bullshit. I respect that particular person's comment. I didn't really interact with it because I kind of know if I react to it, it's just going to be a back and forth affair. So I was like, you know what, let me just address it here and now. Many of these people that go and do content creation and streaming, yes, you may take a bit of hit in your revenue. Yes, you may lose subscribers. You may do all of that. However, for the people that bitch, fucking piss, moan, whine, fucking make a goddamn video every fucking day talking about, oh, this character's broken, this character's identity, all of that fuckery, all of that, you are not being the change that needs how should I put this? How should I frame this? Because I'm live. You are not being the vehicle of change for the particular game which will benefit your community. You are just simply shutting up and consuming product. That is what you are doing by choice and consent. Many gamers, as I've said, and it's fucked up, but I'm going to do it again. Many gamers just know how to do this. That's all they fucking know. That's what they know. And in matters like this, when you want a game to be altered in such a way that is more in line with how you want it to be, the only way that's going to happen is if you take a fucking stand. Because at this point, when it comes to the Tekken 8 developers, no amount of your bitching, and many of my peers on YouTube, they do a fucking shit ton of that. No amount of bitching and complaining is going to alter a fucking thing. Nothing. Nothing. You can complain until the fucking cows come home. I've said earlier in this stream, for any of you in this shit listening to this, because I kind of feel like I'm shouting into the fucking void, but you know what? I feel like getting some fucking stress off my chest, like breast reduction. And ultimately, while I feel that most of what I'm saying is going to go into a fucking black hole and just going to go and do nothing, I tagged those specific people and hope that even fucking one of them will see a fraction of what I'm saying and may say, you know something? Yeah, what we have been saying as a community really hasn't done much. This is why I drew the comparison of basically the Tekken 8 developers are looking at you guys that are still in this community. They look at you like fucking children. And I'm going to use this analogy a few times. Hopefully it might be picked up by somebody that might be joining the stream at some point in time later on. Because when you deal with a child, if you've ever dealt with a child before, a child that's hollering and bitching and complaining, when, I want my toy, I want to go outside, I want to do this. The minute you acquiesce, the minute you give that kid what they want, they typically stop crying, right? Typically. Well, the way I look at the Tekken community that's bitching and complaining, the funny thing about this is when you look at this particular example, if you are continually playing this game like Mr. King J is right now, the Tekken developers are fucking seeing this. Make no mistake. And many of my peers may not be aware of this. Every fighting game, if you even notice like Call of Duty, Battlefield, every fucking video game that is competitive, they have community managers. They have social media managers. They know who the main movers and shakers are within that particular community. Much like you have people in the Call of Duty space, you have people in the fucking Street Fighter space, you have people in fucking Tekken, Guilty Gear. They know all of these people. They know who the main influencers are, whether it's content creation and or streaming. They know this. So when they look and see, oh, this person is streaming, this person has, what is it? What does he have? Let me see this, because it's kind of small on my OBS. So he has what? 66 people. Let me refresh this. Let me see if it increases. Let's see. He has 64 people watching him play this game right now. Now, King J has 117,000 subscribers on YouTube. Now, he is somebody that has traveled. I've watched his content where he's interviewing people like me. I think he spent some time in Korea. So he does a very good job at what he does. He is definitely not at the, I would say, in terms of subscriber base, the way somebody like Lil Majin or Main Man is, but King J is a very large creator, and all props and praise go out to that brother there. However, in order to elicit the change that many of these content creators want, when words fail, what else are you left to do? If you have an altercation with somebody on the street, if you're trying to diffuse the situation with your words and the person is not backing down, what is your fucking recourse? What are you left to do? Now, of course, this is not the street, but if you as a community collectively are saying, I don't like this particular season, I like to see these particular changes. When you as a community are seeing that these changes are not fucking happening, what are you left to do? See, this is where I think the community, they understand how to fucking mash buttons. They understand this. They understand this. But they don't understand what they are left with. When you are faced with a developer that is refusing to listen to the community, you are left with one real final thing to do. You stop playing the fucking game. You abandon the game, and quite frankly, what I would suggest people to do, you actually go and play a different game. You take that attention that you are giving the Tekken, the Tekken 8 developers, you give that same attention over to another game. In fact, what I would suggest, which quite frankly, I should be the fucking community leader of this fucking franchise, but unfortunately I'm not, because I'm a small channel. But make no mistake, I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I called this bullshit from fucking day one. While all of you motherfuckers out there that it applies to are making videos left and right on how this character's broken, this guy, fuck out of here. That shit doesn't do nothing but line your fucking pockets. And that's word life to everything on my fucking dead mother. If you guys really are about your shit, you would quit the fucking game and dedicate your attention somewhere else. I made a goddamn video. I made a fucking video highlighting the developers that listen when it comes to the Guilty Gear 2.0 update. Now, regardless of not Guilty Gear Strive becomes this great fuck, I don't give a fuck. That is not the point. The point is that the developers, after a 5-year fucking game, they decided to make a viable update to where not only did they alter a few frames here and there, not only did they fucking, using fucking Blackheart shit, right? Not only that they did that, but they also removed an actual fucking mechanic of the game. When was the last time a developer in the fighting game space completely removed a gameplay mechanic out of their game? Oh, and mind you, this game has been out for 5 fucking years. I'll wait. So what you should do, if I was your fucking Tekken 8 fucking leader, I would fucking rally my troops and say, you know something? I want every single one of you to create a video right now and express whatever you want to say, whatever you don't like about the game. uninstall that shit in your fucking video from whatever platform you are saying, from whatever platform you are playing, and fucking pledge, I am going over to Guilty Gear, or I am going over to Street Fighter, or whatever. You can catch me streaming this game from now on. If more than enough of you larger channels were to do that, you will see real action on behalf of the developers, because they are going to wake up somewhere in fucking Japan and be like, translation, did you just see in the last 24 hours, many of our top content creators and streamers on Twitch are now playing Street Fighter? They're playing Mortal Kombat. They're playing everything else but Tekken 8. And did you notice our social media? We have a lot of videos that's coming in saying that they have abandoned the game unless blah, blah, blah. See, this is the type of thing that many of you people in the Tekken community need to fucking do. But unfortunately, you guys are unwilling to make that sacrifice. That's what it comes down to. You motherfuckers are frauds. I fucking said it. Prove me wrong. Put your fucking put your ideology, your convictions to the test. Prove me wrong. Let's see you come out with a fucking video or take some real action to say, you know something? I'm done with this shit. I am tired of the way this game is currently. I am going to stand on business. Now, sure, like I said, yeah, you might lose a little bit of revenue. Okay. You might lose a few subscribers because, you know, you got some fucking people out there that are drinking that Tekken 8 Kool-Aid. That's fine. But you know something? That's the very definition of a sacrifice. The definition of an actual sacrifice is you doing something that you really kind of don't want to do, that does have some implications to you, but you are standing firm in your fucking convictions. Because if you really wanted this game to be changed, and now that we already know that the Tekken 8 developers don't give two fucks about your goddamn game or your community, you are left with only one choice. One fucking choice. If you truly want the Tekken 8 game to be changed and altered, you will make that decision. But I have a feeling that you're not. I have a feeling that you are going to do exactly what this brother is doing and play this game from sun up to sundown, day in, day out. Get your super chats, get your fucking ad revenue, playing this shit, and then on the flip side, complaining and bitching about, oh, the game is this, the game is that. In fact, you know something? For shits and giggles, hold up for a second. Let me have some fun with this. You know what? I'm wondering, is there how many people here? Oh, I have 34 people. Okay. So let me do this. Maybe I'm wrong. Let's look up the definition. Hold up. Let's do this. What is the definition of hypocrisy? In practice of claiming to have moral standards or belief to which one's own behavior does not conform. How interesting. How interesting. Of feigning to be what one is not, or to believe what one does not. Behavior that contradicts what one claims to believe or feel. So I ask you, how many people in the Tekken community does this fall into? How many people fall into that bracket? I ask people, how many? How many motherfuckers actually fall into this? See, I don't want to be... I understand that some people, you know, they do make a good portion of their livelihood as a Tekken channel, which is why this one particular guy that I was interacting with on my channel, from a comment standpoint, he said that if you look at somebody like Fighting GM or somebody like Main Man or Lil Majin, some people like that, where the vast majority of their identity online is tethered to this fucking game, I can kind of understand to a degree. However, each of these people have a certain level of influence to them, to where if they were to stand firm, they would have these developers by the balls. They would. And the more people that were to do this, the change would come about faster. For instance, let's just say, hypothetically speaking, if one notable Tekken creator / streamer were to say, you know something, go on X. In fact, you know what? Let me show you that. Let me show you this. This one guy. Some of you might even know this guy. I'm going to utilize him as an example, and hopefully he doesn't mind. Let me go over my fucking Twitter, right? So let's look at my profile. So this is what you see this guy. You guys might have known him. I was going to do the last time I was streaming, I was going to highlight this, but I got sidetracked with the chat and things like that. I want you guys to read this fucking tweet from this gentleman right here. Now, for those of you who are unaware, this guy is a competitive Tekken player. He has 3,872 followers. He's followed by a few people that I know and notable people. So this is not just some random scrub. This is not some random nobody. This is a guy that people know him in the fucking Tekken scene. And look what he says. I'm going to read this out. Because I feel that this is very fucking relevant. And if you give a fuck about this game, then hopefully you're tuning in and getting educated. So let's look. After some long thought, I'm retiring from competing in Tekken entirely after Combo Breaker. It was a fun ride, sometimes were turbulent, but fun for the most part. But I'm starting to see my mental health decline whenever I try to give it a shot, and it's personally not healthy for me. Streaming Tekken isn't fun anymore either, and it honestly feels too cliquey for me to be a part of. And I don't really do well with that sense. So yeah, Combo Breaker is the end of the road for me. From that point on, I may do casuals or pop up as a spectator to events, but I think I've given this all that I could. So I'll end it on a high note. Now, this man has 22.5 thousand views on this. I liked it. But then you have no count fucks like this fucking guy with a fucking tranny flag with no followers. This fucking troll fuck. I will never understand why these FGC weirdos always have to make some long post about retiring from a video game as if they're making a career-ending decision. Go fuck yourself. That's what I have to say about this no fallacy fucking... I really want to say what I really want to say, but this person with what is this guy, a fucking tranny flag, some fucking homo flag, get the fuck off, get the fuck out of here. That's why he says eat a fucking dick. Fuck that. Fuck these fucking people. Eat a dick, exactly. Like, at the end of the day, this is what needs to happen. More and more players need to make this sort of decision. Because at this point in time, this is the only thing left. This is the only power you as a community has in the video game space that you can execute collectively to send a viable and significant message to the developers that is basically saying, look, we love Tekken as a franchise, but at present time, we cannot continue to support this franchise, because in doing so, we are essentially sending you, the developers, a message that is basically saying we are in agreement with the direction of this game. We are in agreement with the mechanics that are absolutely horrific to Tekken 8. So in order for you to get the message, because you're not getting the message. You put out this little bullshit Tekken portal, which means fuck all. It doesn't do jack shit. It hasn't done jack shit. It was there to give people the illusion. It was on some David Copperfield type shit, that the illusion that you, the Tekken 8 developers, are listening. And you guys, the Tekken 8 developers, you will only do the bare fucking minimum. I compare them to Nintendo, because I absolutely hate Nintendo. And I will say that Nintendo, they do the bare fucking minimum. And there is a science to that. There is a psychological meaning to that, because when you do the bare minimum, you can sit back and say, well, you know what? You can't say we didn't do nothing. You ever dealt with somebody that you might say, hey, I need $5 because I need it for whatever. I need it, whatever the reason is. And the person ends up giving you like $1. And you're like, well, I kind of need $5. They do the bare minimum. So now now they can hit you with the, well, you can't say I didn't do nothing. You can't say I didn't help you. That's what they're doing. This is why I say there, you know what? I'm going to give a disclaimer right now. I'm going to give a fucking disclaimer right now. What I'm about to say is going to rub people the wrong way. What I'm going to say right now, it's going to make me sound really fucked up. And I'm going to accept that. There is no one, and I mean no one, in the Tekken community that knows this franchise like I do. No one. I don't give a fuck how many championships you have. I don't give a fuck how many times you stream. I don't give a fuck how many subscribers you have. No one in the Tekken community knows this franchise like I do, inside and out. No one. Prove me fucking wrong. Because I have been saying that this game was going to be a shit show even when I first played this shit in the fucking beta. But you know what ended up happening? I will turn the gun onto myself and say that I was delusional. I was a hypocrite. I was very hypocritical, because while I fucking did not like the direction of the game, I kept playing. I can admit that. I was caught up in it. I wanted this game to be different. I wanted to try. I forced myself to try to enjoy this game despite me not even having my main character. I played Raven, that suck-ass fucking character. And I gave this game 2 seasons of my fucking life, my time, my effort, my frustration, my mental health. And I fucking told many people, I said, you know something? I've said that I am going to try this game. And I did. And I stopped playing toward the end of season 2. And I did say many times to my own small audience, to which I give a fucking huge shout out. And I told them in several videos, I am waiting to see what the season 3 patch notes are going to be. And honestly, I kind of lied. And I will admit this now here on the stream. I was lying to people when I said, I forgot exactly the words I was saying, but I was lying when I said, things might be different, things might be this. I was kind of lying, but I was also lying to myself, because in my heart of hearts, I knew that this was going to be a fucking shit show. But I was convincing myself that season 3 was going to be different. I was convincing myself, or trying to convince myself, that things were going to be fucking different. So I lied to myself. So if you want to talk about being delusional, this guy right here, me. I have given 30 years of my life to this franchise. I have competed all across the United States. And while I may not have won the championships like your favorite Anakins, your Little Majins, your Shinblades, but I can tell you beyond a shadow of a doubt that I bust my ass in this fucking franchise. I've gone to the major tournaments. I fought some of the best players of my fucking era. I've done that. I've represented Lei Wulong when that character has been shit for like almost all of Tekken history, with the exception of Tekken Tag 1, and maybe you could say toward the end of Tekken 7, where he was actually a little bit viable. I did that. And I say that not to flex. I say that to give the fucking, to give some context to who I am in this scene. To where I'll even say publicly right now, yes, I did work with Fighting GM. I did fucking train him when he was a fucking nobody. When he was called Heihachi 56. When nobody wanted to fucking associate or play him. But I saw at 13 years old that he had the passion, and I took him under my wing back when I was heavily competing in the game. And you know who else also, and I don't say this to just throw Fighting GM under the bus, but I'm just saying this to highlight that, hey, I did my part for this community. And back when I was no longer able to work with Fighting GM, then the great and legendary Sanford fucking Kelly took over. And that's real. And while, you know, Fighting GM rubs some people the wrong way, I will always give him his credit because he is one of the very best Tekken players that I've seen. And he's had a level of dedication that is noteworthy and should be respected. However, I would love to see someone like him take a stand. I would love to see somebody like Main Man take a stand. Little Majin, even though people like Little Majin and Shinblade, I guess I could say they are a part of the Tekken Defense Force. I guess it's fair to say that, but I would still like to see them actually take a stand, at least if not for themselves, at least on behalf of the community. That is what I would like to see. I would like to see some of these international players, like the fucking your Ulsons, your Knee, your JDCR, your fucking what's his name, King J, the K-Wiss, all of these fucking people. I would love to see that, because at the end of the day, that is the only thing that is left that you as a community can fucking do to elicit significant change in this game. That is the only thing you have left, because by continuing to play this game, you are basically saying by choice and consent that this game is fine. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's the realest fucking talk that you will ever hear on the internet when it comes to this fucking party game. That's it. And unfortunately, I have the feeling that what I am saying here is going to go nowhere. I have a feeling. And I would love to be proven wrong. I would love to see at least a few notable content creators and streamers actually take some action. I would love to see that. Because I can't do this by myself. I have already abandoned this game. You will, at this point, you will not catch me dead playing Tekken 8. I want that to be clear. You will never, and I mean ever, see me, Blood Red, Bloody fucking Bison, Red Re1ated, all of that shit. You will never catch me dead playing Tekken 8. Never. Until I see significant changes, which quite frankly, I don't see happening for season 3. I don't. These people, the Tekken 8 developers, They don't give a fuck about you. They don't give a fuck about your community. All they care about is that you are playing the game. You are streaming this game left and right. Nothing is going to change if this is what's going to continue happening. There is no reason for the Tekken developers to make significant changes, and I mean significant, to this game. Why would they? This is why I give the example of, if you were to go to a restaurant and they're fucking up your food, are you going to keep going back there? Seriously, what sense does that make? If you keep going back to the same restaurant that disrespected you and or fucked up your food, if you keep going back there and ordering food from there, what do you think they're going to do? Do you think they're going to alter shit? No. They're going to keep on going. They're going to keep doing what they're doing. That's the thing. That is the thing. And unfortunately, I am just not at that size in terms of influence to where I alone can elicit change. If I was of a size like a main man, if that I could, even him by himself isn't enough. So imagine what little fucking channel, what can I do? The only thing I can do is doing what I'm doing right now, is fucking ringing the fucking alarm bell. Because the thing is, there's nothing wrong if you are one of those people, and I will use the ShinBlade, for instance, because he's an elite level player, but he fucking loves the game. He defends the game, and there's nothing wrong with that. I have nothing wrong. I have nothing personal against ShinBlade. I have nothing personal against Fighting GM. I have nothing personal against anybody. I'm just calling it as I see it. If you are enjoying this game for what it is, for the party game that it fucking is, where you got characters like Jun Kazama doing fucking Kamehameha waves from half screen that converting into fucking combos, if you like that shit, God bless, Godspeed. But I can tell you there's a lot of people in the Tekken community that don't like that shit, and with good reason. This is the King of the Iron Fist tournament. Last I checked, you are supposed to settle things with your fucking hands and feet. Since when are we having characters that are, you did have gimmick bullshit, because people will say, well, you had True Ogre and Devil Jin with the laser beams. Bro, I'm 45 years old. You don't think since I've been playing this franchise since I've been 14 that I'm not aware that you had bullshit characters like Kuma and fucking Yoshimitsu? I'm well aware of that. The point is that back during those times, those moves like laser beams came out at like fucking 1 million frames. They were gimmick joke moves where if you get caught by it, your boy will laugh at you. Now, these motherfuckers shooting eye beams and all kinds of crazy, like it's a Street Fighter. You got characters able to chuck plasma like they're fucking Ken and Ryu. You think that's fine? This is just, I do feel like this is a waste of my time, but somebody will ask, and I'm doing like a Killer Instinct counter combo to this, where there may be people who will say, well, Red, you said you abandoned the game, so why are you doing this live stream? You're doing it just to get your own clicks and views. Well, you know something? Unlike those other fucks, I'll keep it real. Yes, I have about, 30-something people in this live stream. I'm getting a tiny bit of fucking ad revenue. I'm not no fucking Maximilian dude. I'm no fucking Bane man. But I'm trying to use my little platform to try to illustrate what is wrong with this game and what needs to happen for those of you that actually still care and play this game, that want to see change. Because from what I can see, the vast majority of my peers that play this game, they aren't doing jack shit but continuing to play the fucking game. And in doing so, you are not eliciting you are not eliciting a viable message that the developers are going to say, you know something, holy fuck, I think we kind of fucked up and we really need to reevaluate things. That's what I will say to those people that want to fucking say or try to call me out. Go ahead, try to call me out. That's fine. I'll make you famous. I'll make you famous on my small platform if you have the fucking nerve to say, oh, I'm hypocritical. Try me. Try me. There is not one of you that can fuck with me on this level. Not one of you. Not one of you. You might be able to fucking mash me out in the game. Like, I give a fuck about that at this point. I am talking about the business. I'm talking about why the developers are doing what they're doing. And at this point, you motherfuckers have no idea what to do to really send the proper message. So I'm going to tell you what you need to do. You need to quit this fucking game and redirect or pivot your attention to another game. Have you guys ever dealt with a female? Have you guys ever dealt with a chick? You know, one of the best things you could do with a female, if the situation is not going your way, you can move on and give the attention you had for one chick and give it to another. And you know what's going to happen? That other chick is going to get jealous. And in many cases, the issues you had with her, not in all cases, because you know some chicks are kind of difficult, but there are those times where the issues you raise with girl A, she may end up finally changing because she's seeing that you're giving the attention to girl B. In a roundabout way, in this little fucking metaphor, that is what needs to be happening in this game. You guys need to make the Tekken 8 developers jealous, if you will. Because right now you're giving the Tekken 8 developers exactly what they want. They want you to do what King J is doing right now. And I mean, you know, and maybe it's fucked up me using him as the example, but I mean, it is what it is. Let me see. Let me see who else might be live in this game. Let me see who else. Let me see who else would be playing this fucking game. Let's look at what's his name, the Joe Budden guy. Let's look at him. All right, let's look at him. Let's see if he's online. Is he? Let me see. Nope. Okay, he's not online right now. Who else? Lil Majin. Let's see. Let's look at Lil Majin. Lil Majin live. Nope. He's not live. Main Man. Maybe, you know, Main Man is like online all the fucking time in this game. Let's see. Let's see if he's online right now. Yep. Look at that. Mr. Main Man is, well, at least he looks like he's playing something else. Okay. So now, as you can see, this guy has 205 people watching his stream right now. And he's playing something else. Okay, that's fine. However, when he does play Tekken 8, and he will, he is contributing, whether he realizes it or not, he is contributing to the developers in maintaining their current trajectory with Tekken 8 Season 3. You know what's going to make me laugh is eventually as Season 3 comes to a close, I'm going to start seeing messages, and I believe me, I'm calling it because we've already seen it. You're going to see people that's going to take to their Twitter and say, Season 4 wish list. These are the changes I want for Season 4. You're gonna see all this shit, and it's gonna continue. Season 4, I'm gonna give you a Paul Heyman World Wrestling Entertainment. What does he say? This is not. Does it say this is a prediction? No, he says this is not a prediction. This is a spoiler. Tekken 8 Season 4 is going to be more of the same shit. Tekken 8 Season 5 is going to be more of the same shit. Tekken 9, if you think you guys Tekken 9 is going to save you, What do you think? Like, do you guys even understand that the main reason why Tekken 8 is largely the way it is because of the development cost? This is why a lot of games across the board has gone the easy route and the we're going to make the game for everybody. That's the reason why these games are being made the way they are. Are you guys even not recognizing this? You know how many games are losing its identity? Many games. I even use the example of Resident Evil 9. If you look at a game like Resident Evil 9, which has sold like what, 5 million copies, what part of that game is actually survival horror? Because I can tell you right now, when you're fucking using Leon in that game, you aren't surviving shit. You are kicking the shit out of fucking zombies. The only real survival horror in Resident Evil 9, and I'm just using this just to illustrate a point, the only survival horror aspects of Resident Evil 9 is when you're using the blonde chick, Ashcroft, or what the fuck the bitch name is. That's when you're really using survival horror. But if you notice, if Capcom really wanted to dial into that, they would have focused the game 100% on her. But what did they do? They added other shit to make the game more commercially viable for a broader audience. Why? Because the development costs of Resident Evil 8 are such that they did not have the confidence that the Grace character could carry the game. That's why I said, you guys, many people cannot fuck with me in this space. I know too much. I know too much about this gaming industry. I will literally embarrass anybody on their podcast. If I were to go on anybody's podcast, I would fucking embarrass them. If they try to challenge me, if they give me my respect and ask me, hey, you know something? Why do you think Tekken 8 is the way it is? I will give them a respectful answer. But if I have a bunch of people that's trying to challenge what I know, I will fucking destroy them. So maybe it's a good idea that I don't go on, or I'm not invited on these podcasts, because I can tell you this much, there's going to be a significant portion of their audience that's going to be my audience. Because there are some people out there that are tired of the bullshit. There's some people out there that's tired of the fucking shills. There are people that's tired of the fucking defenders, the down players. They are tired of that shit. But from what I can see, a lot of the larger content creators that I've been seeing across multiple genres, because unlike many Tekken players, I actually look at other communities. I look at what's going on in Diablo. I look at what's going on in first-person shooters. I look at what's going on in Street Fighter. I look at what's going on all over the place. And what I have noticed is that every single gaming community seems to have larger content creators that are fucking shills and frauds that will continue to fucking sell out. If you think I'm lying, well, hey, I guess you can put it in the chat, and I guess I'll look at it at a later time, and I will address it in a later video, or I might address it when I look at it here. I feel like when you go against the grain, as I do, I know I'm not going to make a lot of friends. I already know that. When you are standing on business, a lot of times you are going to be standing alone. It is much easier to shill for a fucking product, because then you become the favorites of those those companies. You're going to be invited to this. You're going to be flown out to there. I've seen it many times. You know how many times I'll be seeing some content creators, some Call of Duty, calling out other content creators in that space. They're saying that they're shilling for Call of Duty. They're fucking shilling, and they're calling it out. I see every fucking thing. I'm like the eye of fucking Sauron. I see every fucking thing in this community, in this fucking industry. I see it all. I am literally the eye of fucking Sauron. I'm a big giant eye, and I'm seeing every fucking thing. And when you are that, you tend to rub some people the wrong way. And in some cases, you're probably not going to have the main, like the large viewership. You're not. chances are it's highly unlikely. It's possible, but it's highly unlikely. This is why I knew that if I stopped playing Tekken 8, if I stopped playing ranked, if I stopped doing my suffering streams, I knew that it was going to affect my channel. I knew it. Here we go. Let's see. Let's check this out. For those that might be new and be like, who the fuck is this guy ranting and raving? Let's look at my own channel. Let's look at this. Here we go. Let's look at this. Let me go to my own channel, right? Let's see. So on YouTube, you go to videos and you go to most popular. Look at my most popular videos. Now, of course, this one's not going to be topped anytime. This is where I talked about fucking Nintendo. That's 14,000 views. Look at every other video that has significant viewership. Every fucking video that I have done on my channel that had significant viewership came by way of Tekken. So you don't think that I didn't make the sacrifice and stop playing this game? I made my sacrifice. I recognize what needed to be done. But unfortunately, because I'm a very small channel, my actions, while in the eyes of my own small, because I have a very small subscriber base, because even though I may have about a little over 2,000 subscribers, let's be honest, most of my subscribers are really not active. So I really have a very small knit group. I would say maybe I have about maybe 100 or so people that really tune into me. The other fucking 22,000 subs, they're like, they tune in here and there, but they're not really that active. That's just how it goes on YouTube. So of that smaller group, there are people that if I don't talk about Tekken 8, they're not going to tune in. In fact, here's the deal. What do I got? What, I got 39 people on my live stream. Do you really think I would have 39 people in a live stream if I was talking about something other than Tekken 8? Fuck no. Not right now. So I've made my sacrifice. If I go down here, the only other video that did significant was when I was talking about, again, the bait and switch of Ninja Gaiden 4, because they did a fucking bait and switch. They did. And many people in that fucking community didn't even really talk about it, but I fucking did. But then here we go. I talk about, what is it? Balance patch 2.5, a complete joke. Was I lying? Did I lie that the balance patch of 2.5 was that not a complete joke? What's it? Serious rant. The current state of Tekken 8, close to 2,000 views. Can season 3? Look at this one. Can season 3 save Tekken 8? This was 4 months ago. 4 fucking months ago. I've been calling this shit. I said I'm not convinced season 3 will fix it. Was I not right? Was I not right? You know what? Fuck it. Play this shit. Was I not correct? Here we go. Another thing we can look at is that whole let me start this video off. Let's start this fucking video off. Fuck this shit. I want to listen to my own fucking video. Let's go. Let's do this shit. This is my thing when I was talking about Tekken 8, and I understand. Hold on. Let's change the OBS. Let's get this fucking let's get the audio straight. Let's set it to my headphones. Fuck this shit. Because many people don't even, fuck this. I'm tired of fucking around here. We going ham right now. That there are some of you, perhaps many of you, that really do enjoy Tekken 8. You guys love this game. And believe me, on my channel, I do not shame or throw shade at anybody for loving what you love, regardless of what game that might be. However, speaking from an OG standpoint, considering that I have been playing this franchise for 30 years, I'm 45 years old right now. I've been playing the franchise since I've been 14. I'm a former competitive pro. I've put my time in. I've earned my respect. I was a Lei Wulong user.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it.
So I've dealt with many broken and busted characters over the history of the franchise. However, when I look at Tekken 8, not only are you dealing with absurd character balancing, or should I say lack thereof, but you're also dealing with ridiculous gameplay mechanics that no one in the community that has played the game or the franchise for a significant period of time has asked for. You know, rage was just something, you know, you get your opponent low on life, you know, they get that little reddish aura and they do a little additional damage on their moves, a small percentage extra. Now, if you look at rage, it gives you it gives the losing player a nuclear missile that you, as the offensive player, you have no idea whether or not that player that has gotten his ass beat from one corner of the screen to the next, whether or not he's going to unleash this rage art or not. And for those people that have said, you know, oh, you know, if you're getting hit by rage arts, you're trash, or you should have not been pressing buttons. There's 2 points I can make to that. At the very beginning of the development of Tekken 8, when the most earliest news that we have gotten was that the general theme of Tekken 8 was going to be rooted in aggression. I put this in air quotes. So it didn't surprise me too much that sidesteps and movement of Tekken, which has been a staple in the franchise, you know, being able to move around, sidestep effectively and efficiently, was toned down because the developers wanted to prioritize offensive, aggressive gameplay. And this led me to have the theory as to why armor attacks were changed in such a way that if you were to armor through an attack, you would no longer incur permanent damage while tanking through a move. It will now just be recoverable health. Broken, but the character is very, very strong. When you look at characters like Brian Fury, there's so many characters in this game that I believe many people throughout the Tekken community take issue with. We may not agree on which characters should be nerfed and to what degree, but I'm willing to wager the vast majority of the community has an issue with a character or two. So on that front, we pretty much all agree that the character balancing, irregardless of which character it is or what character we can agree on, the character balancing of Tekken 8 is egregious, it's absurd, it's a joke, it's bullshit. We can all agree to this. However, for me, I take it one step further and I speak to the gameplay mechanics of heat and rage. As far as I'm concerned, for me, and even though I know this is not going to happen, if heat and rage as it currently is in Tekken 8 were to be absolutely removed, like deactivated, and I've spoken about this a couple of times in prior videos where I came up with a concept of Tekken Heat and Tekken Cold, basically giving the community two different versions of Tekken and how you can play, and I believe that would actually lend itself very well to the development of Tekken 9, but more on that in a moment. If Heat and Rage, as it currently is, if that were to be completely eviscerated, taken out of the game, I personally, just speaking for myself, if you were to keep the cast of characters as they currently are, I would be more inclined to better handle them. I wouldn't bitch and complain as much. The source of my personal rage and malcontent and frustration with Tekken 8 really lies with Heat and Rage. Because over the course of my Tekken career, I've dealt with Tekken 4 Nina, Tekken 4 Jin, 5.0 Brian, 5.0 Steve, Ganryu. I've dealt with bullshit characters over the course of my Tekken life. And many of those characters are actually worse than Tekken 8 characters, you know, if you can believe that. But when you layer in the heat and rage mechanic, it makes those Tekken 8 characters that are bullshit even more insufferable and granting them properties that they should never have. So I would love to see the outright removal of heat and rage as it pertains to Tekken 8. However, to be fair, I would be open, and it is very possible from a developer's standpoint, to just simply offer a separate mode to give players the option of if you want to play with these mechanics turned on or you want to play with these mechanics turned off. I believe that is very possible, but do I believe it's going to happen? I highly doubt it, but I would. At the end of the day, I've been saying this for a long time. This very video right here is 4 fucking months ago. 4 months. 4 fucking months ago. I've seen this. I've seen where it was going to go. And at the end of the day, it does feel that no matter what I say, it's just not going to happen. It's just not going to be altered. But I do try to highlight that. And it just seems to me that people are just unwilling to do the people that do have the influence, that do have the power, and maybe many of these people don't recognize that the power they do have. This is why I try to illustrate a possible reality where imagine this. Let me put a stream marker here. Imagine if Knee, JDCR, Arslan Ash, Main Man Sui, every Fighting GM, Lil Majin, Shinblade, Immortal Soul, K-Wiss, anybody else you want to throw in this. Imagine if every single one of them just outright abandons the game for a period of time. It doesn't have to be permanent, because I don't think it would need to be permanent, because if enough players of that caliber, of that notoriety, I would even throw Anakin in there, if enough players of that notoriety, of that influence, of those channel sizes, whether it's on YouTube, whether it's their Twitch, if enough players were to uniformly do this and coordinate, which is not hard, because social media, you would use social media for this purpose, to just literally, like, all these guys know each other. One in some form or fact, they know each other. They can get in contact with, they can literally do that. This is not an impossible thing. This is not the fucking 1990s. We are in 2026. These people can make that coordination. If enough of these people were to do that, I can guarantee you, and I usually don't speak in absolutes, but I can guarantee you that if enough players were to do that, those Tekken 8 developers would be like, holy fuck, we have a real problem on our hands. But unfortunately, I highly doubt that's going to happen. I highly doubt that's going to happen. But it's still something that I feel in me that I have to get this off my chest, like breast reduction. I have to do that. I have to do that. I wouldn't feel, I guess, complete by not saying this. And maybe it kind of brings me into the realm of, oh, I'm being hypocritical because I'm still talking about the game. But quite frankly, not really, because I'm sticking to my guns. I am not playing this game. I am not streaming this game. I don't even have this game installed on my fucking Xbox Series X. It is not taking that game is not even worth my hard drive space. But I still feel that need to at least try to galvanize. That's the word, to galvanize some of the people in the community, even if like, let's say, for instance, if I were to say convince somebody of note in the Tekken scene, that person would have a higher likelihood of influencing other people that I can't. So even if it's one person, even if whoever is in this live stream, because it shows I have 37 people, at least, because, people, they jump in and out of a stream. Even if one of those people happen to be like fucking Ulsan, and maybe he's like barely, I know he's Korean. Maybe if any fucking body, even if it's one person that's lurking in this stream, that's watching this right now, or even rebroadcasting my stream, that's fine. Even if it's one person, that can make a difference. Because as far as I'm concerned, I'm doing the best that I can. I know that I am not going to reach the amount of people that somebody like a main man would. I do not have that type of clout. I do not have that type of presence in this community. I don't. I know more than him when it comes to this shit. Fuck yeah, 1 billion%. But I'm hoping that now that he's starting to kind of place a few different games, right now it looked like he's playing some other game right now. I can only hope that people will finally start to slowly open their fucking eyes and start to realize that, look, what we are saying to the Tekken developers, it is not translating to action. That's the that's what it is. It's not translating to action. That's what you need to happen. You need action to be taken on behalf of the Tekken developers. And that's why partly I'm a little bit frustrated, because I wish in these situations, I wish that I had that type of power. I wish that I had the type of power to galvanize the community, to rally the community to my fucking banner. I ain't got it like that. And I'm under no illusion that I have that, but I still feel like fucking saying and doing something. And that's more than what I can say for many of my fucking peers that got like fucking hundreds of thousands of Twitch followers and fucking hundreds of thousands of fucking YouTube subs that continue to play this fucking piece of shit game day in and day out, while at the same time complaining about the game. This is why I try to leave that little door open, and I try not to lump the people that like the game, like a ShinBlade or like a Lil Majin. I try not to lump them in, just to be fair. But I know beyond a shadow of a doubt that even though, and I would even throw in Mick ATL, because he's a fucking defender of this piece of shit, but I would lump him in there as well. And, or, even that little, well, I don't even call the Sophie. I don't even know what the fuck, if that's a chick or a dude. I don't fucking know. I think that's a fool. But those three players I mentioned, which I would say like the fucking, the defender force, probably Lil Majin, ShinBlade, and Mick ATL. Even if they may like the game or they accept the game for what it is, if you had somebody like an Arslan Ash, or Knee, or Main Man, or whoever that may not like the current direction of this game, and the community would go away from this mentality of, well, if you don't like it, that's fine because I like it. If everybody were to get on the same fucking page, if at least for a period of time, that would send a very significant message and signal. But unfortunately, and I'm going to keep repeating myself because I don't know who's tuning into the stream, but that is what needs to happen. And I just, at this point, I don't see anything at this point in time that is going to elicit a strong enough signal to the developers that's basically saying, you need to fix this fucking game. Whether it's the people, the hackers, the pluggers, the fuck, all whatever issues you have with this game, it is not going to be addressed unless some significant action is going to come from the very community itself. And this is why it's just I know I'm repeating myself. I know I feel like I'm shouting into the void, and probably I am. But you know what? To many of those that may see this after it goes live or after the live ends, and it'll be YouTube will have this as like a standalone video, and maybe some randoms might catch the video. I am hoping that will spark people to whether they want to share it, whether they want to clip part of this shit, whatever they need to do to try to rally the community to get everybody on the same page. Because I can tell you right now, when it comes to developers of a video game, you have some developers that do listen to community feedback, and I mean really listen. And I can use the examples of CI games with Lords of the Fallen. It's a single player Souls-like game. That is a fucking developer that actually listens to their own community, and they have made several enhancements to that fucking game, so much so that many people are looking forward to Lords of the Fallen 2. If you look at what happened with CD Projekt Red with Cyberpunk 27, they listened to the community. They've made several different changes to where now that game is basically a brand new fucking game. If you want a fighting game example, Guilty Gear Strive. Regardless of the fact of whether Guilty Gear is going to be in a better place, whether the people that may have been disenfranchised have decided to say, fuck Guilty Gear, we out, regardless of whether or not that the update will bring those players back, the fact that, again, as I've said, and like I said, I'm going to be repeating myself because I don't give a flying fuck, they decided to create a viable update to their game. The point is that you have developers that may listen to community feedback, and you have other developers that may placate you, that may do the bare minimum just so that you guys will basically they'll give you your little baby rattle, you'll stuff it in your mouth, and you'll be like, haha, I'm fine now. They did the bare fucking minimum. I wish people in this community would wake the fuck up. I wish people would wake the fuck up and realize that the Tekken 8 developers are literally treating your community as if you're children. They are doing the bare fucking minimum to pacify you. That's it. Like, it's absolutely insane to me that this is, that this is persisting. And in the last live I did where I was even, you could say that Dead or Alive is catching strays. Fuck yeah, because that community is, I would almost say they're probably worse. Because you have a Dead or Alive community where they made a game in 2019 and said, fuck you, we're abandoning the game after a fucking year. Come back 6 years later, we're going to rehash the same fucking game, sell it back to you dumb fucks for $40 fucking dollars. And you got the people that's in the Dead or Alive community that are fucking shilling out for that fuckery, glazing the fuck out of Dead or Alive 6 last round. $40 fucking dollars to play the same fucking game that they played back in 2019 with no rollback, with no crossplay, nothing. There is a lot that's going on across many different communities that many of you people who only follow Tekken, who may only follow Call of Duty, who may only follow fucking Dead or Alive, there is a lot that's going on, and many of you people do not recognize the power that you have, especially in today's times, and especially as content creators and streamers. Now, if you are not a content creator or a streamer, you can basically follow the time-old adage of vote with your wallet. Do not buy the Tekken 8 DLC. No longer support the Tekken 8, the fucking Tekken shop. If you have not bought Tekken 8, do not buy the fucking game. When you combine that along with the major content creators and streamers that they've abandoned the game, you will get a movement that the Tekken 8 developers cannot ignore. But in order to do that, there has to be sacrifice. And it is that very sacrifice that the developers of any particular game or product or service that they're counting on you as the individual, you are not willing to make that sacrifice. So they will continue to fuck you because they're hedging their bets that you're not going to make that move, or not enough of you is going to make that move. You don't think these developers are all in on it? They are. You don't think the developers of Namco observe what the developers of Capcom do? You don't think they are all watching each other? They're all buddies for the most part. They know what's going on. It's you, the community, that refuses to band together. Like, it's insane to me that, you know, I'm going to give you a little story. You guys must have heard of the name Justin Wong, right? Oh, this is going to go over well. Justin Wong, along with Daigo Umehara, is one of the most prolific fighting game players on planet Earth. Okay? With Justin Wong used to be a part of our group back in the day called Empire Arcadia. And I was not privy to much of those conversations because this was before I joined. But I can believe part of it. Triforce, the one that was running Empire Arcadia, was saying essentially to Justin Wong. Well, first of all, Justin, this was during Evo, right? All of you guys should know Evolution. However, I go as far back to remember that it used to be called like B5 or something like that before it was actually called Evo, because even from a company standpoint, the company name is actually called Double Perfect Productions. And it was ran, I believe, by Seth Killian and Tony and Tom Cannon and many other people. I'm giving you some fighting game history real quick just to kind of illustrate a few points, because many of you people don't even fucking know this. And you're not going to have many people that's going to tell it to you this. You're not going to have many people that's going to say this. At some point in time, when Evo was trying to become larger, they were basically making people sign waivers where Evo can use your likeness and your footage, to promote their brand, while at the same time not giving you a fucking dime. And Triforce, to my understanding, used to tell Justin Wong, stand your fucking ground. What is Evo going to do if Justin Wong decides, you know something? This is not a fair deal. I'm not signing this waiver. These events literally live off of the lifeblood of you, the actual gamer competitor. But unfortunately, Justin Wong didn't want to miss out on Evo and all this other shit, and he basically was signing his waivers. And you know what he would later find out? He would see trailers of Evo using many of his highlights to advertise, which would lead to Evo getting more sponsors, which leads to more money for them, and didn't give Justin shit. This is what used to go on in the early days of the FGC. And it wasn't just Justin. I'm just using him because many people would know who Justin Wong is. But there are many players that didn't want to miss out on Evo. I don't want to miss out. So they would essentially sign their fucking life away. They'd be like, okay, yeah, I just want to be a part of it. Never realizing the power that they really had if these players were to band together and say, you know something, that is not a deal for me. And that is exactly what's going on in a somewhat similar fashion when it comes to Tekken 8. Maybe on a smaller scale. You people do not recognize the power that you have as consumers and as content creators and as streamers. You are literally, when you buy this game, when you buy Tekken 8, when you buy the DLC, when you go into the Tekken shop and buy your little fucking knickknacks, when you're streaming it, when you're talking about every fucking video on why is Jun broken? Why is Lee broken? Why is Kazuya broken? When you doing all of that, you are pretty much saying, again, by choice and consent, that you, despite what you're fucking saying, you are fine with the current state of Tekken 8. And maybe you are. Maybe you are the fucking Mick ATL. Maybe you are the Shinblade. Maybe you are the fucking the little Majins that don't have issues with Tekken 8. Maybe you are. But what if you're not? What if you do have issues with this game? What if you don't like the current direction of this game? Whether you have issues with the online cheating, with the hacking, maybe you have issues with, maybe you don't like something about the net code, maybe you don't like that the Tekken shop items are bullshit, maybe you don't like the character balancing, maybe you don't like heat, maybe you don't like rate, whatever it is that you don't like. By you being a fucking fraud and hypocrite, by continuing to, in your actions, do something very different than what you are publicly saying, by definition is a hypocrite, you are sending the message to the developers that it's all good. And that's why I go back to the example I was talking about many, many years ago, back before Evolution became Evo, and utilizing someone like Justin Wong, that they did not recognize the power that they had. Because many people would literally go to Evo just to see players like a Justin Wong compete. What is Evo without the top players? I ask you, what is Evolution, arguably the biggest, what is that tournament without the best players that represent each game? What if the best players of Street Fighter? What if the best players of Tekken? What if the best players of Guilty Gear? What about the best players of any fucking game? What if they just say, you know something? We are not attending Evo this year. I can guarantee you that the Evolution staff, behind closed doors, of course, would be reaching out to every single one of those players to try to fix whatever situation is going on. That is power. And it's the power that you as a community, you guys give up. Period. You guys do not want to make the sacrifices required. And there's an old saying, since I'm a middle-aged man, but as I said, I'm seasoned, I'm not cooked yet. If every single one, listen to what I'm saying here, if every single one does a little, no one has to do a lot. Think of it, if everybody contributes $1, let's say if everybody contributes $1, no one person has to contribute $1,000. Like, that's what I mean. If everybody does their little part, it all adds up. Unfortunately, many people in the community across Tekken, Street Fighter, every fucking competitive game, many or not enough. I'm not going to say nobody does it. I think it's unfair. There are some people that may take a stand. There are. But it depends on who, and it depends on how they do it and how many people band together. That is a power that the community has. And it's something that it's like, I think many of you don't recognize you guys have. I feel like many people don't have it. And it's very frustrating. It really is. Because if people were to recognize how powerful you are as a unit, much of what's going on would not be going on. There was things that used to happen during Empire Arcadia during our time when we were the top gaming brand in America and some parts even in the world, where we would say if more players were to stick together and band together, we, like, for instance, when it comes to sponsorship deals, we had so many players under our banner, regardless of whatever you may have heard about Empire Arcadia, but we had a lot of players under our banner. And unfortunately, many of our players chose to not stick together. And when you split away from a group, oftentimes you lose. You're always stronger together than you are apart. Even as great as a player like Justin Wong is, as well known as he is, as well known as an IFC Yipes or any other Daigo Umahara or Ni or Arslan, as great and as influential as they are singularly, if they were to all combine on some fucking Voltron shit, you know, Voltron or whatever, or maybe you guys are too young. Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. Maybe we you know, 'cause I don't know how old you guys are. I'm from the Voltron era, you know what I'm saying? But Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, right? When they come together with the robot and shit like that, the big ass robot, you will be much more of a significant force than you would ever be by yourself. I'm going around the mountain here because I don't know how many people are understanding what I'm saying. I don't know. And I'm trying to put it in different ways so that different people can understand that ultimately, if you are a player of note, if you are someone that takes issue with this game, if you guys were to band together, you will bring about the changes in this game that you long for. I cannot do this. I'm not going to lie to myself and say, oh, I'm like this big shot, because I'm not. I am a fucking tiny ass channel that barely has any significant traction on my videos compared to much larger channels. But what I do have, what they don't have, is that I understand how this business works. I understand what it's going to take to make developers see you. You're not going to hear this from a main man Swee. You're not going to hear this from you're probably not going to hear it from a Mike Hollow, if I'm going to be honest. You're not going to hear this from nobody. You're not. Otherwise, you would have heard it already. You're not going to hear it. And if you're not in this stream right now, you're probably not going to hear it ever. You're going to see a bunch of people that's going to get together, doing a little fucking podcast, do a little fucking kumbaya. And I've said it before in the last live, where they're going to do like some circle jerk type of situation where there's going to be like, 8 or so people that, they're going to band together and say, oh, you know, this game is this game is that. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about it? That's why when somebody suggested to me that there was something that was a Spaghetti Rip and Aris, a couple other people, they had like some sort of podcast or whatever, that I honestly, I didn't watch it. But there were some people that mentioned in one of my videos that said that Eris is he's kind of walking away from the game or something of that nature. And I said, like, you know what, I was going to check it. I haven't checked it out yet because I'm on this live right now, but I'll tune in. But I did say initially, I said, if you're suggesting this for me to watch, if they are all still playing and streaming this game, I have no interest. If you are bitching and complaining about this game, yet you are playing this game, you are making content for this game, you are fucking I don't want to hear what you have to say. It's a waste. It literally is hypocritical. Unless you are doing what I'm doing right now, you might have my attention. But if you're going to bitch and say X, Y, and Z, but turn around and, look at this, I got my God of Destruction 3 rank, you see? And go on fucking Twitter and say, oh, I ranked up. You are full of fucking shit. You're a fucking fraud. And I honestly, from a video game content creator standpoint, I can love you as a person, right? I can respect you as a person. But as a content creator, as a streamer, I will fucking say that you're a goddamn fraud if you are doing that. And you are not helping the community. You are not helping a community that I'm sure that if you were to take a massive poll right now in the Tekken community, if you would do a massive poll, I am willing to wager that the majority of people are going to vote that they are not satisfied with the current landscape of Tekken 8. I am willing to wager that. I'm willing to die on that hill. I'm 100% certain that you do have people that do enjoy the game. That's why I bring up the people like Mick ATL and ShinBlade and maybe even Lil Majin. And respect to them as men, as people. However, you know, I would love for them to, you know, it honestly doesn't matter because I don't see them putting their foot down at all because, again, they're enjoying the game. So this is more to the people that find fault with the game. And even then, for those people, I'm just not confident. Until proven otherwise, I'm not confident that people are willing to do what's necessary. And this doesn't mean that you have to quit the game for a long period of time. Because I can tell you this, right now, if enough of you actually were to coordinate this effort and do it right, it's not going to take long. It will be very quick for those developers to recognize, hey, we have a problem. This ain't going to take months. It is a fucking significant message that is going to be sent to the development team of Tekken 8 that is essentially saying in one loud voice, we do not collectively like your product. Change it. And if you don't know how to change it, we have players within our community that we respect, and we will tell you how to fix this game. Because clearly you don't know how to fix your fucking game. Because you don't know what the fuck you're doing. Respectfully. But unfortunately, do I see that happening? No. I would like for it to happen. But, you know, I'm sure Main Man and people like him, they get a significant amount of money playing this fucking game. You know, many of you people are even in my chat right now. You guys watch other Tekken creators, and you guys, you know, you're probably members to their streams and their channel. You give them fucking $5, $20, $50 super chats. And it is what it is. I'm not throwing no shade. I'm just calling for what it is. So many of those creators, they're not willing to walk away from that money. And the developers, like I said, They are hedging their bet on that. That's why I say what needs to happen is going to require sacrifice. That's why I say that. It's going to require a sacrifice that many of these larger content creators are, I believe, that they're unwilling to make. But I would love to be proven wrong. I would love for these creators to make a video, even if they wanted to shit on me. I don't care. Say what you want about me. Talk shit about, oh, look at you, you got a tiny, you're a fucking nobody. I don't care. As long as this situation gets addressed and fixed, I don't give a fuck what people have to say about me, because 9 times out of 10, they wouldn't dare say it to my fucking face. I know that for a fact. Because if we would go outside, I would knock them the fuck out. I don't play that shit. So, or we can discuss it like, you know, like significant men. That's fine, whatever. But you pick up what I'm putting down. So I don't mind the ridicule. I don't mind any of that shit as long as it gets done. If I have to be the fucking villain, if I have to be the fucking the heel, I'll gladly play that role. Because while I have abandoned this piece of shit party game, I deep down want to see this game fixed. Deep down, I do. This is why I'm doing this. I don't have to fucking do this. I could be talking about a better game. I could be talking about I can be talking right now and showing the expansion of Diablo 4 Lord of Hatred, which is a fucking phenomenal fucking expansion, and is basically they fucking put their foot in terms of effort when it comes to that expansion. And do you know why? Because you have a fucking game called Path of Exile that's on their fucking ass, making sure that they have that competition to step their fucking game up, which is something that the Tekken 8 game does not have. Tekken 8 has no fucking competition. There is no Virtua Fighter 6. There is no Dead or Alive 7. There is nothing. It's just Tekken 8. So that's another reason why these people are not willing to do shit. Comes down to competition. I'd much rather be talking about that. I'd much rather be talking about what's going on with the Guilty Gear Strive 2.0, which is out right now, if I'm not mistaken. I'd much rather be talking about that. But instead, I'm utilizing my carbon dioxide and breathing into this into this microphone to try to get people to fucking snap out of it, to hopefully, you know, people that are chatting in the chat right here, I am hoping that there is at least somebody in this stream that is lurking that may not be saying anything in the chat. I am hoping that there's somebody that is either rebroadcasting this to a much larger audience, or maybe it's Ulsan himself. Maybe Main Man is in my stream lurking and not saying nothing. Maybe fucking Anakin might be tuning in. Maybe Lil Majin. Who knows? Maybe I don't know who's in the stream right now that may not be chatting. I have no idea. But I hope at least somebody of note is lurking here. I hope. I really do. Because the only way at this point, and I've been watching this situation unfold. Like I said, I know it's silly, but I am like the eye of fucking Sauron. I literally see everything. I see it all. I am that big fucking fiery eye. I see it. And I call it. And I have no problem calling people out on their bullshit. I have no problem. Because you have to come to the decision. You have to make a decision of, do you want to be popular, or if, like, for instance, you can be loved in terms of being a shill and a defender of the game, you can do that. Or are you willing to make the sacrifice and potentially be the villain to finally get people to recognize that in order for the actual health of the community of this game of Tekken 8, you have to do something that is going to make you uncomfortable, i.e., ergo, sacrifice. That's what needs to be done. I've already made my little sacrifice. I no longer play this game. I no longer stream this game. I no longer rage out and raise my blood pressure playing this piece of shit game. That's my sacrifice. And in doing so, my channel subscribers, or what am I at? What am I at? Let me see here. Let me see. Just so I can kind of get an accurate fucking listing here. I have at present a whopping, full sarcasm, I have a whopping 2,179 subscribers. Most of which, like I said, are not really active on my channel. So, like I say, I'm not somebody that is going to promote a significant change. I'm not. I wish I would. But for those people that do have a very large audience, that do have a significant influence, I'm calling on you. I'm calling on you folk to do what needs to be done. Now, if all you want to do is just, you know, keep doing you, getting after your bag or whatever, then I guess things will never change. And it will continue being like this. I can guarantee you for Tekken 9. I can guarantee it. I guarantee it, because the budget for Tekken 9 is more than likely going to be, it's going to equal or it's going to exceed Tekken 8. And if you understand anything about game development, you're going to know that the reason why Tekken 8 is the way it is in terms of its graphical enhancements and the fact that the development team basically rebuilt every character from scratch with new assets, they're going to have to make this game dumbed down, which they did, to increase their total addressable market, or TAM, T-A-M. There you go. You can look at that. It's a marketing term. So you think that they're going to make things different for Tekken 9? You might as well, what's the term? You might as well be whistling Dixie. It's not going to happen. It's not going to happen at all. Tekken 9 is going to be fucking worse than this shit. If you think this is bad and you're hoping and you're one of those people that's looking to the future, but like, yo, Tekken 9 is, nope. Tekken 9 is going to be more of the same bullshit. And I've said in a prior stream, and I've said in some videos where I've actually predicted the Tekken 9 story, because I don't see the story going any other way. And many of you are going to find the story kind of cringe. Just looking at how they position the character Reina, how they position the character Mary Sue, all that shit. I already know where the story is going. Just like I say, where I know where the story is going for Gears of War 6, and I've yet to actually break that down. But I'm pretty sure many of you probably don't give a fuck about that. But yeah, the Gears of War 6, I already know where that story is ending. I already know. That's the reason why they're coming out Gears of War E-Day. There's a reason why they're doing it that way. Like, that's why I say I am literally the eye of Sauron when it comes to this shit. I know every fucking thing. Or should I say, I know the things that matter. It's just, it's wild to me. It's wild to me that while I feel like I can see it, and in my mind, I'm like, why can't you? And it's just like, I do feel at times I'm like the only one. I feel like I'm the only one. Even though I know I can't be, but that's just how I feel. It's just the feeling that I get when I listen to or read people's comments on Twitter or Reddit 2.0. And I look at people that they post these videos left and right of this character's busted, this character. And I'm like, you know that like you're giving the development team exactly what they want. They want you to keep pumping out content. They want you to keep streaming because you are, whether you are aware of it, you are influencing people to play this game, to continue to play this game. Now, I'm sure there's diehards that will play Tekken 8 regardless, but I'm willing to wager that if enough of the more known content creators and streamers, if they were to make that sacrifice, and like I said, it doesn't mean that, oh, you know, you quit Tekken forever, because it wouldn't take that long. If enough people were to just say, you know what, we're going to do this, we're going to organize this over the course of time, whether it's a week, maybe a month or so, it could be. It's not a permanent thing. Doesn't need to be. It is just think of it like it's a show of force from the community, because the developers are like, they're not going to. It's almost like if you're punking somebody, and you're like, oh, they're not going to fight back. What you going to do? The fuck you going to do? Fight back. Keep pushing. The fuck you going to do? You ain't going to do shit. You a little bitch. You bitch made. What you going to do? You ain't going to do shit. And eventually, that person gets to a point where they hold off and knock the living dog shit out of you. And then you're on the ground holding the side of your face like, holy fuck, you just hit me. That's what the community needs to do. That the community needs to grow some fucking balls and do that. That's what they need to do. And I'm purposely repeating myself in different ways, in little clever ways, because, you know, I don't know who's dropping in the stream. I don't know who's dropping in, dropping out. For all I know, somebody might have popped in 5 minutes ago and missed the first fucking the first hour and a half of me ranting. So I don't know. I can't tell. I just hope that action is going to be taken. I hope, because I at this point I don't see it any other way, because I can even tell you another story. There is a great game franchise called Mass Effect. There's a great game called Mass Effect. And what happened with that is that it was a great trilogy. And what all of you need to understand is simply this. During the end of that trilogy, the Mass Effect community absolutely hated, and I mean like hated, like Tekken 8 hatred. They hated how the Mass Effect trilogy ended. And you know what BioWare did? They ended up and changing the fucking ending of that franchise. Are you people even aware of that? You're probably not. Probably not. Because I know some of you Tekken players, all you do is eat, sleep, shit Tekken. But there exists a great role-playing game franchise that was a trilogy called Mass Effect. And each game, the choices you made in Mass Effect 1 permeated into Mass Effect 2. So if you killed somebody in Mass Effect 1, they are dead in Mass Effect 2. If you let somebody alive in Mass Effect 2, it's possible for you to find that person in Mass Effect 3, and so on. So by the end of all three games, when it came time for the finale, many of the people within the Mass Effect community, they absolutely could not stand how the ending went down. And it was such a fucking backlash that BioWare had to respond. And to their credit, they changed the entire ending. I can tell you, as a gamer, since 1985, I want you to put 1985, I have been playing video games. I am 45 years old. I have never seen a major developer change the ending of a game due to community backlash. I've never seen it. Not say it never happened, but I've never seen it. So when I looked at what the developers of Guilty Gear did with a 5-fucking-year-old fighting game, a fighting game that's 5 years old, that's no spring chicken. The developers of Guilty Gear Strive literally could have just left shit the way it was and focused on their new. I'm pretty sure they're developing a brand new Guilty Gear. I'm pretty sure of it. They could have just left Strive as it was. They could have just did, everything else, new colors, a new UI, or the short stories or whatever. But they decided to remove a fucking mechanic called Wild Assault, to my understanding, based on the videos from the content creators in that community, such as Lord Knight, and I believe another guy by the name of Squirrel 147 or something like that. I noticed that mechanic of Wild Assault was in the game for about 3 or 4 months, and it must have been so much of a backlash from that player base that the developers decided to not patch it, but to remove the entire mechanic. I really want you Tekken people to understand how significant it is that a development studio is willing to remove an entire mechanic from a game that is 5 years old. I cannot stress how significant that is. While I understand many of you gamers will probably, and I've seen it in some comments where they will say, oh, well, yeah, Guilty Gear is on the slump. Oh, Guilty Gear is still bullshit. These are people who they are too narrow-minded. They are not recognizing what happened. Show me how many developers in fighting games throughout the history of fighting games in the annals of the entire history of gaming. How many developers have decided to remove a mechanic from a game? How many? I'm not talking about changing a few frames here and there. No, fuck all that. Outright removing a mechanic. That is the reason why I looked at that update. I've never fucking really played. I played Guilty Gear Strive when it was in Game Pass sometime last year. I fucked around with it. I enjoyed the game, but I kind of, I went away from it. But I recognize developer interest, effort. I recognize when something significant happens that is not common. I recognize that, and that is the reason why I spoke about it in the way that I did. That is the reason why I believe in the last stream, I ended up comparing that level of effort to that of Team Ninja's pathetic effort in their upcoming Dead or Alive 6 last round that comes out June 25th. Where one you have is a fucking rehashing of a 2019 game that their fucking development to abandon their community, but then has the fucking unmitigated grapefruits size balls to make a copy and paste game and sell it back to their community for $40 fucking dollars. And bet your fucking ass you're gonna have many of the major DOA community that's gonna fucking get on their fucking knees, open their mouth, and slob the knob of fucking DOA. Fucking pathetic. Fucking pathetic. Pathetic. These people have no fucking backbone. They have no spine. I'll even say they have no fucking honor. It sickens me. It disgusts me. It truly disgusts me. Many of these content creators and streamers, I'm going to take this moment right now and let you know some of the truth behind content creation. Many of these people would be absolutely nowhere, nothing without their audience. It is the people like you who are in this stream right now that you make these content creators, these streamers who they are. You are essentially affording them the life opportunity to play video games for a living. You are doing that. You guys have the power to do that. You guys are the ones that's giving the super chats. You guys are the one that's subscribing, that's following them on their socials, that's following them on their Twitters, that's doing the Twitch primes, that's doing the paid YouTube channel memberships. You guys are the ones that's doing that. The content creators or streamers like myself, we would be nothing without you guys. And I would like to think that at the very least, some of these people would at least take a fucking stand. At the very least. And like I said, I know that, you know, sure, you have some people, of course, that likes the particular game. Sure, you do. But there are many people that don't. And that's just the long and the short of it. And unfortunately, I think it's just, I think it's really fucked up. Many of these content creators and streamers, they only have these high-end deals, these sponsorship deals, because of the amount of subscribers that they have on YouTube and followers on Twitch, which comes from you guys. You guys essentially give them the power to do that. Because I can tell you this right now, there are, in order to really get these type of deals, you have to show to prospectful sponsors that, hey, I have this average viewership. I have this amount of subs on YouTube. I have this amount of followers on Twitch. And because of that, that is how these content creators and streamers are able to leverage you in your efforts of watching and supporting your favorite content creator and streamer. You are affording them the lives that they currently have, and the money that they make, and the ability to travel. That's something you probably are not going to hear anybody say. Because I can tell you right now, when you are a small content creator, like for me, I'm very small. The people that are the channel membership, the channel members, you guys that pay the $2, $5, whatever the fuck it is, you guys take a lot of the load off of the channel streamer or content creator, because at the end of the day, in order to get any kind of money from YouTube specifically, you have to reach $100. Now, of course, somebody like Main Man, they're in the thousands. Lil Maj, I'm pretty sure he's making bank. But smaller channels like myself, or even smaller channels that's smaller than me, that's how it works. So we have to, like, for instance, if the total amount of people that are channel members equal to $50, that means that we only have to amass $50 in ad revenue from posting videos to at least get $100 that can come to us for every single month. If we don't make that $100 quota, that means that the following month we get nothing. Now, when you grow and you are a significant channel, you're a main man, you're, you know, main man suite or whatever, what ends up happening is now you're able to go beyond that. Now you're able to have channel sponsorships. You're able to have certain brand deals, but many of those brand deals are the result of you, the viewers, that actually go and subscribe and follow many of my peers that are larger. That's how this system works. So in essence, you can kind of say you guys are the ones that are providing and affording the main mans, the Lil Majins, the fucking Arslan Ashes, everybody that's a significant content creator / streamer. You guys are the ones that are making that fucking possible. It all starts with the people that view the streams, that like the videos, that comment, that might buy a channel membership, that might use their little Amazon Twitch Prime on Twitch. All of that adds up. So when I look and see many of these people that claim to say, you know what, I don't like Tekken and yada yada yada, but yet and still it's like I feel like they fail to represent you in some kind of way. I might be off on this, but this is just how I fucking feel about it. That's how I feel. I don't know if that makes sense, but that's just how I see it. That's just, I'm just being fucking real. I don't know, like this is literally the realest talk you will hear from anybody in this space. I challenge anybody to fucking show me who is realer than me. Who is more real than Blood Red? Who is more real than me? Name them. I'll check them out. Go on my Twitter, leave me a link to their fucking channel, or type their name in my Twitter and I'll look them up. Go right ahead, and I'll get to it after I go live, after I go offline. I would love to see somebody that is a larger channel than me, that even if they don't speak as I speak, but they're basically advocating significant action to be taken. I would love to see that. I would love to know that those people exist, because I can tell you right now, I feel like I'm the only fucking one. That's how I feel. And I understand that feelings are not rooted in fact, but that's just how I feel. I'm being dead ass. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what to I have a few people that's in the stream. I'm sure you people are people are commenting, and yes, I am not really interacting with the chat. That might be a little bit fucked up, but I have a lot to say, and I really don't want to be too sidetracked by the chat. But I do see people here. I do see, and I just feel very passionate about this. But at the same time, I recognize what it takes to bring about change. And that's the reason why I use the example of a restaurant, because I feel like everybody should be able to understand that, where it's like, if you go to some place and they fuck up your food, then it's like, okay, are you still going to go to the restaurant? Are you? So, I don't know, man. I don't know. I sometimes feel like it's just wild. Let me go, because there was some, what's his name? When I look at this guy right here, for those who don't know, this guy, prominent Tekken player, for those that might have joined, as you can see, this guy, I Am Fury, he's a tournament player. I recognized there's something that about Tekken players, or just competitive players in general, that many of you casuals don't quite understand. When you go to tournaments, there is an added level of stress and the desire or the expectations to perform as a competitive player. I've done it. I've competed across multiple Tekken games. I've gone to multiple different states. I've competed in Canada. I've competed in California for the Tekken 6 Nationals. I've competed in Tekken Tag 2 against JDCR. When you look at somebody like Anakin, when you look at somebody like ShinBlade, Mick ATL, JD, Knee, all of the top level players, there is a certain level of expectation and pressure that as a competitive player, many people who live online chasing after these pointless PNG images, these god of destruction, all this shit it's bullshit. Doesn't mean shit. Until you have left your home city, your home state, and you are hundreds of miles away from home, whether you are booking your own hotel, you are away from your family, you took time off from your job to go to travel to some other fucking state to mash buttons in a tournament, you will never understand. And this is why this guy right here, I don't know him personally, but everything that he says here in terms of mental health, 1,000,000,000% is factual. The problem with Tekken 8 that I will also add to this is back during the time where I was competing, and of course people like Lil Majin, Anakin, we were all competing in the same era, even though of course obviously they have more success than I did. In the other Tekken games, the main issue was learning your matchups, recognizing and reacting to your punishments, breaking grabs, spacing, things of that nature. But ultimately, it's you versus the other player and dealing with the characters, the characters balancing or lack thereof. Tekken 8 is the first Tekken game that the mechanics of Tekken 8, they influence the outcome of a match like I've never seen before. You can have, we all know that a character like Brian Fury in Tekken 8 is very strong. King is very strong. Anna Williams is strong. Law is, basically brain rot. But at the end of the day, in the other Tekken games, while we did have top tier characters, we did have, we did have busted. Just look at Tekken 6, Bob and Lars, the Bob and Lars show of Tekken 6. However, at the end of the day, the mechanics themselves of Tekken 6 were nowhere near as fucking egregious as it is in Tekken 8. This is why I kept saying that Tekken 8's main issue is not the balance of the characters. It is the mechanics of the game. Because the mechanics of a fighting game is what enables character A to do what they do. Because you can nerf a character until they are under the ground. When you still have egregious mechanics that allow for fucking damn near 4 or 5 relaunches within the same fucking combo that takes you from one end of the fucking solar system over to the end of the Andromeda galaxy, when you have combos that's able to be done like that, you have a fucking problem. And this is no longer a character issue. This is a mechanical issue. That's what it is. That's what it is. In fact, you know what? Let me just have some fun with this right quick, right? Let me look at one of, because I still have this on my fucking page, and this is the reason why I fucking used it. Let's see. I know I used a few of these videos. Hold on. Because I love the one with, I think it's this one. Is it this one? I think it's this one. So what I want to do, I'm going to have fun with this one. We're going to slow this video down. Let's look at this. Just for shits and giggles. So, okay. So you have this, right? Good sidestep. Bop, bop. Okay. Now we have this. Okay. Now maybe I'm bugging, but let's go let's look at this. Here we go. Combo number 1, bop, bam, bop, 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 bop. Heat, more damage, bop, back on the wall again. Now let's look at this again. So now that you're at the wall, right? Hold on. So you're at the wall. Okay. You do your, oh wait, oh now we got to do this. Now you got more damage. That's likely not going to be really scaled, by the way. Okay. More. Okay, now you're back on the wall again. Now you backdash just so you can do more damage. You can't do shit about it. You have to just watch the fucking movie. Let's do. Okay. Bop. Back to the wall again. Was that the second time? More. Oh, now you're back on the wall again. Was that the third time? Now we got more. Now we do this. Oh, and now we have a guaranteed fucking follow-up. Oh, and mind you, now that you've tech rolled, this guy here, Lydia, is still on your fucking ass like flies on shit. So now the king player here has to make a decision. Now they have to make a decision. It's absolutely egregious. So let's look at the next one. All right? Let's look at this one. Bop, bop. Uh-huh. Yep, relaunched. Bop. Uh-huh. Bop. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Yep. So wall splat. Uh-huh. Wall splat number 2. Sidestep. Wall splat number 3. Wall splat number 4. Uh-huh. Oh, and look at that. The move connected even though the bitch was like on the opposite side. 112 damage. This is your game. This is I don't blame the player. This is what happens when you have a game with mechanics that are present that basically allow characters to do this. In fact, this wasn't even the video I wanted to show. I wonder if I still have this. It was actually a Jin Kazama video. Hold on for a second. Where was it? Because I know I have a few of these. Oh, here's one from good old King J. This was what, March 16th? Let's see. So, in fact, what was he saying here? Let me put my headphones on real quick. Let me put my headphones on. Wait, is my headphones on? I want to make sure the audio is okay, audio is
Listen, hey, the people at Bandai, look, I'm gonna try and help you here. Look, watch this. It's still wall splats. I don't know if this is intended, but I'm sending this. I'm not doing this on the Discord. I'm gonna send this on Twitter. Someone else can send it on the Discord. This needs to be fixed ASAP. Back to basics, please. All right. Listen, hey, the people.
I'm sorry to break it to you, Mr. King J. There is no such thing as back to basics, my brother. Unfortunately, back to basics was a buzz phrase that was used to hook players like yourself and many other notable content creators and streamers to get you into believing that this season would be any different from the prior season. They gave you guys a bone essentially by removing the wall splat mechanic of a heat smash, which, if we're really being honest, why in the fuck was it there in the first place? Why don't people ask that question? Because I can tell you, and I've made a video about this in one of my Raven videos, by the way, where I showed when Raven lands his heat smash, it just knocked you to the ground. It just knocked you to the ground. But then when I'd show the examples of, I think in that video I used I used Heihachi and Law to illustrate that both of them can pretty much hit you from literally, I can do that. I can do a heat smash to somebody in Brooklyn, New York, literally in Brooklyn, fucking New York, right here. And you will be sent flying to fucking Madagascar with fucking that role-playing game character Mary Sue, and she'll see you and say, ha ha. It will literally send you from Brooklyn, New York to fucking Madagascar, and your ass will be fucking put on the wall like it's a fucking, like you're on fly paper. This is like the reason why I have I'm gonna just call it, I have the eye of Sauron, is because I've been in these communities for decades. I have seen everything, and I love to say this, but it's the truth. I have played everything that has a punch, kick, or slash button. I've seen it all. I know the top players across multiple different fucking games. I know them personally. So I've seen what a lot of these games are really capable and what they allow you to do. I've seen all manner of broken, busted bullshit. I've seen it all. And never have I ever seen the mechanics of Tekken 8 be what it is that allows you to do this type of crazy shit. In fact, let me look at some more. Fuck that. I'm having a good time with this. Let me look at this one. This one, he says, now we can't reason out watching it. All right, hold on. Let me see. Because there was one video I really did like. Maybe it was this one. Let me see. Let's look at this one. Oh, yeah, this was the one I saw. Okay, let me break this one down. I'm going to have a good time with this one. Oh, my God, this is going to be fun. Let me slow it down. Oh, this is going to be a good one. Oh, we're going to have a good one here. So we got, okay, here we go. Okay, so now we have a Dead or Alive stage interaction. Now, mind you, this is 42 fucking damage. So you already lost 42 motherfucking damage on this. Okay, let's go on. So basically you can count this as combo number 2, right? So this is combo number 2. Tailspin. Okay. Now we got more. Oh, we got heat. Okay, now we're greedy. We're gonna get more. Okay, another bound, which is stolen from Virtua Fighter, by the way. Okay, here comes another combo. Another tailspin. Oh, yeah. Oh, I love those tailspins. More damage. Here we go. Oh, another bound. Here we go. Another combo. We have this bullshit now. Okay, now we're back to the wall. Now here's a wall splat. Okay, you can't do nothing. There's no tech roll in this. Okay, here we go. Another move. Okay, here we go. Ah, back to the fucking wall, bitch. You thought I was fucking done? We ain't done yet. Another tailspin, and you hit the wall again. Okay, here comes another combo. Oh, and mind you, when you tech rolling, that other Lydia is basically on your ass. So as you finish tech rolling, you have to make another guess. And if you guess wrong, it's round 2. This game is fucking pathetic. This game is pathetic, yo. This game is pathetic. And it's like, you know, the funny thing is that I can break this down, and I have broken this down many, many times. And you are going to have the defenders, the shills, the down players that will fucking say that I'm wrong, that will argue and say I suck at this game and criticize me. And I'm like, okay, so you're going to criticize me, somebody that has been battling in tournaments for this franchise since Tekken 4. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Where I've dealt with many fucking characters that were highly bullshit. But the difference is that I never once blamed the mechanics of any prior Tekken game like I do with Tekken 8. Because at least in other Tekken games, I can say, oh, Bob is bullshit, which Bob is. I can say, oh, Marduk was bullshit, whatever, whatever. But if I have a Marduk player dead to rights, if I have a King player dead to rights, if I have any other character dead to rights, I don't have to worry about that character activating fucking heat and now all of a sudden becoming a goddamn fucking Super Saiyan 4 on me. And now I have to worry about them throwing out a Hail Mary fucking rage art. So now I have to purposely back off of a motherfucker that I have at death's door, that I did my part in securing my fucking round, but I don't know if your ass is going to throw out a fucking Hail Mary rage art. So now I have to kind of go into this bait mode where now I'm fucking playing skittish because I don't know if you're going to throw it out, which now is giving you the opportunity to come back into the match. All of that is a part of the mechanics of the game. So whenever I tell people that I absolutely hate this fucking game, it's not because of the characters. It's not because of, as much as I bitch and complain about King, it's not about King really. Because much of the moves that King has been having a lot of these same moves since Tekken 6, Tekken 5, Tekken Tag 1, Tekken Tag 2. A lot of these, the down forward 2-1, the delay, he's been had that move. The problem is in Tekken 8, for instance, here's another thing that some people don't even realize. In Tekken 7, you were able to break crouch grabs. Even I had to test this out because I kind of forgot. I was like, wait a second. What was you able to break crouch grabs in Tekken 7? And yeah. But in Tekken 8, you can't do nothing to crouch grabs. In fact, in Tekken 8, they removed the ability to do a chicken. So you remove the ability to chicken your opponent. And the reason why they did that is to give characters like Asaka free reign for her to mash her buttons. And if you go to do you, she could do her little hi. And you can't do nothing about it but sit there and wait, because back in the day, you can chicken her fucking ass. So they removed that quietly. Oh my goodness. You give characters like King, from a balance standpoint, you give characters like King all of these high-level striking techniques, so much so it makes me think, is he a fucking wrestler or is he a striker? Oh wait, I guess he's both. You give him unbreakable grabs, and this is where I showed the example of the whole heat regeneration. So not only do these, wait, I gotta do it. Not only, couldn't help myself. So not only does King have an unbreakable grab that does 45 fucking damage, it is unbreakable. It is a heat engager. And then when he does it while in heat, it takes even more damage, and it gives him a full segment of his heat back. So, and every single move out of his track star, you know, when he's fucking running at you at top speed on some Jesse Owens type shit. So every move out of track star stance is either fucking safe or it's safe. And then here's the deal. Oh, we're gonna give him, after a few steps, now all of his track star moves are now augmented to be better. Not only when he's in heat, when he does his track star, he has instant access to those augmented moves. So you would think, okay, so you're going to give the character all of that, but when you activate the track star, it takes like literally a tiny fucking fragment of heat. So you know what? How about this? I want you guys, since a lot of you guys play Tekken 8, since I don't fucking play this shit anymore, why don't you go on Tekken 8 right now, pick King, activate heat, and just simply do forward 3+4 repeatedly, cancel it, and look how little of the heat bar is taken away from King. Then what I want you to fucking do is go and pick Steve Fox and do down forward both kicks and look at how much heat Steve Fox loses. Now, this is not to say that Steve Fox is an innocent character, but I'm illustrating this point that, because I've done this video before, but I know many people didn't even bother, my video doesn't really get that many viewership. So I'm just saying this to say that when in this situation, when you activate heat and you do King's track star and King has instant access to those moves, Steve Fox and the great fucking ShinBlade he can't deny this. When you do down forward both kicks with Steve Fox while he's in heat, Steve Fox immediately gains access to his enhanced version of the duck forward attacks. But if you look at how much heat is lost, it is not even. King has substantially less heat loss versus Steve Fox. In fact, if you do a full segment of, you do Steve Fox, activate heat, full heat, EX or whatever, duck forward, do the grab, and then do the the grab, the two break grab, Steve Fox will lose like a good 90% of his heat meter. If you were to do the same thing with King, same situation, activate heat, run toward the opponent and do King's RKO, he will lose a fucking smidgen of his heat meter. Now that's basically character balance, but also the mechanic of how heat was designed between those two characters. Anybody who does not find an issue with that, you are a dumb fuck. And I say that with extreme prejudice. Curse me out if you want. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. If you're going to have a mechanic that is going to augment your characters, then you know what? if you're going to lose heat, have it the same loss across the board. You can look at the example of, in fact, you know what? Fuck this. Let's look at this. I had this already queued up. Hold on. Hold the fuck up. Oh, we gonna have some good times here. Let me go up this way, because I know I actually showed this on my fucking on my little Twitter. I actually illustrated this to those. Where is it? Oh, wait. Is it this one? No. Okay, it is this one. This is from Tekken Master, right? This guy, he's another pro player. Look at this, 15.1 thousand followers, right? He's a 4-time Evo finalist, right? So that means this guy knows what the fuck he's doing. Look at this. Here we go. Let's zoom in on the heat. This is y'all game. Look at that heat. Look at that. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Get that heat. Get that heat. Yes. Get that heat regeneration. Yo, you could not pay me to play this piece of shit. You could not pay me to play this fucking game. I literally, I like, it is amazing to me. I understand that there are some people that may like this game. I tried to be merciful, but for those people that like the game, I rather those people be quiet and enjoy the game in your little corner. Do not try to defend this bullshit, because I'm going to look at you like you have a third eye, like Tien from Dragon Ball Z. I'm just going to look at you like a fucking idiot. That's how I'm going to look at you. There is no fucking way that you can honestly justify this. How can you justify this? How? Let's slow it down. Let's slow it down. Let's see. Let's slow it. Let me get to this part, right? So we're going to look at that fucking heat. Look at that heat meter, folks. Look at that heat meter. It's going down, right? Thank you. Thank you again. Yep, going down. Going down, right? Going down, going down, going down. Actually, it's not even going down. This game, I've actually said a few times, I've actually said on a few occasions that when I look at these clips, when I watch people post these type of videos on Twitter, I would actually say that, you know, it makes me not play this game much easier. The decision to not play this game is so fucking simple. So simple. Oh, I love this one. Hold on. Oh, you know I gotta slow this one down. We gotta slow it down. In fact, we're gonna slow this shit hella fucking slow. Here we go. Here we go. Maybe you guys, maybe I could do the, you know, how does it go? Hame. This game is fucking ass. Oh my god. Oh my fucking. Oh my. Oh, what are the UK people say? What? Oh my days. Oh my days. Oh my days. Special beam cannon. Oh my goodness. My stars in heaven. This game is a fucking party game through and through. I feel like anybody that actually uses their money and boards a fucking flight and flies to a different state or a country and plays in this fucking game, I have to respect you guys. There is no way you would not catch me dead playing this game. This game is the worst game mechanically that I have seen in the last 10 years. It is absolutely horrific. It is absolutely horrific. Over the years, I have been given example over it. You know, I kind of wonder if I even could find the video where I actually showed that example of King and Steve. I wish I can find it. I don't know which of my videos it was, but I really broke it down like expertly. I showed every fucking thing. I don't remember which video it was, but it maybe it'll come to me because this I have to show this. I have to. I know it was definitely an older video. It wasn't something recent. Could it be addressing? Could it be that one? Maybe it was because I know I did this. You know what? Fuck it. I'm alive. Let me go through my own fucking videos because I think during this video, I was playing a game called Digging a Hole, and I literally I was playing that game in Tekken 8 real quick. I really do enjoy. Let me see. I don't think so. Did I? No, okay, so it wasn't this video. Okay, so it wasn't this one. God, I know it was. Let me see. Is it my thoughts on Raven? No, it wasn't that one. Definitely wasn't that one. Heat and Raid System Explained. Could have been that one. Maybe it was this one. It could have been this one. I can skim through it, and the minute I see King on the screen, I'll know what it is. Let me see. Let's see. Breaking down rage art, snuffing out a rage art. Okay. Examining armor attack, my hatred of rage arts, my thoughts and impressions. Message to the Tekken community. More hatred of rage arts. No, I don't think it was this video. Yeah, it wasn't this video. Okay, so it wasn't this one. Let me see. Where the fuck was it? I don't think it was my thoughts on Raven. It wasn't that one. Could have been why I quit. Oh, wait, why I quit Raven. It could have been this one. Let me check this one because I might have used that as an example also. Let me see. Salute and welcome. Hold on. Was it? Did I show it? Raven versus Devil Jin? Maybe. No. Wait. Fok versus Brian. Assessment. Dragonoff. Ling versus Ray. No, okay. So it wasn't this one. It wasn't this video. Fuck, man. I wish God, man. This is such a perfect fucking video. Raven tips. No, it wasn't that. Tekken has issues and not convinced. Sith Lord Hatred, Heat and Rage Edition, just another set. Yeah, I don't know where it could have been. Maybe, wait a second. I do have King in this. Maybe it was this one. Hold on. Could it have been this one? For standpoint. Hold on. Or am I just talking? Did I show anything in this video? No, I didn't. Fuck, man. God damn it. I don't know which fucking video it was. That shit pisses me off. God damn it. Because that video, I really explain and show the difference between King's heat versus Steve Fox's heat. And I'm so I'm so annoyed let me see. All right, let me see. Yeah, I don't know, man. I feel like ultimately I've just looked at the chat here. I don't feel that me being on Mike Hollow's stream would really do much, honestly. You know, nothing against him per se, but like I said, I think I mentioned this earlier that I think he prefers, and I can't blame him from this. I think he prefers to have a bit of entertainment for his stream, like, or his podcast. I don't think he really wants somebody that's more serious minded. At least I don't think so, because that's exactly what it will be with me. I would not be looking to entertain. I would be looking to educate, and a lot of people don't want that. Some do. Some don't mind it. But many just prefer to see they want to see Poke Chop go crazy. They want to see ShinBlade say some silly shit. They want to see Joe Budden, whatever. Like they want to see that. That's what's entertaining. They want to see that stupid idiot, the Sophie, the after school Sophie. They want to see that fool. They don't want to see. I don't think I just don't. And I could be wrong. And I'm just being fair. It could be, maybe I'm wrong, but they prefer brain rot. I think they prefer brain rot, and that's what chases the clicks, that chases the views. And that's why I've really decided to shift my own content, my own channel, because I look at who I am as a person. I'm more like, I'll wild out, I'll have fun, I'll make a joke, but I'm more serious in nature. I'm not some fucking clown. I'm not somebody that's going to wild out for the sake of wilding out. If something's legitimately funny, I'll laugh at it. But I'm 45 years old. I'm a grown ass man. I'm more mature than that. But when it comes to Tekken 8, I'm not the type of person where I'm trying to be entertaining, especially if I'm on somebody else's podcast. This is why I bring it up when I first got on Mike Hollow's thing, which he allowed me to come on, which I'm very grateful for. I came on to discuss the why Tekken 8 was the way it is. At the time, I think it was during season 2. And if you remember that first episode, or the time that I was there the first time, Mick ATL literally joined that podcast because I was on it. I 1,000,000,000% will say that. And look, I got nothing against him personally. I think he's cool. He's fine. Whatever. You know what I'm saying? Fine as a human and all that shit. But 1,000,000,000%, he came on to that podcast because I was on it. And that's why he was trying to defend King's honor and all sort of shit and all that. And then that's where I kind of lost it after a while, because I'm like, bro, like, it's almost like a waste of time. Like, you are, like, the thing with Mick ATL, what I'll say about this is, he's the type of guy that, he is a student of the game. He's a fellow OG like myself, but he is the type of player that, if, like, let's just say, I'm trying to put it in a way that makes sense. Let's just say if there's a 5% chance that you can jump off of a building and live, he will say, yeah, but you still got a 5% chance to live. Like, he's literally that type. Like, do you understand what I mean? Like, even though there is a way around something, he's going to focus on that thing that you could do, but in the grander scheme of things, who is doing that? That's why I got annoyed at that time, because it's like, yes, there are things that you can do if you are in a fucking vacuum and you have no mental stack, no pressure, no lag, if everything is completely perfect and you absolutely know it's coming, then yeah, I guess you could do something about it. But that's not the world that we live in when you are playing this fucking game. It's not. So when you're in practice mode in a nice isolated environment, nice and warm and comfy and in the Goldilocks zone, and you're highlighting, you see, if you want to do this with King, you can get out of it by doing. Yeah, and what about the other million other fucking things that King could do to you at any point in time? That's why I use a little funny thing of, if you can jump off of a building and have a 5% chance of living, he's going to be that person that's going to say, yeah, but you got that 5% chance you could live. That's literally what it is. So it's like, so wait a second. So because I can still, I'm not 100% dead. There's a 5% chance I can live. So you don't find nothing wrong with those odds. That's why, like, if you remember that episode, I got so annoyed because I on one end I did feel bad and I did apologize to him, because it's like, you know, he is another man, and I did feel like I was being a little disrespectful, but I was so legitimately annoyed because I'm like, you can't be serious. But maybe it was. It's like. And it was so easy for me to say, like, you're just a fucking shill. Like, I really just wanted to fuck, because there's no way you can just fucking say, oh yeah, it's 5% lit. Like, I'm just like, I cannot reach people like that. If you cannot see the overarching issue, like, for instance, okay, if King is running, here's the deal. If King is running towards you, and he's going to RKO you, and you don't know. You know what they're going to say? Oh, well, it's a 23 frame grab. You can duck on a reaction. Okay. So what about all the other shit that he can do if you do duck? What happens then? What if you do make the right read and you fucking stand there and you block the mid? Okay, he's safe. There's no punishment. Okay. What if you try to sidestep? Oh, he can do track star 3. Which is a fucking safe homing move. So where's my punishment? Oh, if I duck and he does that run, the track star 4, it does a stupid low kick, completely safe. You're not gonna get nothing really off of King for that. Like, that's my point. Like, you want to talk about what you can do in a vacuum of all the perfect situations, instead of addressing why was this character designed in this way in the first place. That's the difference between me and people like Mick ATL. Mick ATL, and I'm just using him as because there's a lot of people like him that will literally go and break down and show how to do this, and that's fine, to his credit, because he is very good in that way. I'm fucking saying, why is this here in the first place? I'm attacking the source. I don't care about what can be done. That's like people talking about, oh, the Lee Chaolan, where now he can do, 4-2-1 out of Hitman that covers his weak side. So what is Lee players saying now? Oh, step and block, step into that bullshit, whatever. Okay. Step against the wall. Okay, so if you do that, I'm going to get wall spy and lose all my life. Like, there are people that they are so much of a shill, so much of a part of the Tekken 8 defense force, that they will come up with every possible way to try to prove their point. You see, you can do something. So, all right, so basically it's like, remember what, like I said, if you could jump off the building and you have a 5% chance you'll live, they'll fucking say, there's nothing wrong with that. You have a 5% chance you'll live. But what about the 95% chance that I'll fucking die? That's the difference with people like that. I'm on some shit like, why are we jumping off the building in the first place? That's where I'm at. That's the difference with people like me. And that's the issue I kind of have with folks like Mick ATL, not personally, but it's a philosophy. It's this game has so many horrific mechanics that you're fucking looking at it as, well, you could do this, this, and this to deal with it. Where I'm looking at it as, why is this in the game? I am human. I'm not a fucking robot. I have to defend against what you are going to do and react to it. I am not a fucking robot. You are asking me to flip a fucking coin. Then you know what they'll say. Oh, well, you have a lot of mix-ups in other fighting games. Yes, you do. However, the thing is that in many of those fighting games, and if not all of those fighting games, you do not have augmented states that further enhance your moves. You do not have states that allow you to re-combo your opponent up to fucking 5 different times within the same goddamn combo. There is no air control. There is no combo breaker. There is no real defensive mechanic in Tekken 8. So while you want to fucking pussyfoot around and fucking meander in practice mode in a nice little cushy environment and say, okay, well, you could do this. If A happens, you could do B. If B happens, you could do C. In what fucking world is that remotely realistic in a real fight? In what world? It's nice to think about. This is why, like, for instance, if I make a choice and I make good on that choice, many of the things that you do against another character, like say King, for instance, much of it is safe. For instance, if you do twirl, and I call it twirl, like both kicks where you twirl, where he fucking spins, I call it twirl 2. If King does twirl 2 and you duck and no, actually, you don't even have to duck. If it hits you, not even a counter hit, King is getting a free crouch grab. And do you know why that crouch grab is free? Because the gameplay mechanics dictated that crouch grabs can no longer be broken. If crouch grabs could be broken, then that's different, because now you as the King player, you can either do the 1 break or the 2 break. But instead, I as the defensive player, I have to eat a fucking crouch grab plus wake up. I have to deal with that. Now, what happens now? I block King's twirl 2. He's completely safe. What is it, -9? Or whatever the fuck it is, he's safe. Same thing with twirl 1, right? Where he does that fucking elbow. That's why a lot of King players don't understand. For instance, let me give you an example. With King has twirl 4, right? The fucking big kick. I forgot what the frames of that is. I forgot what I think it was 18 frames or something like that. But then King also has twirl 1. Mind you, I think they're both 18 frames. They're both safe on block. They're both high, but they both serve 2 different purposes. A lot of King players may not understand that. You may wonder, well, why does King have the same hit property of the move being high? One is twirl 1 and one is twirl 4. The difference is twirl 4, you are using that as a king player to establish plus frames. Twirl 1, you are looking to use that one primarily as a combo starter because it gives you a free combo on hit. That is the difference. That is why both moves, they have the same amount of frames. They are both high, but they serve two different purposes. One move is designed for you to land, and the other move is designed for you to make your opponent block. That's why some characters in Tekken, they have certain moves that they have the same startup frames. They're both, the same, whether they're both low or both mid or both high. And you might be wondering, well, why do they have that move? That's why. So in both cases, even if you make the right read, you basically are like, you block it, king is safe. Like, so where's your reward? Same thing if you're trying to sidestep. Okay, if you're trying to sidestep, but king has a safe homing attack out of Trackstar 3. Why is that move safe? Why is that move safe on block? Why? Oh, and I believe also it wall splats. So if you're near the wall and you're trying to sidestep king in that situation, you're going to get wall splatted. Like, again, it's a combination of character balancing and the mechanics of the game. These are the things that players do not grasp. They will fucking take to their channel and they're going to come up and concoct all of these. Oh, well, you could do this and you could. I don't give a fuck what you can do. I am talking about why the fuck the character has this bullshit in the fucking first place. Much like when characters were able to wall splat you after having a fucking heat smash that literally fucking sends you across the galaxy for a free fucking resplat combo. Why was that even implemented in the game in the first place? I know why. But do you? That's like that scene in The Matrix. You ever remember the scene in The Matrix where the Merovingian is sitting in the club and Morpheus and Trinity and what's his name, Neo, and they're like, here we go. We are looking for the keymaker. Oh, the keymaker. The keymaker, it is not a who, it is a means, and to be looking for the keymaker, it is a means to do what? And it goes on to that spiel of, you were sent here because you were told. You come to me without why. You have no power. Go back to your fortune teller and tell her time is up. That whole scene, people don't really understand. That's a scene about recognizing what power you have versus what power you don't have based on your level of understanding of why something is the way it is. That goes completely over people's heads. I understand why they made King the way they did. I understand why Jin, Dragunov, Lee Changlin, I understand all that. Because the Namco developers did not want characters to have certain weaknesses. In fact, they didn't want characters to have weaknesses at all because that goes against their way of making the game more accessible to a wider audience. Because in order for you to cover character weaknesses, you actually have to be good at the game. If your character is exceptional at doing everything, your level of skill does not need or is not required for you to be exceptional. I said this yesterday. Tekken 8 does not require you to learn shit. You can just press shit. Because if your character has no real weaknesses, and just do you, just go crazy, go ham, go unga bunga, whatever term your community comes up with. That's it. That's why when people talk about, oh, it removes the character identity. Oh, the character used to have a level of skill. Now they, please. They don't care about that. They don't care about player expression. They don't care about Tekken identity. They don't give a flying fuck. They don't give two fucks. They just want you to fucking mash buttons. Yeah. That's what the fuck they want you to do. That's it. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. This is why they want you to do. This is why. This is what it is. Lock, stock, and barrel. This is what it is. They just want you to press buttons and go fucking ape shit. Put your opponent in constant 50-50s, because even as godlike as Knee or Arslan Ash, anybody, if you put them in a 50-50 position, skill goes out the window. Ability goes out the window. It's a fucking coin flip. Anybody can win a coin flip. Anybody can look like a fucking superstar. Anybody. That's the point. That's why Tekken 8 was the fucking designed the way it was. They want fucking scrubs and low-level players to be exceptional. So that way they will play the game, buy the DLC, buy the knickknacks in the Tekken shop, stream it, create more buzz, create more awareness, which is brand awareness for people who aren't familiar with marketing. They want that. They want that dopamine hit. That, ooh, I'm playing, you come across Knee in an online ranked. You go, ooh, that's Knee. And you're able to hang with him? You know what that would be like? That would be like all of a sudden, I have the opportunity to play against Michael Jordan in his prime. And somehow I'm going tit for tat with Michael Jordan. It's amazing. It truly is amazing. It really is. As I sit in this chair for like literally, how long I've been streaming this shit? Let me look at my OBS real quick. How long have I been fucking ranting about this dumbass game? Almost 3.5 hours. Literally, I would be able to actually go toe to toe, or even like shit. I can fucking I can go toe to toe with Mike Tyson in his prime. Get the fuck out of here. But that's what Tekken 8 allows you to do. Tekken 8 literally allows you, as a low-level player who would get absolutely eviscerated in any other legitimate Tekken game, to go against a player of the caliber of Knee, where it is possible that you, by getting a free 50-50 situation, which is not hard to do in Tekken 8, by the way, you're probably able to take rounds and maybe even get a match off of him. But it was designed to be that way from Jump Street. And the people that don't like this game, they don't like the way this game is, well, you guys need to fucking stop bullshitting, stop bitching online, and do something about it. And that is the whole crux. CRUX. That's the whole crux of this kind of sort of pointless live stream, is to try to appeal to at least maybe one of you that is of note, whether you're watching live right now or you see this later on after the fact. I challenge many of you top level or higher level or more notable Tekken content creators to do what needs to be done. Put this game down. That's what needs to be done. You need to stop playing this game. You need to stop buying this game if you haven't bought the game already. You need to stop buying the DLC. You need to stop buying in the Tekken shop. That is the only thing that you as a community has left. That is, if any of you card players here, that is the only card you have left in your hand. That's it. You've used every other card in your deck. You have nothing left. You need to play your card. You need to fucking Yu-Gi-Oh that bitch. You need to believe in the heart of the card or whatever. You need to lay that shit on the fucking whatever. You need to do that. Because there's nothing else that you're going to say that's going to make a difference. I'm ranting and raving, sure. I have 30 or so people in this live stream. That's nice. That's comforting. I have a lot of people lurking. That's fine. I appreciate that. But what I would rather see is people sharing this out to some of your favorite content creators on their Twitters. I want people to fucking be putting this out because I want certain people to see this. I appreciate who is in this stream, but honestly, I would prefer, and I know that's probably a fucking pipe dream, but I would love for somebody like Main Man to be watching this right now. I would love it. Even if he's lurking, I would love, because it would require somebody like him to see this or portions of this to be like, you know what? This guy that's ranting, that's wearing the red fucking Brooklyn hat, whoever the fuck he is, he's actually making a lot of sense. If we did get a bit of a coalition of the more prominent Tekken 8 streamers, content creators, if we were to have a bit of cohesion and organization, that would 100% send a very significant message out. It would. I would love for people to do that. And of course, like I said, I've mentioned ShinBlade, I've mentioned Lil Majin, I've mentioned Mick ATL, because I do feel that they are the ones that are like, you know, they're head over heels for this fucking game. But I feel like even with their assistance, it would only help push the movement. It would only benefit. And my estimation, if everybody is doing a little, doing their part, I'm willing to wager at best maybe a week, maybe 2 weeks tops before the Tekken developers start to notice, like, hey, we have a significant dip in our viewership. Arslan Ash isn't really streaming it right. What's he doing? He's streaming Guilty Gear. Wait, he's streaming what? Well, what's Nee doing? He's playing Street Fighter. And he's actually playing Street Fighter against Daigo. And he has like 2,000 people in his live stream watching right now. What's Main Man doing? He's playing Resident Evil. Well, what do we have left? What's ShinBlade? What the fucking the Steve Fox player, the down south guy? What's he doing? He's playing Fatal Fury. Okay, what's the other guy? The guy that used Harangue? Not the American. No. What's he from? UK? K-Wis. What's he doing? He's playing King of Fighters. That is what needs to happen. Because I can tell you that's exactly what would happen. Those developers would literally reach out to their community managers that follow all of these content creators, and they will be given the report just like that. That's exactly what it would be. Yep. That's like, for instance, if I were to flip it around, let's say if Street Fighter 6, right? Street Fighter 6 is not exactly Street Fighter 6 is not exactly in the perfect spot. So let's just say, hypothetically speaking, in a completely different reality, right? The same thing. Justin Wong not playing Street Fighter. Menard not playing Street Fighter. Punk not playing Street Fighter. Idom not playing Street Fighter. Daigo not playing Street Fighter. And they're all playing different shit. Imagine if all of a sudden Daigo is playing another game, streaming it, and he's playing, he's Japanese, so he's playing somebody in another game that's prominent. Like, I don't know, like say maybe somebody from Virtua Fighter, because I know Virtua Fighter has a lot of high level. Virtua Fighter has a lot of significant Japanese players. So imagine if Daigo, instead of him playing Street Fighter, he's actually doing a stream of him learning Virtua Fighter by one of the top Virtua Fighter players. Do you know how many people would be tuning into that stream? And that would really significantly impact Capcom. Now multiply that. That would force Capcom to do whatever. So I'm trying to illustrate it from a different perspective for some of the people who might be a few. I don't know if there's any shills in this chat because I haven't really looked at the chat. But anybody who may not understand the point that I'm getting at, I'm like, I can easily switch it around to another fighting game and give the same premise. The same fucking thing. No matter how you slice it, it's like an equation. Whatever numbers I switch around, like, it is what it is. I don't know, man. I don't know. I feel like it's up to you guys. What is it, 43 people here? Okay, that's nice. That's cool. But I just don't know. I don't know what else you could do outside of doing what I suggest. Because you guys in the community, you guys have talked. You guys have I've seen some people actually message the Tekken developers directly. I've seen them hashtag, whatever Tekken, whatever. I've seen all of this. I'm convinced that the Tekken developers are literally doing the bare minimum just so you guys can't say they're not doing anything. And many of you guys are taking the bait. Many of you are taking the bait. How sad is it that these people finally decided to remove, air quotes, remove the wall splat property of a heat smash, but yet and still, the community finds out in like less than 24 hours that if you whiff the first initial strike, the move ends up wall splatting you anyway. So you mean to tell me the Tekken developers missed that? So that lets me know that these people are incompetent. They are incompetent. I remember I mentioned something that I was going to play a main man video. So you know what? I don't like to do this, but you know what? Fuck it. He can copyright claim me if he wants. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna do me. Let me go to my channel. We're gonna go to my history. History. And where was the video? Here we go. You see that? Developers that actually listen. Before now hold on, let me make sure of something. Now you guys, the 43 of you, please nobody leave real quick. I want to illustrate this. So you see this on the screen, right? You see this on the screen, right? Hold on. This right here. This video. This is the video I want to highlight. Developers that actually listen to their community. Now, I want to show you this. Look what I did. Look at the video I did. I'm gonna pull it up right now. Go to content. Was it this one? Modern era. Look at this. See this video right here? Look at this video. Do you guys see that video? I hope you do. I hope you do. I basically compare. That's why I have the Guilty Gear listens. The difference with Main Man is that instead of using Guilty Gear, he's using Dead by Daylight. So now I'm gonna exit out of this. Now I wanted to put that on stream just to illustrate this. So let me go back to the main YouTube. So we go to my channel. And bear with me. So we're going to go back to history. And is it this? No, wait. Right here. Bing. There we go.
And free didn't deliver back to basics. It was just pretty much, you know, some improvements, but basically more of the same. Awful design mistakes have remained. Very stubborn developers, but then Namco, Tekken devs, they're just, you know, their vision for the game is aggression, and it just feels like it is here to stay. It's just not gonna change. Season 2 was garbage, and Season 3 basically doubles down on their worst impulses. We are where we are, and it just feels kind of crap, you know. Being a Tekken fan, wish the devs would listen a little bit more. But that's what's so amazing about Dead by Daylight, which is the game you're seeing on the screen here, a game that I played since 2021. I actually stopped playing it because I also felt there that we had like the worst devs of all time. With every patch, every update, it just felt like the game got fucking worse all the time. Eventually, I found it so abysmally unplayable, so horribly unfun. I never had fun even for a second playing it, that I was like, why am I even playing this game? It's never fun. It only brings me negative vibes. So I just flushed the game, uninstalled, stopped playing it. And that was quite a long...
That sounds very familiar to my perspective on Tekken 8, where after a while, I'm like, you know something? Fuck this fucking game. But because I have a deep-seated, I would say, passion for the franchise as a whole, not Tekken 8, I wanted to see Tekken change. And I persisted.
Long time ago. And the game has, you know, let's just say just like Tekken, but even worse in DBD, balancing problems. You're watching Blight here, who is the strongest killer in the game. Killer has to, you know, everyone spawns on the same map. Killer and 4 survivors. You see them to the left there. Survivors have to fix 5 generators scattered across the map. If they do that, they're allowed to leave the map and win and survive. Killer has to kill them before they do so. That's how the killer wins. And no one has been better than this on Blight due to his absurd mobility. He is basically Sonic the Hedgehog. He taps his heels or snaps his fingers and he goes from one corner of a map to the other, slaps survivors on the head. There's almost nothing they can fucking do. He is basically martial law. But where Tekken 8 developers buffed martial law, the devs of Dead by Daylight behavior, they're gonna nerf Blight. They have been stubborn.
They have decided this is what they did. They decide without me even despite me even knowing what the fuck this game is about, I can tell you right now that many people have more than likely complained about that character that he's talking about. Otherwise, developers wouldn't have fucking really known. And the developers of that game decided to take decisive action. That's the difference. When it comes to the Tekken 8 developers, they have a very specific mandate. And this is why I say Main Man doesn't understand this, with respect to him. Main Man is a very good Tekken player. He's a very good content creator, but he does not understand the power and influence that he has. He does not. Many people within the Tekken community, they know who Main Man Sui is. Regardless of whether or not you like him, you agree with him, you fucks with him, you don't fucks with him, at the end of the day, you know who the fuck Main Man is. He's been around as long as I have in the fucking scene, but he's more known than I am because I've known him way back during the Tekken Zaibatsu days when he was making fucking Kazuya and Devil combo videos. So he has a level of influence that I don't think he fully realizes. If somebody like Main Man were to literally go and devote his time, I don't mean a little bit, I mean 100% on maybe Dead by Daylight, Street Fighter 6, Virtua Fighter. That would be interesting to see Main Man try Virtua Fighter. That would be fucking interesting. Whatever that is, and eventually the other content creators will follow suit. In fact, let's look at this. I want to show you something real quick. Hopefully this don't fuck up my laptop. Let me open up another YouTube tab, and I want to type in Joker, right? Everybody's favorite Mishima player, right? So let's look at him real quick because he posted a video, I think. Look at this. So this video, you guys seeing this? He react. How many people still in the stream? Oh, okay, I lost a few people. Of course, no shocker there, of course, because I'm not Main Man. But yeah. So Joker, he ends up making a video where he's reacting to Main Man's opinion. This is when you know you have significant power. When you, if I'm being honest, I don't see Main Man react to many other people's videos. I don't see it that often, but I do see a lot more people react to his videos. That's when you know you have more of like the community views your opinion in higher regard. That's what happens. Like, for instance, whether or not like, I know this is not Tekken related, but a guy named Asmongold, a very, very large YouTuber, content creator, he apparently got recently banned on Twitch. I have found so many videos of other creators literally making a video about Asmongold being banned for 7 days on Twitch. Like, what does that fucking... Their content in that video is to piggyback off of Asmongold being banned on... Are you like, what? But that just proves my point. When you have certain top dogs, you are going to react to them. They're not reacting to you. Like, even in the fitness industry, there's a guy named Athlete X. Many of you probably don't even know who the fuck that is, but in the fitness world, he's one of the top fitness influencers. Athlete X, Jeff Cavalier. You know how many times he's reacted and made videos reacting to other people? I've been following his channel for almost, 12 years? 10 or 12 years? I can probably count on one hand how many videos I've watched him react to other fitness influencers. You know how many other fitness influencers react to him? Countless. This is something that happens across the board. This is where you know who the true movers and shakers of a particular community is. Main Man, whether you like him or not, as I said, he is one of those people. So you have somebody like Joker making a video, dedicating his time to respond to, hey, yo, what's up, guys? Joker here, blah, 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 blah. And he's reacted to an opinion. An opinion. Now, this is not any shade against Joker, but it's just, it's illustrating the point. Anyway, let me go back to the fucking video.
Going la 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 la, not listening to our community. But with a live stream they did a few days ago, they made it pretty clear that they are actually now taking significant player feedback into account. They are actually now consulting the best players and going like, what can we do to make this
look at that. Look at that. You know what's funny about that? Of course I have to chime this in so he probably doesn't copyright strike my shit. How many times have I said that the Tekken 8 developers, they have little to no experience in balancing their own games, and they need to go and seek out community level players, elite or mid-level players that the community trusts and respects to have access to their upcoming patches before they go live, so the community of players can basically break it on purpose so that the developers can fix certain shit right then and there on the fly before they hit live for the update. How many times have I fucking said that shit? I've even used Virtua Fighter as an example, because even back during Virtua Fighter 4 Evo, Sega actually utilized several of the top players for Virtua Fighter 4 Evolution. I don't know if they've done it for Virtua Fighter 5 or not, but I know for VF4 Evo, they definitely did that. Like, so that's why, you know, I understand, like I said, I understand that I'm a very tiny channel. I get it. But these are the moments where I fucking wish I had this. I wish I had that influence. I wish I was a fucking 300,000 fucking sub channel, at least for this moment. Because I would be raising fucking hell every fucking day. I would be doing a crusade for this shit. But unfortunately, it would feel like I don't know. So anyway, let me get back to Mr. Main Man and him basically echoing my statements. Of course, he doesn't know he's echoing my statements, but I just like that he's doing it now.
fear for everyone. For those of you playing Killer and for those of you playing Survivor, be opposing teams. It was so nice to hear that. And it just sounded like what I would want to hear from Bandai Namco. But it would be nice to have a voice and face again of a company that talks about the vision going forward. So I thought this was pretty inspiring.
This right here, what did he just say? Let's listen to what he just said again.
A voice and face again of a company.
No.
It was so nice to hear that. And it just sounded like what I would want to hear from Bandai Namco. But it would be nice to have a voice and face again of a company that talks about the vision going forward. So I thought this was pretty.
So, Mr. Main Man, I'm going to address you real quick, just for shits and giggles, even though it's probably me talking into the fucking void. You, sir, you do not recognize the power that you have. You're saying that you wish that they would talk to you? Then make them talk to you. Use the fucking influence that you have. You are over a 300,000 subbed channel, not including your presence on fucking Twitch. You know other top level channels. You know ShinBlade. You know a little Majin. You know of all these. You know of Knee. You know JDCR. You know Ulsan. You know all these people. Organize. Assemble on some Avengers shit. Whatever the fuck you got to do. Because they're not going to listen to me. They don't give a fuck about me. You don't even know who I am. But I can assure you we're from the same era. And I've put my time into this franchise competitively and casually. And I know many of North America's best players, but unfortunately, I do not have the influence that you have. You talk about how you want people to talk to you, talk to the community. As I said, make them. Because at this point in time, you and people like you You have a deck of cards. You have a hand. You have played your hand. You have one card left. One card. But you don't realize that you have that one card. You don't realize that you, Mr. Main Man Swee, Mr. Lil Majin, Mr. FittyX, Mr. any one of you top larger fucking YouTuber channels out there, you don't realize that these are the cards, the Spaghetti Rips, the fucking, whoever else, any children. Treated like fucking children. They are doing the bare minimum to keep you people pacified. Because at the end of the day, they are hedging the fact, the reality that many of you people are going to play this game no matter what. Doesn't matter what the fuck you guys say. And that, honestly, that makes you guys fucking hypocrites. Period. And until you are willing to make that sacrifice, that's what you guys are to me. You guys are willing to basically sell out just for some ad revenue. And you're in this position because these people on YouTube and Twitch even follow and watch your shit. This is why you have the growth you have. This is why you can afford the little life that you have, because of people that tune in to watch your shit on YouTube and Twitch. That's how it works. Whatever brand deals you guys have, whatever fucking opportunities you have, it all started by people coming to your channel and watching you play the fucking game. Do you deny it? Am I lying? Do I have your attention? I will say right now, while you guys have much more influence than me, you guys cannot fuck with me when it comes to my knowledge of this franchise and what actually needs to be done to get this game back in order. But unfortunately, I don't have that power. You guys do. So what I am trying to do is I'm trying to educate you guys on how to move forward. Are you going to listen? Are you going to be like, oh, he's just a guy in a red hat? This guy in a red hat is well aware of who Nee is. This guy in a red hat represented my fucking character in a way where hardly nobody else did. This guy in a red hat paid his fucking dues on the competitive scene. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. And unfortunately, I didn't start this YouTube shit early enough to amass the type of following that you guys have. I didn't. That's on me. I'll own that. But I have a knowledge that many content creators, many of my peers simply do not have. They do not have at all. And that's fine. Not everybody needs to know what I know. And that's fine. But when it comes to Tekken 8, you guys have to act. Because all of this talk of, I want people to talk, you got to make them talk to you. You have to make that, you have to literally create the conversation. You have to force it at this point. Otherwise, it's just going to be you spinning your wheels in the wrong direction. And I can guarantee you, I 1,000,000,000% can tell you that Tekken 9 will offer you no respite. It will be the same fuckery, even worse. You think things are bad now? Wait till Namco adds those stupid guest characters. Just wait. I wouldn't even be surprised they add motherfucking Goku into this bitch, and you're gonna see fucking Goku when he's in heat. He's gonna turn fucking Ultra Instinct and blast you from across the screen with a Kamehameha wave. Think it's funny? Think it's funny, huh? Look what you can do with Jun Kazama right now. Look at what they added in Clive. Look what they added with Noctis in Tekken 7. They added Goki from Akuma from Street Fighter. These are characters that are from entirely different IPs, different franchises. Goku is under Namco Bandai. So while you might laugh at this, within Namco Bandai, Dragon Ball is like right down the hall. Think about that.
Inspiring.
We have a very important black man as one of our consultants who has been involved in the process and will be continued to be involved in whatever happens in the future with Blight, and that's been super handy actually because
been hugely helpful.
Yeah.
It is super handy and helpful having some of the top players on a specific character consulting us on the balance of that character right now and going forward. It is going to be an ongoing partnership, teamwork, collaboration. Isn't that a very good idea? Having the best players involved and at least consulting them because they are the ones that understand these characters and their balance the best. And it's so cool also and wholesome that the best Blight players like Momo 7th and Lilith Omen, they've been very vocal in that they think the character should be nerfed. And their exact criticism of a character and their suggestions for the character, the nerfs, are exactly what is being implemented. The devs are actually listening to the best players. I don't know, I'm just like, it's so fascinating to see that, and it's so cool to hear it from the developers. We've taken your feedback, we're going to do exactly what the best players are saying, and we're going to have an ongoing collaboration with them.
Mr. Mainman, allow me to educate you further on the reasons why this is. The reason why is because not all developers are created equal, sir. You have some developers that are under the thumb of certain publishers, right? So the publisher, I'm assuming you understand the dynamics between the publisher and the developer. For instance, if you may or may not be aware, there is a game called, and I used this example before, Mass Effect. Mass Effect is a game that is developed by BioWare. However, BioWare was bought by Electronic Arts. So basically, if BioWare wants to create a specific style of game, they have to clear it with the publisher. If they are creating a game that is going to be however way it's going to be, the publisher can actually dictate to the developer to make certain changes within that game, altering that game's original vision and identity. So the nature between publisher and developer is a very interesting one. Now, not all relationships work this way. Sometimes you might have a publisher that will say, you know something, do whatever you need to do to make sure that this game falls in line with its respective community so it can continue to make money and grow year over year. That is what we care about. When it comes to Tekken 8, sir, the problem here is that Namco Bandai, they largely have a pretty hands-off approach, which is kind of good in some cases. However, the Tekken 8 developers, which I'm pretty sure you are aware of, Mr. Mainman, and anybody else that is up on your level, Harada and such and company, they have stated from the very beginning with Tekken 8 in terms of its earliest interviews before the game was even being played, that this game was going to be very aggressive in nature. which we already know kind of goes away from what we've come to understand from Tekken, because like you, Mr. Main Man, I've been playing this game since I've been 14 years old. I am 45 currently. So what ends up happening here is this. The Namco developers, or the Tekken project, I think that's what they call themselves, the Tekken project team, they had a premeditated, predetermined plan to open up Tekken 8 to a wider audience. We have seen this across different genres, different games. You can look to Street Fighter. You can even look to other, even certain Souls-like games, certain games that have a rooted identity and difficulty. You have seen conversation and even certain changes to make those games easier. The point being that changes are being made to increase their total addressable market. This is a key marketing term that I want you to understand. This goes beyond the fucking Doria and mashing buttons. They don't give a fuck about that. They're looking to expand their market. And in doing so, from a competitive fighting game standpoint, they do not need people being potentially gatekept behind skill required. This is why Tekken 8 was developed in such a way to where legacy, or should I say identity, has been pushed to the fucking wayside. Because I can tell you this much for right now, as I address you, any significant Tekken player right now, no B-roll, no fancy shit, no fancy editing, just me. What I'm telling you right now, back in my time, from Law specifically, we had Rip, we had several other law players over the years. And when I would go to tournaments, you would see player expression. You can literally look how somebody is playing that particular character, and you can pretty much say, oh, that's so-and-so's law, or that's so-and-so's law, or that's so-and-so. Because you would see that the players have different identities, different things that they would do with the character. In Tekken 8, it's all hollow, it's all plastic, it's all the same bullshit, it's all the same fucking nonsense. Am I wrong? Because I can tell you, back in my time, just using myself, because I know how much Main Man, I know how much you dislike Lei Wulong, but but I was a Lei main. And I can tell you that in the United States, I was the top Lei player. And the only other Lei players that could rival me was a player that you are aware of named Sukin User over in California. Everybody else I'd fucking wash. I would probably give a honorable mention to Red Re1ated over in Texas. Every other Lei player I'd fucking destroy in my country. I can't speak about UK. I've heard about a player named Icon or Ivorio. I think he's French. I always wanted a chance to play against him, but obviously I wasn't traveling as much as many other people. But either way, that's neither here nor there. The point that I'm saying is, if you watch how I play Lei and you watch how Sukin User plays Lei, we're two different players. That's my point, is that you have different players playing the same character, but they're going about it in a different way. In Tekken 8, that level of player expression is gone. It's been Thanos snapped. And it was done like that on purpose. That is what people like yourself, with respect, you guys need to come to understand and accept. That it's not going to change, it is not going to get better, and they don't give a flying fuck what you have to say about it. They are doing they are doing and have done the bare minimum to placate you, to pacify the community, just so that the community can't say, or the developers can't say, well, you can't say we didn't try. This is why I used the example earlier on in my stream. I said, like, look, if you ask somebody for $5 and you need $5, whatever, you know, I need this. and the person turns around and gives you $1. They give you $1 fucking dollar. You'd be like, I really desperately needed $5. You know what that person will tell you? You can't say I didn't help you. You can't say I didn't give you $1. It's the premise that a lot of you content creators and streamers don't understand. And it goes right back to the amount of power that you people have and you're not using it. I don't know if maybe you are aware of this. I don't know if you're feigning ignorance. I don't know, because I don't know you personally or any of you larger kind of Fitty X or any of you motherfuckers out here. I don't know. But what I do know is that in order for Tekken 8 to change in a meaningful way, you guys are going to have to collectively put your fucking foot down. And it is going to demand a bit of sacrifice. Yes. You may lose a few subscribers. You may lose a few followers on Twitch. Yes, that might happen. But you guys are a great piece of the puzzle / solution to get this game back in line with how many people want to see it. And it's likely not going to happen without this. Because as I said, whatever little changes does happen, those changes are in place psychologically so that it's the bare minimum. I hope people understand this. I do. Anyway, let's continue on.
And also, I loved the wording here, especially as a disgruntled Tekken fan of this developer. You will hear what he has to say.
I'm going to say before I get into the details of this pass is this is step 1 of 2.
Yeah.
We want to tune some base kit things down. So when we do a little bit more of a rework later, the rework is not just nerfs. The rework is, you know, depending on where he settles, maybe it's a bit up, maybe it's a bit lateral, but an improvement to the experience playing with and playing against Blade.
I find this to be so amazing to hear from a developer on a competitive game. We are doing this collaboration with the players. We are going to nerf Blight now. That's going to be step 1, and you've seen the nerfs. These are the requested nerfs by these players. But step 2 is going to be looking at the character yet again and doing
monitoring.
a little bit of a rework.
Yes,
that's probably
monitoring.
not going to affect his placing.
That's what it is. Basically, is you're looking to see how those changes, monitoring these changes over a period of time to see if there's any situations where this character, maybe there's some unforeseen situations that happen as a result of the character being altered. That is what he's getting at, and I am 100% on board with that. Unfortunately, this is from a developer that actually cares about their particular franchise in that way. They care about the outlook and the reception and perception of the actual community to which they are playing. Another company that has done this, Mr. Main Man and FiddyX or whoever, any one of you else that's out there, is a game called Lords of the Fallen. If you look up at a game like that, this is a game from CI Games that has done over 60 updates to that game, and many, if not all of them, have been free. If you look at, and I mentioned this with the game called Mass Effect, developers took a lot of backlash many years ago, and they decided to go back into the source code of the game and completely rework the ending of that franchise. If you want something more recent, which I'm sure that you are aware, look at the 2.0 update from Guilty Gear Strive. That is a game that is 5 fucking years old. And that developer decided to remove an entire mechanic from the game. So looking at the effort that is placed on placed in, that is brought forward, regardless of whether or not the thing is a success or what have you, it's the fact that the effort or it was done. This is, in each of those examples, that is far more than what has been going on with Tekken 8. And another reason is that the Tekken 8 developers, they already have their mission for Tekken 8. It doesn't matter what the hardcore market, and that's another thing I want to tell you, is that all of us represent the hardcore market. All of us represent the hardcore market. And typically in business, the hardcore market is generally the smallest market. In fact, you know something, Mr. Main Man? Since, don't take my word for it, let's do some basic internet search. Okay, in business, which market, and the thing is, I might be proven wrong literally in live stream. So let's see. And if I am, it is what it is, but they both play a role. Which market between casual versus hardcore are the larger market? So we do search. Hopefully I worded the question in a proper way. Here you go. Hopefully you guys can be educated and read this. I'm not making this up. You know what? I'll read it just for the sake. Casual users, players engaging with games for short, frequent sessions without deep commitment. They prioritize fun, accessibility, and low time investment. Yes. Isn't that not what I said? Isn't that what fucking Tekken 8 has become? Tekken 8 has become fun, accessible, or dumbed down, but in corporate game terminology, they use the word accessible. You know how many times I've heard the word accessible in gaming? You're just seeing it right here on the fucking screen. Hopefully you guys are seeing this. So I'm not bullshit. I know what the fuck I'm talking about. I show and prove my shit. I wish many of my peers would follow suit. Because everybody can doom scroll TikTok and Instagram, but many people don't do the necessary research. It's right here. It's right here. This is the facts. Hardcore users, players dedicated to complex, immersive, and often competitive games. They invest significant time and money and favor high-skill gameplay. In fact, this whole part right here, this is all that really matters, really, if you really be honest. This is it. This is it. That's all. That's all, folks. That's it. That is what it is. See, the thing is, when you read this last sentence of the hardcore players dedicated to complex, immersive, do you know, by definition, do you know what complex? Do you know what the equivalent of complex is? What? How can I put this? If you have something complex, that means it's going to take you time to learn it and understand it. Complex is the opposite of accessibility. It's literally a polar opposite. So when you have something that's complex, which is what people would argue and say that's what Tekken used to be, well, that means that there's a lot of players that will be like, you know what? That's not something we really want to do. We don't want to invest that amount of time. We want frequent, easy sessions where we don't have to think that hard, because if we're not winning, we're not having fun. So that's why when you break this down, that definition, it's right there in plain English. Now, if we move forward more to the actual analytics, casual games dominate downloads and user count. For example, casual games account for 78% all mobile game downloads. Casual game revenues are also substantial, primarily through ads and microtransactions. Look at that. Though hardcore players often spend more individually. In the US market 2022 data, 68.6% of revenue came from casual and mobile games, whereas traditional console and PC focused hardcore games accounted for only 27.6%. Oh my God, good God, will these people do some fucking research? Yo, real talk. I'm gonna film every single person that's in this live stream right now. You should be, every single last one of you should be fucking subscribed to my fucking YouTube channel. Fuck that. Fuck that. Help me out. Because I know a lot of you guys are fucking, you know, loving the fucking main man shit. I'm doing the real work right here. This is the fucking real work right here. The fuck? 27.6%. Unfucking real. So think about it this way. Let me break it down. So when a game, if you have a game that's costing you $150 million to make, not only make the game, but also you have to market the game, you have to distribute the game, you have to do all of those things. And the hardcore market is indicative of 27.1 or 0.6%. Are you really going to make a game that's specifically targeting the hardcore market when it's not even representing 30% of the market? Are you going to do that? Or are you instead going to go the casual route, which makes up the other part, which would 27, what was that, 60 something percent? I think you would go to the casual market. I think so. I kind of think so. So it's just funny to me. All of these things I have said, I've sat in this hard ass fucking chair for fucking hours, month after month after month. I have broken down why Microsoft does what they do. I've broken down what's going on with PlayStation. I've broken down what's going on with the AI chip shortage. I've broken down why Game Pass increased by $10. I've literally broken down so much shit on my channel. And I appreciate the very few people that decide to support me and subscribe and maybe even follow me over on Twitch. I appreciate that. But it becomes very annoying and frustrating when I see many of my peers who have fucking 20 times the fucking viewership that I have, but yet and still don't know their fucking ass from a hole in the wall. And I'm like, these people have access to the same tools that I have. I'm showing this on the screen right here. This is not my opinion. This is what it is. And reading in between the lines, this may provide a reason to answer your question, why are games more easy? Why are games more accessible? There is your answer right there in black and white. So that is why, despite you guys, the community saying, hey, why is this character broken? Why is this character this? Why is this character that? Well, those of you that's asking for that, you represent the 27.6%. So Namco is going to buy, they're going to just do the bare minimum just to pacify you. And until you utilize your influence in the proper way to gain their attention, they are not going to come to the table and bargain with you. In fact, speaking of bargain, do you remember? Hold on. Oh, you're going to love this. Now, I know I'm probably going to get copyrighted for this. I'm probably am. But you know what? Fuck it. Hold on. You're going to love this one.
Dormammu, I've come to bargain.
You've come to die. Your world is now my world. Like our world.
And yes, Dormammu represents the Tekken 8 developers. For those of you that actually might be wondering this, that's basically what what's his name is. Thanks for everybody that's actually fucking subscribing. Thank you, I appreciate that. But yeah, that is exactly that's what's happening here. Dormammu is the Tekken developers right here.
Dormammu, I've come to bargain.
You've come to die. Your world is now my world. What is this?
I had Dormammu mind fucked. So basically, because I already know how this is going to be copyright, I already know I'm probably going to have to cut this part out because you know how fucking these people are. But that's my point, is that you as the community, you guys, the main mans, the 50Xs, everybody that you feel that are of note in this community, you guys are going to have to be on some Doctor Strange shit, and you're going to have to force the exchange. You're going to have to force that fucking conversation, because the Tekken developers are literally looking at you as like, just get the fuck out and die. Boom, done. You're going to have to make the fucking sacrifice. I'm not Doctor Strange. I am just a tiny fucking YouTuber. Many people don't even give two flying fucks what I have to say, but they do care what you have to say. You just have to put it out there, and however way you have to do it, whatever. I don't think it would take long, honestly, because if enough people band together, the more people that are on board, I believe the faster this can get done. Strength in numbers. I'm pretty sure everybody understands that term. So while this scene, you know, you know what I wish? I wish some of you technologically sound people would literally take this scene and you know, when you have those memes on the internet where you would put Tekken 8 over Dormammu and put or maybe you'll put the picture of what's his name, Nakatsu, as Dormammu, and put the Tekken community, like, you know, label over Doctor Strange, and upload that shit, and I guarantee you'll have like 1 trillion fucking views. Like, because that's exactly what's happening in this particular situation. The Tekken 8 developers is not even acknowledging, they don't give a fuck about the community. But you look at what Doctor Strange is doing, is like, look, you know, he did what he needed to do, and he's forcing that conversation. And in fact, fuck this. Let's go and move forward. Let's move forward. Because I know let me put a stream marker, so I already know I'm gonna have to fucking delete this whole section after the live. But I want to go to the end of this shit. Let me see. What's the end part? Let me see. Let's skip forward. There we go. I think it's this one.
You will never win.
No. But I could lose. Again. And again. And again. And again forever. That makes you my prisoner.
No. Stop! Make this stop! Set me free!
No. I've come to bargain.
What do you want?
That is when the Tekken developers will do at that point where he says, what do you want? That is exactly at that fucking point where you want, that's the point. Fuck this. That's exactly at that point right there. At that precise moment, Nakatsu and his team will be like, what do you want? Now we can have that conversation. Because before you're like, whatever, we'll just fucking hurl a mystic bolt and blow you away. No, now I'm making the sacrifice to make you hear me, to force this conversation. That's what's happening. That's what's fucking happening. He's like, I've come to bargain. That's what needs to be done. And even though this is a fucking movie, but there's lessons to be learned here. And I remember when I first saw that movie, I recognized what was going on. Whereas it just kind of went over many people's heads. I recognized there was no way that he was going to win. He just made the proper sacrifice and he forced the conversation. Not all the time. You don't always need to be the most powerful to win in a fight. You don't. Sometimes it's whoever is willing to do the most sacrifice. And this is something that the Tekken community, they are able to do. But being able to do something and actually do it are two different things. And look, I have the humility in this regard to admit that I do not have the power or the influence over the Tekken community to make that particular stand happen. I do not. I don't have it. But many of you, the main mans, the little Fitty X's, and all those other guys out there, the Spaghetti Rips, I guess, whoever else, they collectively have that. What I have over them, 100%, I have my experience. None of those people in the Tekken community can rival me in this arena. None of you. But you guys have the influence I don't have. So, yeah. Whether you guys are willing to make those sacrifices, that's an entirely different matter. Entirely different matter. So I don't think there's no need for me to play the main man video because I've already played a significant portion of it. The little Dormammu scene, I think I think people kind of grasp that. I'm more than likely to have to delete that out of this stream because I'm pretty sure they're gonna come after me with the fucking copyright. I'm pretty sure. But I'm glad that there are at least a few of you that seen it. And if you didn't understand it, maybe you understand it now. Because like I said, the only thing that is left for a community, even if you just to help you understand, you can vote with your wallet, sure. But as a content creator, you can take away your exposure of the particular game, be it content creation or streaming. You can starve them out. Like I said earlier, I think even before I use these examples, you can look and say, What is Main Man doing? He's playing Resident Evil. What's K-Wiss doing? He's playing fucking Street Fighter. What's ShinBlade doing? He's playing Fatal Fury. Okay, who's left? Oh, what's Arslan Ash doing? Oh, he's playing Fatal Fury. What's Nee doing? Oh, he's actually having a stream with Daigo. Like, so nobody is playing Tekken? Like what is this? When did this happen? Well, Nakatsu-san, this happened over the weekend. So none of our content creators or streamers none of them are playing Tekken? How long has this been going on? For about 2 days. What's the current player count of Tekken right now? We're at 1,000. 1,000? We have only 1,000 active players playing Tekken 8? Yes, Nakatsu-san. What do you want to do? Issue a formal statement on our social media and personally reach out to each and one of those content creators. We need to have a discussion. That is power. That is how you change this situation. I don't hear a Spaghetti Rip saying this. I don't know if an Aris has said this. I know a Main Man has never said this. I don't know if a Fiddy X said this. I don't know if a fucking what's his name? The fucking Moonsault Slayer. I don't know if he said this. I don't know if anybody has ever said this. But my 6'5" ass is saying this. So I truly hope that something at some point in time comes from this. Like I said earlier, look, if I have to be the villain of this, if I have to be the one that's unpopular, that's fine. I'll accept it. Because deep down, I will be lying and saying that I don't care about the Tekken franchise. How can I honestly, I can quit the game, which I have, but how can I not care about the franchise where I've spent over half of my life playing this franchise, competing in this franchise? I've met some really amazing people. I've traveled to places that I probably never would have traveled before. So how can I honestly, legitimately say I hate the franchise? I hate Tekken 8. But I don't hate the franchise. And I want to see the franchise altered. And that's not going to happen without something being done in this way that I've been dictating for fucking 4.5 hours. I feel like the minute I end this live stream, in my view, I feel like it's all not gonna really matter. That's what it feels like. And I don't know how I should feel about that. Was this all a waste of time? I mean, I'm sure some of you got some entertainment from this. I guess in the meantime, I gained a few subscribers, which I appreciate. I mean, I don't know if I end up talking about something that's not Tekken 8, because that's pretty much what's happening on my channel. Many of these same people will probably unsubscribe because I'm not talking about Tekken 8. So I don't know. That remains to be seen. But I just feel like, I don't know. The only thing I do know is what's going to happen moving forward. That if these measures are not implemented, that this game is going to largely remain the same. The only things that will really be altered are like the bug fixes, behavior changes. You see a lot of that. They'll do that. But in terms of the real meaningful changes and doing them properly, I don't see it being done. TomTon187. I appreciate the super chat. You're one of the few that actually did it. So I'm pretty appreciative of that. He says it's beyond telling that Tekken 8 only 5 to 6 players on Steam. After a brand new season, it's just sad. It's been hard stuck 3 million copies for 2 years now. Let me just say this. This is something that I mentioned, I think, in the last stream, and this is a little bit off topic for Tekken, but it's kind of like in games in general for Mr. TomTon. There's a game called Assassin's Creed Shadows from Ubisoft, which I really love, but unfortunately it's had so much controversy that the game will never realize its true potential as an Assassin's Creed game. So Ubisoft refuses to even state the sales numbers of that game. However, they do tout the amount of players the game has played the game, how long, as well as saying that the game is very profitable from a revenue standpoint. So what I'm saying here is this. You don't, a game does not need to sell many copies for it to be solvent, for it to be profitable. This is why, if you notice, in many games you have microtransactions, especially in Ubisoft games. There are many people that will buy, and some of them are considered whales, people that will literally buy just about anything. They shut up and consume product. They will really contribute to a particular game. So even though that game may not have the high sales figures like maybe like a Devil May Cry 5 or a Resident Evil 9 Requiem or something like that, because of the people that have played the game and they've bought into like the shop, the DLC, the little knickknacks, the game can still make a lot of money. So ultimately, if you haven't picked up on it yet, what I mean is just because Tekken 8 may be stuck at 2 million copies or 3 million copies, as you say, it doesn't mean that Tekken 8 is not profitable. So hopefully that long drawn out explanation kind of sheds a bit of light, because it's the same thing even in content creation. You can have a channel that might be 30,000 subscribers and another channel that's maybe about 5,000. It's very possible that that channel that has only 5,000 subscribers can be making way more money than the channel that has 30,000 subs. Because sometimes you have to factor in the amount of financial options on YouTube and so on and so forth. Like, for instance, I have about whatever fucking subs I have about like 2,100 or so subscribers, right? I have a channel membership like many other people in this space. My lowest membership is about $2. So if 1,000 people all signed up for my $2 a month membership, I would be making a decent amount. That's what I'm saying. And however, a channel that might have 30,000 subscribers, they have hardly no channel members, but they're getting a decent amount of ad revenue. So it's like when you factor in all of the possible ways that you can gain and generate revenue, it is very possible that even though you may have a low subscriber count, if you have the type of audience that's willing to invest, whether it's through super chats, which you've done, which I greatly appreciate, or those people that, you know what, I don't have much, but you know what, $2 or $5 a month or whatever it is, I can do that. Now, if you factor in that by 1,000, 2,000, now that creator gets a certain amount of money, each and every month. It builds their confidence. It makes them feel, hey, I do have a real dedicated audience, so that I can do certain things. I can reinvest back into the channel. I might be able to do some trips. I might be able to go out and get some sponsorship deals. And then everything kind of escalates and grows and grows and grows. Whereas you can have a very large audience where they're kind of like they're around, they'll support in their own way, but primarily you're relying on ad revenue. That channel that has more of the active YouTube base, they're likely to make more money. That's where I learned very early on that having a large amount of subscribers does not always translate to, oh, this channel is like making bank. If they're doing both, that's different. But that's why I say in this long roundabout way that just because a game may not have sold that many copies, the people that do play the game, if they are really buying into like the DLC and the little knickknacks from the cash shop or whatever, it bridges the gap of copies sold versus the actual the sales and the money generated past the point of sale, because you can only buy the game once, right? Once you buy the game, that's it. The company is not getting no more money from you. You've already paid $69.99, but if they have a bunch of shit that you can buy, okay, well now you can get the $20 DLC, you get the $5 outfit, you can get the $3 this, and then over the course of time, this escalates. So now that one person that spent money to buy the game, in the long run, they may have invested like $500 and they don't even realize it. Now, if you multiply that by several other players that do the same thing, that's how you can generate that extra profit over the course of time, year over year, despite you only having a very limited amount of copies sold in a video game. That's how that works. I rarely come across, for me, people that are my peers that can explain this in this way. But yeah, I appreciate what you think. A lot of people, I think a lot of people knew how awful this game was, so they tried getting the bag first and criticize it last when it's too late. Stuff like this is why a lot of fighting games die so quick. Don't criticize until it's popular. A lot of times what also happens, I've had a situation like this on my channel. I think in the last video I mentioned where this gentleman, he was telling me how people that are more so known for fighting games, like, or for a particular fighting game like Tekken 8. If you're a Tekken centric channel like Main Man, it might be difficult for him to pivot. I don't believe that. I don't believe that it's difficult to pivot. You could just play what the fuck you want, but you may take a short-term hit to your viewership, to your subscriber base, which is what happened to me once I abandoned Tekken 8 for me personally, and making that particular decision for myself. I knew that the minute I walked away from playing Tekken 8, from making content on Tekken 8, from streaming Tekken 8, using my suffering streams as I used to do, the minute I did that, I knew I was going to have very if I make any other video that's not Tekken 8, it's gonna be hardly any views. So I already accept that. And the hope is that over the course of time, if I keep pushing, I might break through and get more people to my channel that's more invested in me and not, oh, I'm just playing Tekken 8. And I think that's what happens to a lot of content creators, especially streamers, that they'll play one particular fucking thing, whether it's Call of Duty, whether it's Diablo, whatever the fuck game it is. They're only known for that one. They're a one-trick pony, basically. One-trick pony. And so if their game dies, now they're in a world of shit, because trying to pivot a fucking 50,000 subscribed channel is probably going to be a little bit tricky at that point, you know. But then again, I think it does depend on the creator, so not everything is like apples to apples. But I do believe, and much like the guy that commented, he made the statement saying that it is not the smart thing to put all your eggs in one basket. However, I did mention that if you are a content creator, you will grow much quicker focusing or hyper focusing on one particular thing, as opposed to being more of a variety channel, which is pretty much what I am. Thanks, Rain Scarlet, Rain89 Scarlet. I appreciate you. Infinite, I appreciate, man. I think one of the things I really wanted to do for me, of course, you know, I want to try to get large. I want to, you know, make money. I mean, I'm not going to make no Mr. Beast money, but, you know, we each have you know, whatever your goal is in life, whether you're employed or whatever, you have your own goals, and success is different to different people. You know, I don't make much on YouTube. I think my last YouTube check was about $120 something. That was what I got. What, on the 23rd of March. I got about $120 something. But, you know, it still helped me out. Whereas you have people making like $120,000, you know? And I just want to be in a situation where I can talk about issues and topics that does relate to me, and hope that, hence the term Red Related, because the things that relates to me, and hopefully attract people that feel a similar way, may not agree with what I'm saying, and that's fine. We can, you know, I don't need a bunch of fucking yes men, but I hope that people can understand my point of view, so that if you are disagreeing, you're disagreeing with the understanding of what it was, not what you think it was. And that's just the thing. And it's very difficult. So, you know, Tekken is not a game that I really feel like talking about a lot of times, because I can already see this game is shit. It's a fucking shit show. I don't see it changing unless the movers and shakers of this community do what I'm suggesting. But outside of that, what else am I going to talk about with this game? You know, I'd much rather talk about the upcoming Invincible game. I'd much rather talk about what's going to happen with the upcoming Xbox. I want to talk about what's happened with the RAM shortage. I want to talk about companies that's losing, that like fucking Oracle that laid off 30,000 employees because of fucking AI. I'd rather talk about shit like that. But I understand that that's not, you know, everything is not for everybody, and I understand that. But when it comes to the video game industry, I really don't see many people in my space that are able to rival me. I don't. I truly don't. And that might come off cocky and conceited, but I've spent too many fucking years in this industry to understand what's going on and what is versus what isn't. And this is the reason why I'm able to break down what's going on with Tekken 8 from a business and developer standpoint, and what the community needs to do to force the conversation that they really want to have. And a lot of times I do feel like I'm like spinning my wheels in the wrong direction. I feel like I'm just wasting my time, because it just feels to me that not enough people are going to get the message, or, you know, it's just not going to get through. The message is just not going to get through. And it's like, okay, I may have gained a few subscribers, but it's like, what I would love to happen is I would love for Tekken 8 to change. I would love it for that to happen. And then I have people in my comment section in past videos that would say, oh, you're just mad because you suck at the game. Typical troll bullshit. Or you're just mad because Lei Wulong isn't in Tekken. I'm like, it literally it literally makes me, and I've said this before, it makes me want to break my own neck, detach my skull, and smash it against this fucking brick wall behind me. Because that's how I'm like, what does me having my character has to do with anything? Even if Lei was in Tekken 8, this game would still be shit. The only thing is, I would be able to endure and suffer this fuckery for a limited time only. That would be literally the only thing. I've said it before. It would be like me, somebody lop my fucking arm off, and I'm using morphine for the pain. So I literally fucking, I shot myself with some fucking morphine or Lei, but eventually the morphine is going to wear off. The game is going to still be the same whether I have Lei or not. So that's why I say the issue with this game primarily is not character driven. It is the mechanics of the game. Once you address the mechanics of this game, then you can start to kind of like, all right, well, let's move this away. Let's tweak this frame. Let's tweak this. But if the mechanics of the game, which is the damage scaling, how many wall splats you get, how many relaunches in a combo you get, with all of that running rampant, the game is not going to change. The game is going to remain fundamentally the same no matter who you nerf. You can nerf fucking Anna Williams. You can nerf Brian Fury. You can nerf Law into the fucking ground to where Hades himself will be fucking sitting on his throne with a fucking pitchfork saying, "Ah, yes. Welcome, my child. I see the developers have nerfed you into my realm." Whatever the fuck they are going to do, the game fundamentally is going to remain the same. This is where I say, if you nerf one character, there's going to be another character that's going to take their place. That's it. You take out one fucking dictator and in favor of another one. The system is still the same. And I've been preaching this for months on my channel, and it's just like, so it's like now, believe me, I've invested in this game. I bought this game at launch. I don't have my character. I used Raven, I did what I could. I got to fucking what was it? Tekken King in season 1. I got to Tekken God in season 2. I bought the season 1 pass. I bought Fakam Ram, the character. Like I invested in this game. I played this game. I streamed this game to where I fucking lost my fucking mind, my mental health. I stressed myself out playing this stupid ass game. So I put forth my time into this game, and seeing how season 3 turned out, that's where I was like, I'm done with this fucking shit. I'm done. I'm fucking done. You will not fucking see, unless there is some significant news that comes up where the fucking content creators grew a fucking spine and some fucking testicles and put their fucking foot down on some Dormammu, Doctor Strange shit that I just showed a little while ago. If something like that happens, now we're talking. Now let me reevaluate. But unless something of that significance happens, I am fucking done with this piece of shit party game. I'm done. There's far too many better, more fun games out there to dedicate your time to. And I know, like I said, I'm not the hugest channel in the world, and that's not to say that other games don't have their problems. But look, I'm looking very much forward to the upcoming Lord of Hatred Diablo 4 expansion. That shit is an automatic purchase for me. I love what they're doing with that game. I love it. I think it looks phenomenal. And I will say that the reason why Activision Blizzard, and I remember, I think I said this hours ago, the reason why Activision Blizzard are pushing so far with this is because they have viable competition from a game called Path of Exile. Path of Exile is on their fucking ass. If Diablo fucks up a little bit too much, they will lose their position as being number one. Easy. So, but Tekken does not have a Path of Exile equivalent to keep them in check. It's just, I don't know, man. Like I said, I just feel sometimes, like I want things to change, but I just don't know if people really want it to change. I don't know. I just don't know. But all I can do is hope, keep my fingers crossed, play the games that make sense for me. You know, it's wild being primarily a Tekken player, and here I am years later finally playing a game like Diablo. Like, that's fucking wild. If somebody were to tell me, that, like, back during the time when I played Tekken 6, if somebody were to tell me that in a few years in the future you are going to quit a Tekken game and you're going to be playing Diablo 4, I would look at them like they're crazy. I have always defaulted back to a Tekken game. Even as much issues that I had with Tekken 7, I still played that game almost every day. Even when I walked away from competitive play back in 2018. Back in 2018, I walked away from a competitive play. My last tournament. And when I did that, ironically, Lei was released on my birthday in September. But I still played Tekken 7 online almost every day. Lo and behold, a few years later, we got Tekken 8, and I basically quit the game. So basically, the way I rationalize it, or the way I depict it in my own mind is, let's see, right? Let me have fun here. I survived and endured Tekken 4 Jin with Just Frame unblockable laser scraper. I endured Tekken 4 Nina with her fucking bullshit plus a million ivory cutter. I endured Tekken 5 Ganryu, Tekken 5 fucking Steve Fox Infinite, Tekken 5 Marduk. I've endured Tekken 5 Brian Fury wall tech resets. I've endured Tekken 6 Bob and Lars show. I've endured Akuma in Tekken 7. I endured Kunimitsu in Tekken 7. I endured the absolute horrendous fucking tag combo teams in Tekken Tag 2. And I endured every single one of them only to be pretty much destroyed by Tekken 8 mechanics. It's absolutely crazy. I fought players like Jin Master. Jin Master, for those who don't know, he was one of the top United States players with Nina. And he was so undeniable with Nina that the community named a combo after him, the Jin Master combo, which later resulted in Namco completely changing what Nina's up forward 1 looked like. What many of you guys see what Nina has for up forward 1 now, that was not what it originally was. It was a far-reaching, low-to-the-ground hop, singular chop that gave a full combo on counter hit, good frames on hit, but caused very bullshit resets. So if you rolled back, you get relaunched. If you stay on the ground, she chops you on the ground and has Oki wake up options for you when you wake up. Namco completely destroyed that move. Like, I understand many of you guys have your favorite Tekken players, right? But I was right there with them. I traveled, and unlike many of them, I use a trash. I consider Lei to be trash. I did. When I compare what you cannot honestly, you will never convince me that Lei was on par with Lars and fucking Bob in Tekken 6. Get the fuck out of here. That's bullshit. Lei was good in Tekken Tag 1. He was good in Tekken 6 in the arcade version, which I never played, but many people have told me, people that I trust told me that he was pretty good, him and Kazuya. But when they put Tekken 6 to the console, they made certain adjustments to both of those characters. Tekken 7, toward the end of Tekken 7, Lei was in a very strong spot. But for the most part, Tekken 4 Lei, dog shit. Tekken 5.0 Lei, dog shit. Tekken Tag 2 Lei, eh. So for the most part, I pretty much handicapped myself. And that's fine. I own that. Many times, I can't tell you how many times I went to tournaments hundreds of miles away from New York, only to lose to some players that I know that I was better than, but because they use a higher level character, I end up losing. Such is competition. But in no point in time did I blame the game. No point in time did I say, oh, this game is trash. This game is bullshit. No. My main battle was against the character itself. As bullshit as Lars and fucking even Marduk and Bob was in Tekken 6 and whoever else you want to add into that, the mechanics of Tekken 6 was nowhere near as horrific as it is in Tekken 8. I've literally seen players get away with virtual murder in fucking Tekken 8. It's disgusting. It's like, how do people even willingly travel for this game? I don't know. Unless they're sponsored and they're not paying for it. But I can't legitimately see somebody that would spend hundreds of dollars of their own money to travel to some far off fucking tournament to compete in this fucking party game. Shout outs and kudos to them. It wouldn't be me. I couldn't do it, even if I had Lei. Unless it's very local, you know. If the tournament is here in my own state, it's different. But I cannot respect this game at all. It is one of the worst games I've seen mechanically in the last 10 years, and I will keep saying it, and I stand by that, because I've seen and played everything again with a punch, kick, or slash button. Shit, I've played fucking Eternal Champions, Primal Rage, you name it, I've probably played it. I've seen it all. And Tekken 8 is like a whole, like god damn, like what the fuck, man. And I would say, well, what were they thinking? Well, what were they thinking? They were thinking what's on the screen right now. That's what they were thinking. That right there is what they're thinking. What I have showing on the screen. In fact, I'd even show the full article. Let's go on the article here. Let's go on down, because I went past this. We got growing trends. Casual segments are growing faster due to wide accessibility via smartphones and low barriers to entry. Isn't that what that is? Low barriers to entry? Hardcore segments are smaller, more niche, and reliant on dedicated hardware, PCs, and consoles, and long-term engagement. And again, the same segment here is only, what? 27.6%. See, this is, like I said, this is the real research. This is where you actually get educated. And then what you do, or what I do, I review the information, Like, this is what I do on my own personal time. I review an article like this, I look at the sources, I corroborate the sources, and then I take a moment, I sleep on it, wake up, look at it again to where I absorb it, to where it's in my own mind, to where I can recite it in my own words. That's what I do. That's what I take the time to do. And that's why I know much of what I know right now over fucking 2 decades of me learning more about the game industry. And that's why I have a lot of pride in what I know, because I spend a lot of time when this shit is not live. I sit in this fucking chair with this brick background behind me, and I'm reading through articles, making sure, okay, is this true? Is this hyperbole? Is this legitimate? Let me cross-reference with this. That's why when certain things come up in the industry, I'm not quick to make a video on it. I don't need to be first. And that was something I saw Denzel Washington say something about reporters. And he was like, you know what? So many people are so quick they want to be first. But what about being accurate? What about being right? What about having that responsibility to tell your audience, you know, something that, you know, that is actually true, or true enough to where, based on you've done the research. So if it really is incorrect, it's not really on you, because at least you did your part. You did your due diligence. Too many people, on the other hand, they see an article, they want to fucking beat everybody. They want to beat everybody, hit record, send it out. This is what it is. Come to find out, the source is completely bullshit. It's not even a legitimate source. I never want to be that. I don't want to be that guy, and I refuse to be that guy. I refuse to be a fucking shill. I refuse to be somebody that just has to get shit out first. Fuck all that. If I say it, I want to get to a point where if you watch me and I say it, you can take it to the bank. Even if you don't like it, you may not like my delivery. That's fine. You may disagree with me, but if you hear it from me, that's what I like to build. And hopefully, maybe if I'm lucky, maybe over the next year or two, I'll get somewhere with this. But all I can do is just do me, do my part, and hopefully get in those spaces where I do get on those larger fucking podcasts, you know, to where I can have that person's audience get exposed to what I have to say and my particular plea to a community, or whether explaining what's going on, why are certain things the way they are. But I guess we'll see. We'll see, you know, we'll see what happens, because authenticity is very, very important for me. A lot of times people don't give a fuck about that. They just want to be first, and you know, it is what it is. So a lot of times, you know, when it comes to this sort of thing, you have to not only do the research, you have to also cross-reference things. You have to make sure things are about as legit as you know, as they can be, and then read in between the lines, because sometimes there might be things that are not being said. You can look at what's being said, but what's not being said. And this is why when I see so many of my peers, they're talking about, oh, you know, why are games being made the way they are? And I'm like, that's why. Because development costs. It's the same thing why I try to break down, and this is a perfect example, when people will say, oh, I want Microsoft to go back to making exclusive games. You know, I've heard that so many fucking times. Oh, you know, they're porting games over to PlayStation, and this is ruining the brand. I'm like, these people don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. In a very easy explanation, PlayStation is the market leader. They have 80 million consoles in people's homes. That is what you call the installed base. Microsoft, by comparison, has 35 point something, 35.6 or 35.7. So, and I use this example, and hopefully some of you in the chat are probably hearing this for the first time. If both Sony and Microsoft make a game, and I'll use the same example. If Sony makes the absolute greatest God of War game they could ever make, and it costs Sony $150 million to create that game, and then on the other side, Microsoft makes the greatest Halo game. It's like you can see all the content creators. Oh, it's a return back. We're back, right? Halo is back. The greatest Halo game ever. And that game also costs $150 million. Let's just say, hypothetically speaking, because that game costs so much money from both games, both God of War on PlayStation, Halo on Xbox and Microsoft, both $150 million, development costs and marketing and all that stuff. Well, because Microsoft has a very low installed base, that basically means that the amount of total possible people that are able to buy Halo is going to be significantly lower compared to the amount of people that Sony can sell that has a higher installed base. Now, I'm comparing hardware. I'm not including Game Pass. I'm not including PC. That's where people get fucked up on. I'm talking about hardware, apples to apples. So what do you do as Microsoft in that situation? Because you need to make sure that your game is, one, you need to be able to make back, recoup your development costs and break even. So what do? They port the game over to PlayStation so that they can then leverage Sony's $80-something million installed base. So that means, according to actual licensing deals, which so many fucking gamers have no idea what this shit even is because they're fucking stupid, most of them on Twitter, unfortunately. Under licensing deals, it's a split between 70-30. 30 goes to the platform holder, which in this case is PlayStation, and 70% of the sale of that game that is a Microsoft-based studio game is 70%. That gets kicked back to Microsoft. Microsoft, there in turn, gets 30 to 40% of that 70% as direct profit. So through that, they're going to have a more likely outcome of not only breaking even, but also reaping significant profit on that particular Halo game. That's how this works. That's the business of the game industry. Now you will have certain people that don't know much. They'll say, well, this hurts the brand of Xbox. Unfucking believable. So we've already sold the game. And mind you, this is the greatest Halo game. So that means more than likely every Xbox user is going to buy the game. But there's only 35 million of you. Where are we going to get the other sales? Are we going to really expect everybody to buy 2 and 3 copies of the same game? Fuck no. So once you exhaust that, okay, fine. You can now, if you want to go and add the PC, I guess, if you want to go and add that. But best believe there are several people that own a PlayStation, believe it or not, that actually like Halo. And you don't think that those people on the PlayStation side are not aware that Halo is back, that this is the greatest Halo since fucking Combat Evolved, or Halo 2? You don't think those people on the Sony side may want to fucking buy the game, but they're not really keen on buying a brand new console? So if they see it ported over the PlayStation, you don't think they're going to fucking buy it? Of course they're going to fucking buy it. That's how this works. That's business. But unfortunately, many typical gamers, I kind of like to do it. I hate to do it, but they only know, that's it. Anything beyond that, it's like I lose them. And I try to share this information to those that actually have the maturity to grasp these premises, these concepts, because that's how this thing works. That's how it works. Now, maybe in the next generation, right? Maybe they'll walk away from that. They'll double down on the exclusives. Maybe. We'll see. But right now, they're not going to change horses in mid-stride, basically, midstream, old saying. We're at the ass end of this generation. Microsoft is going to continue to put games on PlayStation to tap into their fucking install base to make up the extra money that they need to break even and reap a profit, to reinvest back into the development studios and build the brand even more. That's how this works. But imagine how frustrated, how many fools like PorterRock77 or Crap Gamer on fucking Twitter that don't know jack shit. But these are the same people that got fucking tens and thousands of fucking followers on Twitter that's spewing bullshit and influencing people to basically don't know anything. So when those people come to my content, they're trying to argue to me like I don't know what I'm talking about. Oh my God, bro. That's what I deal with. So while Tekken 8 can be frustrating, nothing is more frustrating than trying to talk to a fucking a fanboy that overestimates what they think they know. That shit is annoying as fuck. That is like a whole other that's like a whole other galaxy of bullshit. But it is what it is. It is what it is. But that's exactly what would happen if if you have both console makers make an exceptional game that costs an X amount of money. They need to recoup those costs. It's much easier for Sony to do that because they have a much larger pool of people that have PlayStation than people on Xbox that has an Xbox. That's how it works. You can argue the semantics of why that is. I can say 100% that the fucking Asian market is firmly in bed with both Sony and Nintendo. So that's a market that Microsoft will never be able to really tap into. So no matter what Microsoft does, they will always be behind Sony and Nintendo because they're going to have access to an entire region of planet Earth that Microsoft just cannot gain a foothold in. And Microsoft realized that back in the 7th generation when they sold 85.7 million Xbox 360s, and they had all those godlike exclusives that people are fucking saying we want to return back to. Well, dumb fuck, we had all that in the 7th generation and they still were dead last. And shit, let me move on, right? Let's go back to fucking Tekken, I guess. What else can I say about Tekken, honestly? What else can I say about this piece of shit fucking game? I've already made a little stream marker, directing something to fucking Main Man, which I think I'm probably going to spin off, and you're probably going to see me upload that as a separate video or whatever. So I'll probably do that tomorrow because I'm going to relax for the rest of the day. But there is something I did want to show. I don't know if my headphones are still, do they still have power? I wanted to show something else. I wanted to show, if I can, is anybody even still here? Let me see. Hold on. Well, I know people are still here, but how many people are here? Okay, it's 30 something people. Okay. I know I'm going to lose a whole bunch of people right now, but that's fine. I really want to show this. Let me see. Let me see. Okay, here we go. Let me see. Let me see this. All right. So this Let me get past this. Let me get past this ad. I want you to see this.
Hate has poisoned this world.
Now, this part toward the end right here, I found this to be very impressive graphically. Okay, so this right here. Oh, hold on, let's get past this stupid advertisement.
Welcome to my... Won't be long before we reach the Isles.
Look at this.
Land ho!
I don't know about anybody else, but this is graphically impressive. That right there, when I first saw that, I was like, I was like, are they on location? Like, are they trying to, like, that was the game. That was the fucking game. And the point that I want to really illustrate is, and again, this does go back to Tekken 8, is would Activision Blizzard put that amount of effort into something like this if they did not have a Path of Exile that is on their fucking ass? Would they really put forth that effort? I doubt it. I fucking doubt it. I'm sure it would be okay, but it wouldn't be like that. That's fucking insane. Like, that's absolutely insane. And like I keep saying that Tekken 8 just has no viable competition. The developers don't give a fuck about the Tekken community. They are doing their own thing. And this is why I've said for almost the last fucking, almost 6 hours now, the main content creators are going to have to force that exchange. And if they choose not to, then Tekken 8 is going to get more and more brain rot, if you can believe it. It can get worse, and it will get worse. And season after season. And I just question how much longer is it, like, what else is it going to take? And when I made that reference and I used Main Man's video, hopefully he doesn't copyright me, but, you know, where he was saying with the Dead by Daylight situation, for those of you that didn't catch that when I was talking about that, where he said that I want that conversation or whatever. And I'm like, you have to force that conversation at this point. That's what you have to do. That's what you have to do. And, you know, and that's just the point. A lot of times I try to make certain points. Like I said, you know, I will talk about, let me look at this real quick, right? If we go over to, like, for instance, we go to this right here and, okay. Oh no, not
I
this,
woke up
not this one. Yeah, I don't want him to hit me with that. I guess people are still talking about it, but yeah, where is that thing? Okay, here we go. So when I look at this, you know, I look at this update and I look at the video and I'm like, okay, you know, this is something. Like, I see, I know people will look at this and say, okay, well, this is just a Guilty Gear video or whatever. But what I would like to see with this, I would love to see this be a Tekken video where they're doing stuff like this. Tekken 8, major battle changes. And I look at this where they're like, okay, we're going to get rid of, you know, certain things and whatever. I would love to see that because quite frankly, that's what's going to need to happen. And if some of these Tekken players are gonna go and maybe just play this game or play a different game, then that's going to even be better because, like I said, it's going to send a very clear message to the Tekken 8 developers. It's saying, look, these people that we count as being a part of our community, they are not even playing our game. They're playing Street Fighter, Guilty Gear. They're playing that Invincible game. They're not playing Tekken anymore. We're losing that viewership. Like, that's what needs to happen. 100%. That's what needs to happen. And yeah, 100%. Like, I would love to be doing a live stream, right, where I'm looking at videos. Not to say I can't, right, but I think I've been on for so long, I'm probably going to get something to eat soon. But I would love to do a stream where I'm looking at the interview, the developer interview of Guilty Gear Strive. I want to do where I'm streaming, you know, maybe some things about Invincible, you know, some things about that the development team are talking about. I'll love to show that. And maybe I will, you know. I know for a fact I'm not going to have no 30, 40 people in the stream. I might have a good 5, maybe 7 of you, which is fine, you know. That's cool. We can rock out, but I'm tired of, I guess you, like, I feel like I it almost feels like I want to get out everything I really want to say about Tekken just so that I can completely just say fuck this game, because I know by me still talking about it, I have, you know, one person I say, well, you're still talking about it. And yeah, it's true. I am still talking about Tekken, even though I'm no longer playing the game, but I haven't completely like it's completely out of my system. And I guess maybe that's the reason why I'm doing it, is because I do want significant change to happen. I do want that. And I guess maybe I felt like, you know what, let me do something as best I can to appeal to somebody like a main man. Maybe the video, you know, I'll probably get to work on it. I'll go into the stream. I'll find the stream marker and I'll cut and edit it out. And maybe I'll upload that as a separate video. So those of you in the stream, and if you subscribed, probably sometime tomorrow or so, you'll see that segment of me talking as if I'm talking to main man. I'm going to put that out, and hopefully that'll get bounced around to maybe somebody, you know, it'll get in front of him, because I feel that he is the key person, because I feel through him a lot of other people will fall in line. No doubt you're going to see like somebody like Joker. He's going to take notice because main man took notice. You're going to then see, maybe you'll see fucking Mike Hollow make a video out of it because of that. Then you might see Fiddy X make a video. You might see fucking Moonsault Slayer. And then that's what's going to need to happen. But it's not going to happen because of what I'm doing right now. It's not. And as unfortunate as that is, it's just, I have to realize that, you know, I just don't have that. I don't have that power in the community, unfortunately, because if I did, well, let me say, if I did, this is what I would, because I don't even think I even said this. I've been saying I don't have, but if I did have that power, what I would do is I would do something like you saw, like, for instance, this right here, when I made this right here, if you guys can see this. So you see how I tagged every single one of these people, right? So this has what is it? 152 views. 3 people liked this. That means, so look at this. So out of 152 people, only 3 people liked it. So that already tells me everything I need to know. Let's be honest. Only 1 person reposted it, and I appreciate whoever that might have been. But here I am tagging all of these players. What is it? Blackheart, King J, Mike Hollow, Shinblade, this guy, I am Fury, Tekken. I don't know if I don't even know if Main is even on Twitter, but I put this here. Lil Majin, Anakin, JDCR, Joe Budden, what's his name? K-Wiss, Frame Whisperer, Tekken, Ulsan. All of these people, if I had that main man style clout, this same type of post would have been reposted by most of these people I tagged. Hell, they probably would have even commented. They would even be in my stream. They would have chatted in the stream. So it's just that unfortunate realization when you just be like, well, you know, it just doesn't, it's not going to go nowhere. And that's just kind of like the thing that sucks. You know, maybe when I spin off a few segments of this stream into like other things later on, probably tomorrow or maybe day after tomorrow, whatever, it might catch some bit of notice, but I don't know. Why did I mention George Floyd? Oh, that's easy, because quite frankly, during the time of the development cycle of Assassin's Creed Shadows and with the game coming out, that situation happened. And in an effort to appeal to black folk, they decided to utilize DEI points to add Yasuke as a character. Yasuke as a character in Assassin's Creed Shadows served no real purpose in Assassin's Creed. It did absolutely nothing positively for that game. It actually, it pretty much doomed the game. Nobody wanted to use a samurai in an Assassin's Creed game. That's number one, whether they're black or Asian. They wanted you to essentially be, they wanted to be a fucking ninja. The game is Assassin's Creed. What of a samurai has to do with Assassin's Creed? Absolutely nothing. Then we have the subtitle of Shadows. Since when has ever a samurai operated from the shadows? According to the Code of Bushido, samurai actually look at it as dishonorable to take out your opponent, your enemy, without being face to face. They do not use poisons. They do not attack from behind in that way. They don't do that. They are frontal warriors. So everything about Assassin's Creed Shadows, the character Yasuke was put in that game for fucking DEI purposes. Period. That is it. Nobody can 100% confirm anything beyond the character being black and the character coming over by a Portuguese ship. Everything else about Yasuke as a character has basically been rumor and speculation. Where if you look at the same time period of Assassin's Creed, you have many historical Asian Japanese figures that they could have used in Assassin's Creed Shadows, but instead they decided to fucking pander and offer the whole George Floyd situation, because that was basically a main topic at that point. So there you go. That's what it is. Ubisoft as a company they have been seeking and accumulating DEI points like fucking Ash collecting Pokemon. That's basically what it's been. And I call it like it is. The character Yasuke served absolutely no purpose. I would love to see the data, which I'm sure they're not going to release, but I'm willing to wager that the vast majority of people that played AC Shadows, the majority used Naue, the shinobi. That's not to say that the character model of Yasuke is a bad character. That's not to say that at all. However, Ubisoft placing Yasuke in AC Shadows did nothing positively for that game. In fact, it did the opposite. If Assassin's Creed Shadows launched only with Naue, the game would have done far better. I will die on that hill, 1,000,000,000%. Because that's all they ever talked about was Yasuke a samurai? Why is he in there? Why do they got hip-hop rap music in AC Shadows? All this shit. It did nothing but kill the fucking momentum of the game. People talked about that instead of the game itself. It's crazy. And as a result, AC Shadows, well, it will never be remembered for the great game technologically as it is. AC Shadows has one of, if not the best, in-game weather systems of any game you'll fucking play in your life. Any game. All people have ever done was basically dress up fucking Yasuke basically naked with a fucking sumo wrestler fucking loincloth and have him go with some fucking homo relationships. That's what people fucking use, and that's the shit that goes viral, and that's what people think. That's what AC Shadows is all about. That's the public perception of the game. Thank you, Ubisoft. Thank you, Yasuke. I can't speak to Ghost of Yote because I don't have a PlayStation. But what I will say, based on what I do know, the actress that they use, Erika Ishii, she is a proud member of Antifa, as she likes to portray herself to be. So for her, yes, she is very politically charged. I guess you could say she is woke. Many of what her personal beliefs, she could have kept that to herself. However, she made herself stand out. And so people that are more knowledgeable on, like, the people who know about Ghost of Yote the way I know about Ghost of I'm confusing myself. The people who know about Ghost of Yote the way I know about Assassin's Creed Shadows, they would be the better resources. I just only know that the person that they chose to portray the fucking in-game character, she is very politically motivated, virtue signaling, I guess woke, if you want to call it. And that's what she does. She is essentially an activist. Whereas somebody like Matsumi, I forget what her fucking other name is, the woman that plays Naue, who I've actually had some very nice interaction with on Instagram. She's basically just kind of living her life. She's trying to move on, doing different things, you know, she's trying to find work, and she's doing different projects. So the two of them are like polar opposites, you know, and that's just what it is. That's just what it is. Any other questions? You guys have questions, I have answers. Because I don't know how much. I think I've pretty much I've beat the Tekken 8 thing into the ground. I think I've spent like fucking 5.5 hours talking about Tekken 8. So unless you guys have something specific to ask about Tekken 8 or something else, I will defer to the chat. This is y'all time. If y'all got a question, go right ahead. If y'all ain't got questions, then I'll probably end up closing the stream out. So it's on you guys. Let's see what you guys come up with, if anything. I've never watched so what is that? Watchmen. So that's the one that has a character Rorschach, right? I think so. So I've watched a whole bunch of like viral clips of that character. What is it? He said I'm not here. I'm not in here with no. I'm not here or no. Fuck. What does he say? I'm not here or in here with you. You're in here with me. You know, that type of shit, you know? So I've watched a whole bunch of like clips of him. I watched another clip, I think it was last night, where he took some guy and he grabbed the guy's hands and somebody else chainsawed his fucking hands off. And then some little midget guy was trying to talk some shit. And then, yeah, so I saw that clip. But I never watched the actual full movie, no. I will play... Hold on for a second. Hold on, you know, you guys got to slow down. You guys got to slow down. Let me... So is the AAA industry in need of a hard reset? So let me... All right, so wait... All right, so basically with that, with the AAA industry... AAA pretty much represents what a company's resources have. So a company like Namco, you know, companies like that, they have the resources and the big budget to make large projects. However, at this point, that no longer leads to a AAA experience. So now you're seeing a lot of smaller companies, which you would call them AA, but when they're creating their games are more in line with a AAA experience. I use the example of the game called Tainted Grail Fall of Avalon. That was a very fucking good game, but it was made by a small developer. You know, but a lot of people that have played the game, you know, would say that the game is punching way above its weight. So the whole notion of AAA, that really comes down to the company resources. Like Take-Two Interactive, that's a AAA studio. They're the ones that basically make Grand Theft Auto. So many people in the community have come to expect that Grand Theft Auto is going to more than likely is going to be a AAA experience. However, that is not always the case with every company that has those AAA resources. Does not always translate to having a AAA experience. So in terms of it being a hard reset, I don't know if that's the real question you should be asking. It's, are these companies that have these resources, are they creatively bankrupt? Are they no longer able to create AAA experiences? It depends from company to company. The other one, will I play Virtua Fighter 6? Of course. Well, actually, no, I can't say of course because I've kind of mentioned this before. So I will be playing and streaming VF6 more in the future, in the near future. I will say that. I was thinking about doing it today, but right now I don't have a Game Pass membership because for those who don't know, I had to pay my cable bill. So that took a lot of the money from me. So I was now concerned. I was like, damn, do I need a Game Pass membership to play online to play the Invincible beta, which answers the other question from Divinity? Yes, I will be playing that beta tomorrow. I just won't be able to play online because, you know, unless one of my friends sell me some extra money and I'll buy a Game Pass membership, you know, I won't be able to do anything online. But I did find out that you can play the game in practice mode and shit like that. So I'll probably stream that, you know, and just kind of stream that aspect and just kind of fuck around with the game, give my thoughts on the game or whatever case is. And And let's see, Leaping Sparrow, heard that people are leaving POA for Diablo. I don't really know much about Path of Exile 2 outside of the fact that it's a pretty it's a quality game, and I'm happy that the game exists. It gives people within the ARPG space a different alternative, somewhere else to go, which is again to fucking have Tekken 8 catch a fucking stray bullet. That's the problem. Another problem with Tekken 8 is that there's no other place for Tekken 8 players to go to unless they're going to play Virtua Fighter, which is like a 20-year-old game, or go and play a 2D game. So that's another thing that I say, that competition is key. So I'm happy that Path of Exile exists. I can't tell you the finer details of, I don't know if there was some kind of patch that happened with PoE 2 that maybe have upset people. Those aspects I don't know. But what I can say about the upcoming Diablo 4, I made a comparison video of talking about the value proposition of Dead or Alive 6 Last Round versus Diablo 4 Lord of Hatred, where the main selling point of Dead or Alive was their photo mode, which a photo mode existed in DOA 6 back in 2019. Whereas when I played the video of the Lord of Hatred, I counted 7 new things that Activision Blizzard are bringing to Diablo 4. Also, they're adding the Vessel of Hatred DLC that I have not played, all for $40. So I was kind of explaining people the difference, even though it's a different genre, it's a different game, but understand what value proposition is. You have Team Ninja looking to recycle a 2019 game, Dead or Alive 6, basically copy and paste it to be released June 25th of this year. They don't have crossplay. They don't have rollback netcode. They don't have anything really significant, but yet and still they're charging $40 fucking to the Dead or Alive community. Whereas Activision Blizzard, they have 7 new things that's coming to that new expansion coming up in the 28th of April. They have a new region in Skovos. They're bundling the other Vessel of Hatred DLC, which also has its own region. It's like a forest region. All totaled, it's going to have 3 new classes, Spiritborn, Warlock, and Paladin, all for $40. So I'm like, I was illustrating the difference between what real value proposition is versus a fucking cash grab. So as to the reason, getting to the question of why people leave in PoE, it could be just very well that Activision is on their shit now, and they're like, fuck it, we're gonna show up and show out. And I think maybe the people that are PoE, let's be honest, were it not for Diablo, there would be no Path of Exile. So I think many of the people that left Diablo to go try Path of Exile, they're looking at what Diablo is like, holy shit, they fucking stepping their game up. Let's see what they got going on. So I think that's possibly what's happening on that front. And maybe it could be something that happened with PoE 2 that I'm just not qualified to speak on. So it could be that. I just call me DJ. I appreciate it, man. Because I'll see you in the next time. Tainted Grail really showed the lack of budget in many places. Well, of course, it showed a lack of budget because they're not a AAA studio. I don't know if when you join here, Mr. Eco, but I was basically explaining that, answering another question of somebody asking, does AAA need to be reset? And I was saying that AAA is basically indicative of a particular publisher or developer's resources that makes them AAA in terms of how much money they have, how much manpower, what's the size of their development studio. And a lot of times nowadays, just because you have those resources does not always guarantee a AAA experience. So when you go and look at a game like Tainted Grail, while the game was made on a smaller budget, it is, you know, for people that enjoy games like that, that game gives what many people that like Fallout and Bethesda games nowadays, they have strayed away from much of the things that isn't Tainted Grail that they've always wanted, and they are now looking at Tainted Grail as being a game that is more in line with how Bethesda used to do their games, like going back to like when choices had consequences, as opposed to everybody can do everything in Tainted Grail. While graphically it might be a little off, but yeah, it's a smaller fucking development studio. What do you expect? You know what I'm saying? So they have to prioritize certain things. That's just the nature of game develop. Think of it like you have 10 ability points. You can't put points in everything. So you have like, you know, you might put some points in the charisma. You might put some points in vitality. You might put some points in strength. A AAA studio probably has more points to work with. So they can probably fill out the other things much better than a smaller studio. A smaller studio may have to prioritize more aspects over another. So that's typically what ends up happening on that front. If that, you know, hopefully that makes sense. Do I think Virtua Fighter 6 and DOA 7 will transform the 3D era? It depends, because what it will do, Kazama, that will give the Tekken developers something to work off of. Right now, that is something Tekken they're the only game in town. They're the only show in town right now. So if Virtua Fighter 6, which we kind of seen more VF6 and DOA 7, of course, if both of those games, they don't need to be exceptional. They don't need to be super groundbreaking, but they need to be good enough to cause a bit of a threat to Tekken, to where, okay, if we don't like what you're doing with Tekken, we will happily go and try DOA 7 and or Virtua Fighter 6. So with that, that's how the circle, the triangle, or whatever, you know, that will help to keep the Tekken developers in check, at least on that front, and as well as the Tekken community also holding the Tekken 8 or the Tekken 9 or whatever, those developers in check as well. But as I said for the last almost 6 hours, that's going to require some sacrifice from the movers and shakers of this community. So I would love for Virtua Fighter 6 and DOA 3 to do what they do best. The worst thing both of those games can do is try to copy Tekken. If all DOA and Virtua Fighter has to do is just stick to their strengths, make sure that your online is good, make sure that whatever mechanics that you're implementing is not skewing too much, or it's not eroding too much of the VF identity or the DOA identity from their games. That's it. It's fine to innovate. It's fine to evolve, but you don't want to go the route of Tekken 8. Now, unless Sega and Team Ninja, they're like, fuck it. We are going to copy Tekken in the regard of we're going to, you know, forego our hardcore market in favor of what Tekken is doing, then it's just going to be two other shit shows. So there you go on that front. Okay, that was the last question, huh? Oh, look at that. I knocked them all out. All right. Let me see. Do. Anybody else have any more questions? Or no? I think since it's only 4:15, I think I'm not feeling tired because I actually went to sleep at a decent time finally. So I think it's possible I could probably hop back on. I appreciate that, MG. I appreciate that. I will say, shit, I hope that the 26 remaining of you people in the stream, I hope I hope you guys fucking subscribe to my damn YouTube channel and maybe even follow me over on Twitch, help a brother out, Shit, I ain't main man over here. I'm not Maximilian, dude. I'm not set like that. Shit, I had to pay my fucking cable bill and shit. I'm without a Game Pass membership. That's how bad it is. At least for the time being, maybe in the next week I'll be good, but right now, so let you know, shit ain't like I'm not like Floyd Mayweather over here. So you know what I'm saying? Have I played Silver Case? I have no idea what that is. How do I feel about Itagaki? Itagaki, he is wow, that's loaded. I'll even put a stream marker on this. How do I feel about Itagaki? Itagaki-san, the guy that was most directly responsible for Dead or Alive. It was a shame that he departed the company and the franchise. Many people in the Dead or Alive community, I think those that play the game for a franchise a long time, they feel like there's something that was missing without Itagaki. Kind of similar to like, Hideo Kojima, no longer being aligned with Konami. Metal Gear will never be the same without Kojima. So I do feel that 100% that much of the retirement decision from Harada, I do feel that Itagaki's passing did influence that, because Itagaki and Harada, they were very close. Itagaki, I believe, was a little bit older than Harada. So, I felt bad for Harada. I really did. I would love to share the drink with him. And, I recognize the pain of loss, because, I lost basically a lot of people. I lost my mom. My mom died when I was 13 years old. My father died when I was 31. My aunt, basically everything. I'm pretty much, I think all I have left is, anyway, I don't want to be making it about myself, but too late. But I just say that I know the pain of loss, and I can only imagine that, being in the, in the games development industry for as long as Harada has been, and then all of a sudden you lose one of your closest, I guess, work buddies. That takes a hit. And I don't know how many people understand that. And I do believe that, I do think that partly influenced Harada's retirement, because Itagaki meant a lot to Harada. And Itagaki meant a lot to game development. And many people will miss him. Even recently, for those that might not be aware, the creator of Double Dragon, he passed away, which was kind of sad. He passed away yesterday. So we're losing a lot of great people, and I understand it's inevitable. We're all on a certain amount of time, but it still doesn't change that it hurts. That it's impactful. And I think it's even more impactful when you grow that connection with people, when especially with people that, they move the industry forward, they left their mark, it becomes, when they leave a void that that is likely not going to be filled. And the only thing you could try to do is you can try to cover it up, but the void is still going to be there. People, you know, in the Dead or Alive community, they still feel Itagaki's presence and how the games used to be, and how he was like the face of the brand, and you know, it took on like a whole different mystique. And then with him not being there, it's like DOA it kind of lost a lot of its soul. So yeah, him passing, that was significant. It would be no different. As much shit as I talk about Nintendo, it's like Miyamoto, when he passes away, that's going to be felt hard, everybody, when you do great works in this world and you pass away, it's not just your loved ones and your friends. Like you've made an indelible mark on people's psyche, their soul, their childhood. There are people that would go and play a particular game, maybe during a really rough time in their life where, playing that particular game that was made by that particular creator helped them get through a very tough time in their life. So for that person, they would almost look at it as, I didn't have nobody in my life at this time, but I did have this. And so the creator of that particular thing, that product, that would really hurt that particular person a lot more. So you never know what kind of influence you might have on somebody's lives, and sometimes you might not even realize, like even Harada, like he's done great works with Tekken, whatever people may say about him, even though officially he wasn't the creator of Tekken, but he damn sure is the one that brought it from obscurity. He is the one that put Tekken on the map, and you can't deny that. And so there are people that, that's just how it goes, Just picked up the game again, serious for about a few weeks now, and I play with someone who is super versed in Tekken 8. They taught me everything as to why this. I don't really understand that. You picked up the game again, so that means that you played the game before and you must have gave up on it. You're coming back for a few weeks and you play with someone who is good and they taught you everything as to why this patch is bad. Okay. All right. I kind of deciphered it for myself. Okay. Well, I mean, then it depends on you, Mr. DeForshi. It depends on if you want to keep playing the game or not. If you feel that this game is bad, which is kind of like my position here on this channel, then just don't play it. Play a game that you enjoy, play a game that respects your time, your effort. But if you don't find really a problem with Tekken 8, then I guess you'll keep playing it, enjoy it, do what you can with it, and I wish you luck with it. Let me see. Mr. LFG, you're just a casual player, forgive you. Why is everyone crying about the game? Just make better decisions when playing this or just quit. That's exactly. Me, I choose to quit. And it's not about making better decisions, because basically when people say making better decisions, the thing is in this game, the mechanics of the game are horrific. Never in the entire history of the Tekken franchise, and this is dating back to 1994, has this franchise have had such egregious and over-the-top mechanics that in prior Tekkens, your statement here, just make better decisions, that would hold true. That's fine. However, when you have characters in this game that not only they have an exhibit, you know, off balance, because every fighting game has balance issues with the cast, but you also have the mechanic of augmenting these already bullshit characters. It's like playing against Goku, and then now all of a sudden, every round you can turn Goku into Ultra Instinct, and then you have to just somehow survive that. Like, that's never been a thing in Tekken, and that's really what it comes down to. Every Tekken has had bullshit characters that, you know, people like myself that's been playing the game since fucking Jesus Christ walking on water, you know, we've always had to deal with bullshit fucking characters, but we never had to deal with mechanics quite like this. And that's really what sets Tekken 8 apart from every other Tekken game. And perhaps maybe people just haven't explained it to you that way, but, you know, that's just what it is. So to that point is, or just quit. For me, I quit. So I appreciate your question, though. Let me see. You say Adewale was a better character. Adewale. Oh, that's probably the fucking the Black Flag character, I believe. Yeah, I played that. Yeah, it was a better character, and they did the right thing by just making him DLC. And just like what they should have did with AC Shadows, and they should have just made Yasuke as a DLC, and it would have sold, I'm sure. And it wouldn't have had the backlash to a degree. But you know, it is what it is. We can do Monday morning or Tuesday morning quarterback all we want, but unfortunately, AC Shadows is where it is. Me personally, I love the game, but it's just unfortunately that a lot of the controversy killed that game. It just did. Oh, King Raven used Clive. I mean, hey, if Clive works for you, my brother, then have at it. Do that crazy little stupid move. I think he has some leaping move. It don't even look like it looked like some fucking crazy final boss that you would fight in a fucking role-playing game. He has some other shit. So all I know is I won't be frustrated by it. Fuck that. Actually, you are doing better than Floyd Mayweather. He has 54 million in debt. That's funny. That's funny. Yeah, he's having a whole bunch of issues with that fight, and I put it in air quotes. I think he's trying to break contract, just like he did with De La Hoya way back when, where he fucking retired for a year and 1 day to get out of the rematch clause with Oscar De La Hoya. That shit is wild, bro. Yeah, that shit's crazy. Love the fact Clive is in here. I mean, yeah, you're the only. I won't say the only, but I hate the fact that Clive is in this game. I understand why he's in the game, but Clive as a character, much like Noctis, had no purpose being in this franchise at all. This is the King of the Iron Fist. A large part of the Tekken community wanted Tifa. If you want to put in a Final Fantasy character, you put her in the game. She settles things with her hands. She's a martial artist. But instead, they go and put in 2 fucking Soul Calibur-like characters in the Tekken, and it just basically destroys the fucking game. But hey, you know, it is what it is. I won't fucking be dealing with that shit. I dealt with Clive for season 1 and part of season 2. I'm good on that. Are you getting the new mouse PI for hire? One, I don't even know when that shit comes out. I don't even know if it even has a release date. It does look impressive. You know, it's definitely a game that's up my alley because I do have Cuphead, which I haven't played in a long time. I haven't played Sekiro in a long time. I mentioned that a couple of months ago, but yeah, Mouse PI, that does look like a good game. I haven't really looked into the game in the last couple of months. I think they did a showcase and they showed some more gameplay. It looks good. But I don't know. Because again, you know, I don't have, you know, I'm poor, so I don't have much money. So usually, you know, after I deal with the bills here, living here in New York alone, you know what I'm saying? So I got to deal with the bills. whatever money I have left over, you know, maybe I'll go and pick up something for like Game Pass or something like that. So that's why Game Pass works for me. I know the game. Well, one, I want the Lord of Hatred, the Diablo expansion. That's what April 28th. That's $40. So I'm gonna deal with that. And then outside of that, there's the Lords of the Fallen 2, but I don't know when CI Games is coming out with that one, but that's an automatic purchase for me. There's a role-playing game I showed from Square Enix. I think it's called Elliot or something, that comes out sometime late June. That looks interesting. It kind of has like almost like an Octopath Traveler look, or kind of sort of. That looks pretty cool. And then there's this open world game. It's a remake of a game called Gothic. That looks cool, but I don't know if I have to. It depends. It depends on where I'm at financially. There are several games I do have interest in, but you know, right now, it's going to be Lords of Hatred. Beyond that, I'm not sure. It's probably be a Game Pass membership, so I can play all the shit that's in Game Pass. Unknown. Oh, the fucking character unknown. Oh, ugh, whatever. That character is not going to come back. I can tell you that right now. That character was just only for Tekken Tag for the most part. Like, it's kind of like Dragon Ball movies. Like, the Dragon Ball movies don't really have much connection, if anything, to like the main like manga or anything. It's like it exists in its own realm. But I mean, shit, they did make Broly canon, so that was like one thing they did. But yeah, Unknown would really serve no fucking purpose. Just there's no story purpose behind that character. So let's see. The 16th. Oh, the game comes out the 16th. Oh, I didn't even know. I'm gonna have to look. I have to look more into it. Unknown is not canon. No. Unknown is definitely not canon. There's no reason to make that character canon. It's like there's nothing to the character. Tekken Tag is like, unless that's why I like characters like Michelle, Bruce Irvin. You're not gonna see any of those characters come back into Tekken. Because I have a few Bruce fans on my subscribers, and I tell them like Bruce is never coming back to Tekken. I do give them an out. I do say if Namco, if they decide to bring Bruce Irvin back, he will not be the same character. He will not be a Muay Thai fighter, because quite frankly, the Muay Thai representative right now is Fakamram. That's what they wanted. So they would have to, they can lean more into his mercenary style. I could see them giving, I could see them, if they wanted to, they can say, and this is just, fuck it, this is like my little headcanon. Christy, that bitch is done. She's done. All the palette swap characters, they're fucking done. But with Bruce Irvin, they can make it so that they lean more toward his mercenary roots, and they can say that, much like what they did with Jin Kazama, how Jin unlearned Mishima style karate, he went more toward traditional karate. So I can see Bruce Irvin moving away from Muay Thai and moving to like, maybe, I don't know, something like Krav Maga or something like that, some like more of like a more mercenary style combat focus. I can see them doing that. But and that's a long shot. I honestly I'm like 99% certain that you're not going to see Bruce Irvin in Tekken unless it's a Tekken Tag game. And that goes with Bruce Irvin, Weng, Unknown, Jinpachi, Michelle, Christy, Violet, all these fucking characters, Boskanovich, all those joke weirdo fucking Katarina, Josie. That's where you'll probably see that shit in Tekken Tag. But unless that happens, you're not going to see those characters. No Bruce racism. Well, you got Leroy. You got Leroy. You got Eddie Gordo. I mean, what's the racism? Let me see. Can I do an input guide on Dragunov? I think, I don't mean to call you out, J-Man DePrince, but I think you are very new to my channel and new to the stream. I've basically quit Tekken 8, so I won't be doing any guides on anybody. Yeah, so you're kind of late. Do a input guide on Dragunov. That's funny. I could have, but I just, I don't know. And it, yeah, I don't know. Cause I have guides on my channel, but they're for like my channel members. Because it does take a lot of work for me to put videos like that together. But yeah. And besides, I don't know. I'm just not interested. Like Tekken, I'm fucking done with that franchise. At least until further notice. Let me see. Let's see. I mean, yeah, I mean, he is, you know, I guess you can say, you know, Eddie Gordo, you know. But I feel that they just wanted. See, the thing is, there's two things, and it's gonna sound kind of fucked up or whatever, but because there's gonna be a lot of holes in what I'm about to say. I just feel, in my opinion, that they wanted a Thai to represent Muay Thai, because Muay Thai is the national sport of Thailand. So from their perspective, they're like, why do we have a black man doing that? But then it's sort of like, on the flip side, it's like, why do we have a black dude doing fucking Ip Man Wing Chun type shit? So it's kind of like, you know, I mean, Eddie Gordo makes sense because Capoeira is from Brazil, so that makes sense. I get that. So it's kind of like, what do you do? You know what I'm saying? Because if you try to satisfy one group, you're going to piss off the other. So it's like sometimes you just have to make a call. And now you can argue and say, well, maybe they could have just left Bruce, you know, as he was. But I still think maybe, who knows? Maybe it was Michael Murray, right? I think he says he loves Muay Thai. He trains in Muay Thai or whatever. So maybe they just wanted to make that one change. That could be it. You know what I'm saying? I'm just spitballing here. You know what I mean? So, you know, it is what it is. But, yeah, Bruce was the mercenary for Kazuya. And another thing is that now that one person reminded me, I want to say he reminded me, but it was a long time. It was something that many people in the Tekken community probably wouldn't even know, is that Bruce is suspected to be partly responsible for Lei Wulong's partner being dead, being killed. So one particular commenter on one of my videos, I actually had to give him props because I was like, I have not heard or read of anybody bringing that up. That is like some real OG knowledge. You know, that yeah, Lei Wulong had a partner, and it was suspected that in an airline crash or something like that, that Bruce Irvin could have been responsible. But basically, you know, that's an old story. I think obviously Namco moved on, and they inserted Lei to investigate the situation between Steve Fox and Nina Williams from the Super Cop standpoint, and then the Kung Fu part, they had they paired Lei with Feng Wei or whatever, and then eventually they moved away from that, and now they kind of did the thing with Feng Wei and Leroy. So that, you know, I don't know. That's how that goes. Yeah. Yeah, back then I was like fucking very, very small. You know, I was a kid. Honestly, the first Tekken I did play was yeah, it was Tekken 1 in 94. And then yeah, we came out with Tekken 2. But the thing is, I didn't play Tekken 1 that often. Because I actually enjoyed this other game called Battle Area Toshinden. That's a game only, like, many people may not remember that game, but I do remember I enjoyed playing that game far more than Tekken 1. And to this day, I don't know how the fuck Namco survived, because I felt that Battle Area Toshinden was a vastly superior game. Then Tekken 1 was like a shit show. It looked awful. It played horrible. So I don't know how they survived. I know Toshinden had 3 games, I believe, but I think maybe they just couldn't capitalize. And also the marketing of Tekken 2 was like insane. I remember growing up, there was like a commercial for Tekken 2 like every fucking 30 minutes. It was insane. Like, and the commercial, you know, it got me hyped to play the game, you know? So yeah, I don't think Toshinden was able to maintain. So yeah, I'm still here, Jules. Well, I hope your therapy session went well. I'm not too sure what you have therapy on. You don't have to say, you don't have to specify, but I hope it went well. But yeah, I've been here yapping for almost 7 hours. I was gonna wrap it up, but you know, I guess this is like an ask me anything kind of thing right now. So, all right, let's see. Where was that question at? Hold on. Oh, what? Oh, this is a good one. I'm having fun with this one. What drawn me to play Lei Wulong? What you like about him? Okay, this is fun. All right. So people will know that Lei existed. His debut was Tekken 2, along with Jun Kazama. And honestly, ironically, and you're gonna see why I'm saying ironically, the first character really I really took to was Bruce, because back in Tekken 2, Bruce was kind of busted. Bruce had this. It was called the Southern Cross combo. It was 1-2 down 4-3, and the thing is that you couldn't. Like, if you got hit with the low kick, the other kick was guaranteed. And I think the kick was mid. And I think they later changed that combo to be low high. So, and then every time you get knocked down in Tekken 2, there was no real like tech roll or anything. Like, you were knocked down, you were down for a while. So I would literally run that shit into the fucking ground. And so I played Lei here and there, but Lei didn't appeal to me at that point. Until I played Tekken 3, and that's when they gave him all the stances. And you know, I was a huge fan of Jackie Chan, which is what the character is basically based off of from Super Cop, the movie Super Cop for Lei. I mean, excuse me, Jackie Chan. So once he started having the stances, that's where, you know, he became more in line with Jackie Chan at that point. And I always had a fascination with the snake style, the snake fist style. That was like my favorite stance. I understand like Lei has snake, tiger, crane, dragon, and Yeah, snake, dragon, tiger, crane, panther, which in some cultures they would call leopard fist, leopard stance. And then of course he had the drunken stance, which honestly his drunken stance was kind of worthless until I'd say like maybe Tekken 6, because after a while, like in Tekken 3, you had no control over Lei when you enter drunken. Like he couldn't block, you couldn't control him. He was just on a predetermined path. But then over the course of time, you were able to block while in drunken stance. I felt almost, in some respects, it felt like the Namco development team wanted Lei users to focus more on drunken because they added more moves. You were able to block in the stance. You were able to move around in the stance. So I felt like they wanted you to dive more into that stance from a gameplay standpoint, but I still maintain my love for Snake Fist. This is why I love Christie in Dead or Alive, because when I found that they have a character in Dead or Alive that primarily uses the Snake Fist style, I was like, fucking sign me up. And for those that don't know, Christie is kind of like an assassin, like how Nina is in Tekken. But Christie, she has white hair like Lee Chaolan. So, but anyway, but yeah, so that's pretty much what got me into Lei. And then over the years, playing Tekken 3, I discovered on my own that the Snake Fist style. When you're a snake, Lei had like a very small little low kick. So I would do Snake 4, and then I would sidestep into Panther, and then just get a free pop up, and I would run that into the fucking ground. So much that when I would see players, once I got exposed to competitive play, I noticed that people were like doing what I would later learn to be called haha steps. But I didn't know. To me, it just looked like the character's running away like a glitch. And that was really what main Lei players would do back then. And I was like, that shit is mad pussy. Like, it's like, what the fuck is that? So I focused more so on his combat, his stance, and utilizing his stances to basically create my own style. And then once I started going to Chinatown Fair, shout out to my homie King Mitsu over. Well, I don't know if he still lives in New York or not, but he was also a King player, and he would be the only player in the arcade I would go to in Green Acres Mall here in Nassau County. Well, in Nassau County in New York, he would be like the only player that would be able to rival me. And he'd play King, so we'd have like a dozen King versus Lei matches, and that's where he eventually told me about Chinatown Fair. I decided to go, and then eventually Tekken 4 came out. And at that time, I think Lei was a time release character. I believe Jin was the first character to be released. I think Lei was around the 5th character, if I'm not mistaken. But different arcades, different cabinets were set to a different time. So some arcades had Lei or some characters active earlier than others. So I would go to a place called Broadway City in Times Square. That shit was lit. I fucking love that spot. Their arcade of Tekken 4 had Lei before the Chinatown Fair arcade. So I kind of was like, figuring Lei out. And then once he was released, I was a little bit ahead of the curve and shit on some scumbag shit. But I mean, shit, they could have found out that Broadway City had it. So, it's not so much of a scumbag. I just, hey, I took advantage. What can I say? And so, yeah, then all of a sudden I started traveling more and more. I kind of made a bit of a name for myself. Even though I may have lost more than I won, I fought against some of the best players in my era. They were using a lot of what you would consider top tier characters like Ganryu. Ganryu in Tekken 5.0 was fucking top tier. Marduk was serious. Brian Fury in 5.0 was crazy. Nina in 5.0. So I dealt with all kinds. I went through like Murderer's Row back in those days using Lei. But there were many times I could have switched. you know, I could have switched to another character. You know, it wasn't a skill issue. It was more of like I had so much loyalty to the character that I wanted to win with Lei. And whereas other players, you know, they basically tier whores. They literally went to the characters that would get the win, and it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? That's how it used to be. But in that, I gained a lot of respect back then from players from, you know, across the country that I came across. And that's how it was. So yeah, so I love Lei Wulong as a character. I love his story. It's unfortunate that he didn't get the play that I feel he should have. That also led to a lot of the decisions to not include him in Tekken 8 and to also have him released in Tekken 7 so late. But, you know, it is what it is. So I guess, you know, hopefully that makes sense. Let's see. What else? Oh, what's up, CEO? Damn, you mad late. I've been yapping for like 6.5 hours. I was going to like log off soon, but I guess I was in this. People asked me some questions, so I'm still here. Let me see. Let me see what I missed, if I missed anything. Oh, Jules, let's see. What game would I stream next? You know what's funny? I think on my channel there's like a section that that you can like, and that's for anybody. I activated this part where you can go on my channel, and I think it's like a community post that you, the viewers, can actually leave me an actual message. And so for stuff like that, you can like be like, hey, you know, maybe I'd like to see you play this game or play that game, and I'd fuck around. I'd mess with it. Because I think only one or two people took advantage of that. But to you know, just to kind of put that out there. But to Jules, I'm honestly not sure, because right now I don't have Game Pass right now. I couldn't afford it. Well, I could have, but you know, the fucking cable bill wiped me out. So I got to make sure I have enough money to last me for like another week. And so I'm probably get Game Pass later on, and probably next week or whatever. But I have so many other games I have physically and digitally. So, but I don't know. Like I said, you can leave me a message on the post and like, you know, maybe some games you wouldn't mind seeing. And if I have them, like if they're RPGs, like I you know, I can fuck with that. Yeah, I think, you know, because it's kind of hard for me to tell like what I really want to stream. I think I'll probably mess around with Virtua Fighter for a bit. For like RPGs, I was thinking about, obviously I'm playing Diablo 4, but that's more of an ARPG. But it's been a long time since I dived into Mass Effect. It's been a long time. I do own Kingdom Come Deliverance 1. I literally have hardly no play time in that. I could play Witcher 3 again. I could do that. So it really depends. You know, I'm open. It just, you know, it just depends. And then even if I'm streaming, it depends on if the person that wants to see me play X, Y, and Z, if they happen to catch the stream or whatever, if they want to catch me live. So yeah, it's kind of, you know, maybe I'm overthinking this, but that's just kind of how I look at it. Let's see. What else? Let me go on down. Okay, Snake Stance is dope. Okay, yeah, CEO. I appreciate that over on Twitch. You will enjoy Judgment. What's Judgment? Judgment. Is that like a fucking is that like that Yakuza shit? Because I think that's what it is, right? Yakuza Judgment or something like that. I know they got like so many Yakuza games. I think I own one of them. I think it was like something about a dragon or something like that. So I have that, but didn't really mess with the Yakuza games that much, honestly. Let me see. Tekken 4 had the best stages. Tekken 4 was just not aesthetic. Tekken 4 was kind of like ahead of its time, and I think that their main mechanic of the wall push mechanic was very interesting, but definitely nowhere near as fucked up as Tekken 8 mechanics. Let me see. Okay. In Dark Resurrection, he was using Armor King. Worst character in the game. Okay. All right. I see you. Let's see. Yeah, Namco gave Lei the finger. Out of my Tekken career, when you were in tournaments, who was the person you beat that meant? Oh, wow. So for me, I would say that one of so a couple of times, many times in tournament, I came across Brian H. Brian H was one of the craziest, most amazing Paul players you'll come across. And I ended up finally beating him at NEC. It was a main tournament in Philadelphia. And I only wish that people were recording that, but it was off stream or whatever. And it was because I would fight Brian H several times in Chinatown, and we would kind of go back and forth, but it was like a first time me beating him in tournament. And then another guy I played, Spirojin. Some of you probably still know who he is. Eddie and Paul player. I managed to beat him at a pretty major local tournament. That was pretty cool. I remember I beat Jin Master in a money match one time, and he was so salty, he threw the money on the ground, and I just reveled in that. That shit was hilarious. Let me see. I remember I played DJ Core one time. That was like a kind of a local tournament. I ended up winning, actually. Finally getting past, because he was using Ganryu. It was very top level Ganryu, but this was I think an East Coast throwdown. So this was like New Jersey. This was like Tekken 5 DR, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I have a ton of fucking memories. Let me see. Boy. Let me see. Virtua Fighter update surprise you. No. So yeah, CEO, Mr. Darkness, they did not take away all. And that was another thing. I was thinking about just playing some Virtua Fighter, but you know, I've been on stream almost 7 hours, so I need to get something to eat. But yeah, like the stun feature still exists. For instance, I use Lion. So if you get hit against the wall, the little thing happens. There are a few moves that do still trigger it. So it's not the stun mechanic of Virtua Fighter is not completely removed, but many of the characters that did use it, like in standalone moves, like what's his name, Wolf, the wrestler, if he does the chop, like that no longer stuns you, but the stun does still exist. Just some characters have it. If you get smashed against the wall, I believe it does trigger as well. Jules. Oh yeah, you know sometimes sometimes I forget it. Sometimes I forget that shit that exists. Because that way, like that means like many of you guys can actually leave me a message that I can see. You know what I'm saying? Maybe you guys can tell me whatever, and I can respond and so on and so forth. I think that's a pretty cool feature on YouTube, because before it would only like posts would only be from like the creator, and then you guys can respond, but there was no way for viewers to leave like an open message for the creator. So I like that they YouTube added that. I kind of wish they had something like that on Twitch, but you know, Twitch has their benefits over YouTube and vice versa. Let's see. You do need to remember what you own though. Yeah, so basically I own, man. Did I leave a picture? I think I did. Let me see. Hold on, because I think I remember I took a picture one time of all the games I actually own. And I think I used it for a post. I wonder if I still have that photo. Let me see. Let me see. Oh yeah, I do. Okay. Can I even show it on? Because I don't know if a photo will pop up while I'm streaming. Let me see. I think I would need to use. No, I don't think it. No, it's not popping up. Fuck. Oh, okay. I think I know what I can do. I can just make a post right now and use the photo. That's what I'll do. Okay. That's what I'll do. Hold up. So I'm gonna make a post just to put it out there. All right, let me go out of my YouTube real quick. Let me exit out of this. All right, let's go over here. Okay, so I'm on YouTube, create. You guys should be seeing this, right? Yep, okay. So we go to create post. And now okay. Let me image, drag it from the computer. Let's see, pictures. Should be, all right, we got this one. I think I took 2 photos, so I don't know which one. We do that. And I guess that's it. I guess all of my physical games for those looking to see what I have. Feel free to I don't know, ask oh wait, feel free to here or create your own post directed me. There we go. Okay, I guess that's it. All right, so do that. And so yeah. So we have that. And I guess if I click on the image, it should show the full well, oh, does it? Well, not really. Hold up. Does it show the full image? Because it's not, this is not really. Wait a second. That's kind of like the issue. It's not showing the full image. This is only part. So wait a second. This is not working how I was expecting. All right. Hold up for a second. So if we go, if I go to my posts, go down here. Wait, where would it be? So I really don't. Oh wait, here it is. Posts. Okay. So we go here. Okay. For whatever reason, it's not showing the. Is it showing the full photo? Yeah, it's not showing the fucking full image for whatever reason. Man, that sucks. But I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think the games that are off to this side here are like my fighting games. I think that's probably the reason why I have it. I think that's why I took the picture that way to to kind of like illustrate the other games, because I think I couldn't fit everything. So I think that's the reason why I did it that way. So these are basically the games that I have the physical copy of, and I have like many other fucking games digitally, but obviously I'm not on my Xbox right now, so I can't go through that. But in terms of creating a post for yourself, I believe people can just go, I think it's, let me see, I think it's this part right here, or oh wait, no, I think it's community. Yeah, I think it's community. And I think people see this right here. My community is a space for you and your viewers to start discussions and connect. So that means people could just make their own, like for instance, you see Gray Skies here 8 months ago. He made a post here, you know, joking that I'm not at Evo or whatever case is, which I wasn't, you know, because I didn't hit that one. Even if I could have gone to Evo, I didn't really bother, you know, but yeah, the problem with the photo was that, you know, it was a little bit blurry, but yeah. I don't know what's up with this LFG individual. If you like the game, if you like Tekken, which I'm assuming that's what you're talking about, just enjoy the game. So that's it. Because I think trying to explain it is just, some people understand it, some people don't. I'm not gonna waste my time trying to educate people that, you know, you can't reach everybody. You know what I'm saying? You can't save everybody, basically. Has Pokechop ever money matched me? No. I played Pokechop many years ago. We even drew a pretty sizable crowd one time. We were at an event. He might remember, but I don't remember what the event was. But I remember we sat down. We played a few games. We talked some shit like we would, you know. But for me to play against people like him, I would need lay. I couldn't. It's like when I played Mick ATL on Hollow Stream. Like I'm okay with Raven, but I'm not good enough to beat him. Like he's a king player that I am not good enough as a Raven player to really beat Mick ATL. Like I'm just not. I would need my character, and so unfortunately my character is not in Tekken, so it is what it is. And even he knows that. He was like, yeah, everybody fucking thinks you're a Raven player. You're a lay player. And I was like, yeah, I know. So we had a laugh about that, actually. Let me see. Yeah, I haven't played Cyberpunk 2077 in a long time. So, but Kingdom Come Deliverance, I'm curious, because the thing is, I played Cyberpunk 2077 at launch, so I know fundamentally the game. I know what the game it really is. It's just I know it's enhanced. But KCD, I know nothing about this game. I fucked with it for like the first, like literally, I turned the game on for like you kind of start off in your family's farm and shit, and I just walked around and it was like 30 FPS at the time. I'm like, oh no, I'm not doing this. I turned the fucking game off. And then when they did the 60 FPS update, I was like, oh man, this is like a breath of fresh air. But I turned the game off because I wasn't willing at the time to commit, because that's a long ass fucking game. But that out of the two, I would probably fuck with that at least first, because I really have no like real prior knowledge of KCD, so I would probably fuck with that. I don't own any of the Mafia games, no. Well, wait, do I? I might have the one that had the black dude in there, the Link, what's his name, Lincoln Clay, Mafia 3, right? So, but I think I have it. I don't know if it was the demo or maybe I ended up getting it because it was the games with gold or some shit. Because on Xbox, there are games that I have, like I own, but I'd have to look to see. But I know I have the demo, but I don't know if I have the full game. No, outside that, I don't have any other Mafia games. Let me see. Oh, cool. Yo, like that goes to everybody. Anybody want to leave me a fucking message? Shit, that's cool. I like, I like that type of shit. That's actually the main reason, like, because it's nice to know, like, if I'm doing something, it's nice to know that there's people out there that are gonna watch the shit. You know what I'm saying? So if people have some requests, I know there was somebody that made. This was months ago. They were like, oh, they would like to see me play Sekiro. And I think at that time, I was posting so many videos, I just couldn't find the time. But yeah, Sekiro. I haven't played Sekiro in like fucking since 2020. Yeah, the thing is with so the thing with with Twitch. So here's the thing. On Twitch, you can avoid the ads, but you can like, for instance, if you have Amazon Prime, you can use like a Twitch Prime membership, and you get one for free each month, and that helps the creator because for us. Basically it's like $5 or something for us, and so half of basically $2.50 to Amazon and $2.50 for us, and so basically it's no money out of your pocket. It was a good thing that Amazon did once they bought Twitch. A lot of people didn't really know about it, so that's cool. But that's one way to avoid ads on Twitch, or you just go and buy what they call a Twitch Turbo. It's kind of like the equivalent of YouTube Premium, where there's like no ads on any channel, or you just simply subscribe to that person's channel, whatever. So those are the ways that typically people avoid ads over on Twitch. That's typically how that works. I'm trying to keep up with these messages here. So, because I see the message of, you guess I'm not a person that cares about lore. I don't know if that was directed toward me. I know it's not me because I watch a lot of lore, so that must be directed to somebody else in the chat. Let me see. I don't have Cyberpunk the Phantom Liberty because I could have picked it up one time because I think it was on sale, but I felt like, well, like the furthest I gone in Cyberpunk was the gut-wrenching passing of Jackie. But then again, that's when the kind of like the game opens up. So I guess you could say I finished the prologue, and I think I did like a mission or two, and then I kind of just went away from the game, and that was like fucking years ago. And then ever since then, they enhanced the game. So I felt like, well, since I haven't really finished the game, it makes no point for me to buy a DLC that I'm like not going to be using anytime soon. So that's the reason why I don't have Phantom Liberty. But I mean, I'm gonna buy it at some point. Like once I finish the main campaign, I'll definitely get it. I had no problem with Cyberpunk 2077 at launch because I was on an Xbox One X. So all of the issues that people experience, they were experiencing on like regular hardware, like Xbox One and PS4. I didn't have that experience. All those crazy fucking videos I was watching people, I was laughing my ass off because I didn't have none of those issues. So I was like, shit, I was like, what the fuck is going on? Hopefully Mafia 3's performance improved. Because usually some of those older games, they've you know, some of the companies went back in and, you know, gave it a frame performance, a frame per second performance upgrade. So I don't know if that happened with Mafia 3 or not. You suggested Like a Dragon. Well, one, that's good because I actually own Like a Dragon, so that's good. And I did play it. I did play it when it launched because I bought it during launch. And I actually love the music. The music when you're fighting the people. I think it was and then the drums kick in. I was like, yo, this shit sounds godlike. You know, so I did like that. That's the one part of Like a Dragon I do remember. That music was godlike. That was some of the best turn-based music I heard since Final Fantasy VII, the Man with the Golden Gun, for those that don't remember that. Oh man, I've seen like that game has so many wacky characters in there. I think there was like a homeless guy that you pick up, if I'm not mistaken. And they got so many like weird moves. So that game is a riot, man. That game is silly. But yeah, definitely look forward to the messaging or whatever. And oh, Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk is, the developers wanted Cyberpunk to be more of an immersive experience. So the most immersion that you can really have, unless it's virtual reality, is first person. So a lot of people back in the day, they didn't like the fact that Metroid Prime was in first person, but eventually people, you know, they loved it. So you might be one of the few people that might not like Cyberpunk in third person. You can argue for a third person option. Many games tend to have an option between FPS, first person and third person, but sometimes that takes a lot of developer assets, that takes a lot of time, and a lot of times games that do have both options, like a game like Avowed has first person and third person, but the third person view is not that good because the character is very floaty and doesn't feel connected to the game world. And when you do certain things in the third person view, it looks a little weird. So some companies are able to pull it off. Like Elder Scrolls Oblivion, the remake, they did a fucking phenomenal job with both. The third person view of Oblivion remake, very, very good. Very fucking good. Probably the best I've seen. That games that have both options. Let me see. And besides, I have heard, because I don't play on PC. I have heard that those on the PC side, I've heard that they've created a mod to play Cyberpunk in third person. So, people that want that, they could probably go to the PC side for that. Turn-based games, yeah, it's not for everybody. There is a little bit more strategy involved with that. It's a little bit slower paced. But usually the turn-based games usually are more rooted in story. Usually. And then you have games like that have real-time combat, like Witcher 3, for instance. That's more real-time combat. You have games like CRPGs, that's like Divinity Original Sin. Those games are very heavy on story and dialogue. This is where, like, basically, not Diablo, Baldur's Gate 3, that's a CRPG. And then the combat is more of like more strategy. My group goes before your group goes, and then it's a lot. Let me see. I believe they are coming out with another Cyberpunk game. I think they're gonna make a sequel to that. Naturally, CD Projekt, they're working on Witcher 4. But I think they have expressed that they aim to make a sequel to Cyberpunk, because I think the game did well enough, and even after all the updates, they decided to stick with the game. The game was well received now, and I think that's the rumors I've been hearing, is that they are going to make a sequel to Cyberpunk. But right now, I believe that they're focusing most of their attention on Witcher 4 at the moment. Let me see. Let me see here. And I think they also Baldur's Gate, that's made by Larian Studios. So I have heard that right now they're working on Divinity, the next Divinity game, but I do think they have interest in making a Baldur's Gate 4. But that's going to be some time, because the development studios now focus on the next Divinity game, which I think they showed like maybe a couple of months ago. I would say Baldur's Gate 3 is one of the games that I intend on buying, but it's like waiting for a sale is pointless. The game's been out for a few years, and I have never seen that game go below $50. So I'm just gonna have to bite the bullet and just set some money aside and just pick it up. So, but yeah, the upcoming Divinity game, that looks interesting. If you've not played Divinity Original Sin 1 or 2, I would highly recommend it. I never beat the second game. In fact, I only got through the first act of the second game, but it's way more advanced graphically. They had more resources and such. It shows in the game, but the story of the first game is absolutely crazy. Like, what you thought the game was gonna be, like the type of adventure you're expecting, it completely goes a different direction. Like, I was mind fucked. I remember the first time I advanced in Original Sin 1 Divinity, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, I don't want to spoil it, but it's like, you think that you're kind of doing a particular task for somebody, and then all of a sudden something happens, and then you get pulled into some off dimension, and you're like at the end of time, and then somebody is I guess I am fucking spoiling. God damn it. All right, fuck. So somebody is explaining to you that now there is this grave threat to the entire fucking universe that only you can fucking solve. And you're like, how in the fuck did I get wrapped up into this? Like, I'll never forget. I kind of wish in that moment I was streaming the game those years ago, because that would have been a completely genuine moment. Because I'm playing again, going from house to house, looting things, and then some random thing happens, and like your character's warped away to some fucking futuristic looking environment where the game was like you're like in like some little house in a prairie type setting. It's like a little village and shit. And you're like, where the fuck is my character? So that shit was a mind fuck. And the story just went, yeah, it just went crazy from there. That shit went crazy. But Baldur's Gate 3, I've heard like the game has a few woke elements, a couple like, you know, gay undertones and shit like that. And it's like, look, you know what I mean? I understand, you know, it existed even back in Dragon Age Origins and the original Mass Effect trilogy. Just that, you know, if it's kept to a minimum, if it's not like, you know, at the forefront of the fucking story, then I can kind of deal with it. But that was the thing that they fucked up with Veilguard in that regard. So, but yeah, and I think that's the reason why when I look at the differences between Baldur's Gate 3 and Dragon Age the Veilguard, Baldur's Gate is about two more years older than Veilguard. And while one is a CRPG and another one is more of an action RPG, they're both primarily story-driven games. And one does not go below $50 after 3.5 years of being released. And the other, I can literally go on Best Buy right now and buy a physical copy for like $10. So there you go. You know, I'm just not a fan when it comes to like, I don't agree with that fucking lifestyle. I feel it's mental illness as far as I'm concerned, but I'm not here to deny people's, like, you know, their creative whatever. But you know, I think those people, like the gays, the lesbians, the transformers that are like in game development, I think they do themselves a disservice by trying to virtue signal what they are in their personal lives instead of creating actual compelling stories and games. Because I think it would be more to their own advantage if, hey, we made this game. It's largely loved by many different game communities, and you know what? It was made by a gay person or it was made by a lesbian. You'd be like, holy shit, like, you know, I'm not a fan of the lifestyle, but you know, these people, they got talent. And I don't think they look at it in that way. I think they're so fixated on saying, hey, you know, this is who I'm taking in the ass from, you know, here's my pronouns. Like, you know, it's like, slow the fuck down. You know, I didn't play a game to be preached, you know, and to be taught, you know, some make-believe bullshit that only exists in your own head. And that's why I feel like, you know, that's why I feel like they go wrong. I think they would help their own cause a lot better if they left their own personal whatever. Leave that on your blue sky, because that's usually where most of them usually linger on. You know, go on your blue sky if you want a virtual signal, you want to do all your bullshit. But when you're making a game, understand that the vast majority of gamers are heterosexual, normal men and women. That is a fucking fact. And that's largely, you know, one of the reasons why a lot of games flop is because people are not, they're not for this shit. And this whole modern audience, bro, like they are not showing up. And you're making a game that's costing millions upon millions of dollars, and you're trying to forego the vast majority of the gaming industry, of the gaming community, to try to make a game that it's like a small percentage of people, like they don't fucking get it. But again, as I said in the last stream, that's how you know the difference between an agenda versus just simply a company that's trying something different marketing wise. That's a big difference. It is what it is. unfortunately, you know, many of these developers, and I've spoken about this before. Many of these developers, they're really activists. They're not really game developers. They are there. They're using gaming. They're using the game industry to push their narrative. They're using the game industry to virtue signal, to push certain agendas. They're looking to uglify women. They're looking to emasculate male characters. They're looking to force this mentally ill shit of, oh, men can be women and women can be men, all this bullshit. Like, so they're using the video game as like a medium. It's almost like it's like the Trojan horse, you know, in Troy. Like, you thinking it's a fucking horse, you bring it in the city and you're getting ambushed. That's what happens. That's what happened with many shows that came out. The Star Wars Acolyte, they fucked up with that. The fucking Star Trek Academy, that was a literal shit show, and I'm glad that shit's getting canceled. You know, and that's the thing. Like, if these people truly wanted to create something for their own audience, then go and do that. But don't use an already established IP that has existed for fucking decades to push your fucking narrative. If you're gonna do that, do it on your own show. Use some fucking creativity. But therein lies the problem. They know for a fact if they go and create their own shit, it's going to flop. So they're utilizing something that already exists to get us at the door, thinking, ooh, this is going to be a new Star Trek show. This is going to be a new Star Wars show. And now obviously you see two grown-ass men tonguing each other down. Like, what the fuck? They put some fucking flaming homo, to be cast as a Klingon. And I'm like, why the fuck they got this weirdo in a Klingon in a fucking dress? You couldn't do that and just call it something else. You couldn't make up your own alien race and make up your own title and just call it Gay Wars or something, Gay Trek, whatever the fuck. Where all of the people in the universe are just fucking each other. I mean, I would love for people to explain where the children come from. I guess they grow them in a lab or something. I guess I don't know. So, but that would be their show, and I'm sure the Smash JTs and the Vera Darks and the critical drinkers of the YouTube, they would probably cover those shows and laugh at it as they should. But at the end of the day, it would at least be a show that's definitely not for people like me. And I would kind of respect that, because at least you're doing your own thing and just stay over there. Leave our shit alone. If you want to go and do your mental illness shit, you want to act like you're like something you'll never be, Godspeed. Good luck. I'll be over here. You stay over there. I'll stay over here. And that's it. I don't think I'm big enough to be canceled. I don't think I'm big enough. If I was like Asmongold, I'd be fucking raked over the coals. But I think I'm still under the radar. I think. Well, we'll see. We'll see. If you go to my channel and you see it banned, you'll know why. You'll know why. You'll be like, user, you go to Red Re1ated, be like, channel not found. You're like, oh fuck, I guess they got him. They got him. That's why sometimes when I end the stream, I just unlist the shit. That's why. Because I'll I'll unlist the stream, and then I'll probably go in and I'm like, all right, let me see which part. That's why I'm like, let me leave a stream marker. So maybe I might cut this out, because you never know, you know. So I left a stream marker there just in case. You know, you gotta watch out what the big bad YouTube might have to say about it. You know, shit. But I definitely call it out. I call it out. Like, I'm not a, like, even though I love gaming and, you know, like, to know me is, when it comes to gaming, love it. Combat sports, like, I train as a boxer. So when it comes to like big fights, MMA and shit like that, I'm all over it. But I don't really cover that on my channel because I guess in my mind, I'm like, well, you know, I'm like the gamer channel. Like, I don't want to be the Tekken channel, but I feel like, all right, maybe I should have some focus. But yeah, in terms of me personally, I'm into boxing. I train as a boxer. I train other people in that fitness. I'm a certified personal trainer. I'll have to get. I'm have to start getting back in shape pretty soon because I still have some of my winter snuggle that I'm gonna have to burn off before long. But yeah, when it comes to like I try not to get too political. But I actually got more into politics because of the shit I was seeing in video games and in shows that I love. And I'm like, why are they pushing all of this gay homo shit? Like, I'm seeing more and more of this shit. And that's where I was like, okay, that's why I started doing my research into like, oh, this DEI thing, learn about ESG, environmental social governance, learning more about the, you know, State Street, Vanguard, BlackRock, learning what their influences are, learning about, okay, if you have a low ESG score, which is a lower ESG risk, other companies are able to basically fund money under the table that has nothing really to do with the stock market, which is the reason why companies like Ubisoft are trading at pennies on the dollar, but yet and still they're still able to function. You know, believe me, there's a lot of stuff. So my love for Dragon Ball, you know, but I feel like I don't know. Like, if I go and post, I think there's one time I did that. I did post a video a long time ago. I think it was the Mike Tyson Jake Paul fight. And I posted one video on that. Yeah, I did post about that, but believe me, like, the things that's happened with WWE, with the WrestleMania and all that shit, like, I would literally have a video every fucking day because there's like so much shit that's going on. But I feel like, all right, let me try to be a good little YouTuber and I'm going to try to stick to like at least one topic, like one genre. So I'm like, all right, let me try that. You know? But, you know, that's what I try to do. You know, if I'm not going to, because, you know, like when I look at certain channels like Rooflemonger, for instance, right? Channels like what in the world? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's like channels like Rooflemonger who covers multiple different fighting games. You know, like when you have variety channels like Maximilian Dude. You know, he does like a variety of shit, but mostly kind of stemming in fighting games. And you got people like Asmongold who kind of can do whatever the fuck he wants, but he's mostly like political, like politics and shit like that. And I think Penguin Zero is kind of like another guy who does basically everything. But, you know, when you have 15 million subscribers and over 1 million followers on Twitch, you can kind of do what the fuck you want at that point. But I would love to get to that level where I can go live and have these nice little exchanges with, you know, you fine folk and talk about whatever the fuck, you know what I'm saying? That's always nice. That's always fun. You know, because believe me, a lot of times, do I really want to talk about Tekken? Fuck no. But sometimes it happens. I'll use Tekken almost like kind of like a cautionary tale. Like, you know, I'll compare it to basically to another game of what not to do. But realistically, you know, I would love to talk about different games, different RPGs, talk about some old school shit, you know, some real life shit. Like, but I know I'm not at that point yet. I would love to, you know, grow my channel memberships, you know, but I imagine like best case scenario, and I mentioned this earlier, right, where I said like the success of one creator that may have more of an active audience versus somebody that may have like 30,000 subs or whatever. It's a little bit different because you know, if you're somebody that has like a good, like I'll use myself as an example. Let's say my math is shit real quick. Let me activate my fucking calculator. All right, let's see. So what do I have? 2,000 or so subscribers or whatever. Okay. So if in a perfect world, if I had 1,000 of my subscriber base, each were like, and this is just me, you know, I'm just spitting this out because just my own little fantasy on YouTube. But if 1,000 people each became a channel member of mine, that would literally be like $2 times 1,000. And that would literally be $2,000 that I would be getting from YouTube every month. Well, actually, it wouldn't be really 2,000. It would actually, because the thing is, if you do that, YouTube does take, I think, like 30%. So the $2, I would get $1.30. So that would actually really be fucking $1.30 times 1,000 members, and that would be, I would be $1,300. That would be absolutely amazing because in my view, one, it would be like, okay, I'm making progress in that way. I'm getting some finances. And then I know I have over 1,000 members, just kind of, you know, doing this right here. I would have 1,000 members. So I can do like membership streams. I can do things that I know, like, okay, these members, they want to see this game. I can play this game. So when I go live, it can be live to those particular members that might only have an interest in that particular thing. Whereas the other people that, you know, may not be interested, they may not be notified. I can take a lot of that money, reinvest it back in the channel. I could probably get a better laptop, better mic. I might be able to travel to some tournaments. My aim was, one of the things was I would love to interview players because I would do very good at that. And it's a real big confidence booster. You'll be able to scale that as a business, which is kind of the ultimate goal. But, you know, not everybody is willing to support that way. Some people, you know, they'll support different ways. Some people, they might do a super chat every now and then. Some people, you know, they'll watch the video, like, comment, or whatever. That also helps. So I've noticed when somebody, like, for instance, what's his name? What's this guy's name? The guy DSP. DSP, he would be complaining that a lot of his audience doesn't support him. And I'm like, well, you're like a massive channel. So you when you make a video, you know, you have the higher likelihood of getting a lot of views on each of your videos. So you're going to get a decent amount of ad revenue. And I feel like that's the wrong thing to do, because while I would love, believe me, I would love every single one of you guys if you were a fucking paid channel member. I would love it. I would love it. But that's in a perfect world. Like I said, in a perfect world, you know, any content creator, when you have that amount of subscribers, you would love everybody to be like, okay, here, I'm a channel member. And some of you are, you know, I counted, like, I think I have like 13 channel members, which is absolutely awesome. But some people are into that, some people are not. And the thing that's kind of weird is that I'll look at some people that will react to DSP, for instance, and he'll say things like, I was live streaming for like 8 hours or 10 hours or whatever, and I didn't get not one super chat from my audience. And I'm not going to be doing this particular activity anymore because you guys aren't supporting me. Like I've literally watched videos about this. And I think that's like the wrong way to go about it, because I think people will support you, one, if they want to, and their way of supporting you is up to what they feel they can do. Now, like I said, in a perfect world, yeah, as YouTubers, and, you know, we would love to have people that would, you know, join the channel membership and shit like that, whatever. And then over on Twitch, you know, if you're more on the Twitch side, you would have like the Twitch subscribers or whatever. But that's a perfect world. I just feel that when I look at other streamers, when I look at other content creators, and I see that they have a lot of like channel members or whatever, that lets me know that those people exist. There are people out there that, you know, they do that. So my perspective is I need to find ways to get my content, to get my channel to a point where it can grow to where I might be able to get some of those people. I don't blame who is already a part of my channel right now. I'm not blaming them for not doing that type of support, because maybe, you know, maybe I haven't earned it. Maybe they don't think I'm worth it. Maybe they just they can't afford it. It could be anything. But I do know that there are many people out there. Like I've seen people on Mike Hollow's stream, people on Main Man's stream, people on fucking even Luke Stevens. This guy's like a fucking millionaire, but he's still, you know, getting super chats and all kinds of manner of shit. Like he needs it. So I know those people exist. It's just a matter of how can I get myself in front of those people? And that's the thing. So when I look at myself compared to like somebody like DSP, where he's more complaining and kind of like throwing his own audience under the bus, I'm more like, well, how can I get in front of the people that are likely to do X, Y, and Z? And so that's kind of like my thought process on that, because at the end of the day, yeah, you know, this is not a hobby for me, you know what I'm saying? So, but I'm pretty happy with my growth so far. But again, it kind of goes back to the whole Tekken part. Like I know if I was still playing Tekken, I would have a lot more people that subscribe to the channel. But I feel like those people, for the most part, would probably just only want me to play this mindless game, rage out, rage quit, probably black out, have a heart attack on live stream, and then they'll move on to somebody else. So I don't think it will really be of that much substance. So I don't know. It was just me fucking rambling and shit. But that's just my thoughts on that, you know. Just to kind of put that out there. But yeah. Let me see. Hopefully, you know, in time, it'll, you know, I feel like that's the thing that kind of that's a little bit tough, because like this affects everybody. If you have 5,000 subscribers on your YouTube, you know, there's like a small percentage of that 5,000 that's actually actively watching your videos. So that means that many of those people that are subscribed, when you post a video and it goes to their subscriber feed, if they're not really fucking with what you got to say, they're not going to click on your video. And then that's going to impact like the chances and likelihood that your video is going to be sent to newer people, because to YouTube, it's like, well, if your already existing audience doesn't watch it, then why should we promote it to other people? So that's where the conundrum for me is. I know that there are people that have interest in the topics I talk about. I've seen it. I can look at other fucking channels. I know people want to talk about AI and gaming. They want to talk about the upcoming Xbox. They want to talk about PlayStation. They want to talk about that type of shit and more. I've seen the people that do damn near the same fucking video I do, but get like thousands of fucking views on it. But when I post a video, it's like it's hard for my video to break through, because even though I have about 2,000 something subs, a large percentage of that are not really active. Because I know this, because you can have a YouTube channel, but you're not really on YouTube. Like you have it, it's there, but you're living your life, working, whatever, right? And then you have those that are on YouTube that's like a consumer. They may have subbed to your channel maybe 6 or 7 months ago, but they're like no longer really watching you, but they're still subbed to your channel. So when you post a video, it's kind of like, they'll see it, they might fuck with it or they might not. And if you times that by like hundreds of people, that sends a certain signal to YouTube to really not push your video out. So the people that probably would love my shit, they'll never see it. So it becomes this hamster wheel where you're posting this type of content. It's just not breaking through. It's just not or it's breaking through very, very little. And so that's why it becomes a little bit annoying. And then, like for instance, in my case, I can talk about fucking Tekken and rant about that stupid ass game, and bam, here's all the views. But it's like, that's not, So it's in it's a very odd spot when you're a content creator in this position. So the only thing I could do really is just either force myself to do Tekken, which I will sooner jump off a fucking building, or continue to do me. And as I make more videos, I look at more the success of not so much the video, not so much the views, but I'm like, did I get at least one fucking subscriber? Did I get, maybe I got 2. Oh, okay. And then I try to build off of that. And yeah, it's gonna be a lot longer, but or I could be on like a large podcast or something, and then you kind of have a breakout moment that way, because that's kind of like what happened with Mike Hollow. I did get a few people that subbed to me from that, but something like that done more often, especially being in front of the right audience that's into like this type of shit, and not like brain rot fucking bullshit. I think that would grow me exponentially. Like for instance, if I were to be on like a Colt Eastwood or some other like game industry type podcast, that would be pretty significant. Because the minute I'll fucking break down the Xbox, PlayStation history, man, I would have those people, they would be mind blown. They'd be like, yo, where was this guy? Shit. Because not many people can break that shit down like me. That much I know. But yeah, it does take time. And but I do find it is a little bit easier just to kind of go live, and so that definitely helps. Just because I feel like being live, it's like I can talk about A, I can talk about B, and then now I'm kind of getting more and more used to like, you know, doing the stream marker thing, and then, you know, I'm like, okay, I can go in and I can take this out, put that out, and so on. But yeah, I appreciate that, Jules. Appreciate you. But yeah, you know, I'm actually surprised I've been on this long. Definitely. Yeah, you know, that's the thing. That's what I wanted, and that was the what's the word I'm looking for? That's what I wanted. I didn't want to grow because, oh, you know, like, all right, it's sort of like, it's something I've heard people say. If people are tuning in for you, that's when you know you're really winning. But if they're tuning in just to see you do a particular thing, then it's kind of like once you stop doing the thing, now it's like, oh, now what? So, and that's what I think a lot of times what happens to people who do a lot of streaming and they have a big following, but maybe now they want to try to pivot to a different game. They kind of got burnt out. They've done everything they could, and now it's like they're kind of stuck. They're kind of stuck, and that's kind of like, yeah, that's a good point. Yeah, 10 soldiers, exactly. That's really what it is, and that's why, like, you know, when I see somebody like for instance, Spicy Punk Rocker, right? He's a sub for a while, and he came from watching me play fucking Tekken, basically, and it's like now, you know, him pivoting from literally being a rocker, right? You know, doing music and shit like that, and he transitioned to play Tekken. But then now it's like he's kind of realizing how Tekken is, you know, not what it was, and he decided, at least at the time, I don't know how long he's going to stay with his self-imposed ban or exile, but you know, he's moved on from the game, and so people like him and many of you in the chat right now, you know, maybe you guys found me through Mike Hollow. Maybe you guys found me when I was randomly ranting or raving in Tekken, you know, and I lost several people along the way, sure, but you know, I just think that my philosophy was, if I had 10 subscribers, I would hope that at least 2 or 3 of them, and I'm being generous, like 2 or 3 of them actually do more and enjoy more than just Tekken. And that was the hope, because I'm, you know, there's the, like it's just so frustrating to know that a game is bullshit, to know that a game is completely like it is just, it's an absolute shit show. And like I said, I try to be fair, and I'm like, I know that there are some people that love Tekken 8. I get it. I Godspeed to them. It's just not me. And in order for me to remove myself from being a hypocrite, because I was a hypocrite, honestly, because I was bitching and complaining about the game, and yet I kept playing the game. I kept streaming the game. And I'm like, look, if I'm going to call people out, I have to be the change that I want to see. And it starts with me. And that's largely the main reason why I'm done with Tekken 8. In terms of you're not going to see that game played on my stream. You're not going to see that game played on my video. If here's another thing. If you want to be a Sherlock Holmes, you can go on Tekken 8 and try to find, I forgot, what am I, Red Re1ated YouTube? I forgot what my Tekken ID was, but if you look at my older streams, you can look at my name and try to find me online, and you'll see the last time I played Tekken, if you think I'm bullshitting. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, sometimes people can say, oh, I don't play Tekken, but they're playing it offline. Well, Yeah, you can check that. Ain't none of that bullshit. So I'm real about mine. So unless Namco does some crazy shit, like wild, extraordinary reverse course, that shit is done. That shit is finished. You know, and that's another thing. Like, I'm still getting used to this whole streaming thing, and I've seen people like they'll have music and shit like that. But then I've heard people talk about like copyright, and then I've heard for instance, like they'll play music, but they have it set up in such a way to where the VOD, the video on demand, the music is not present. So it's like a couple of little things I have to figure out. There was times I was playing music and I didn't really get copyright from most, but it's like you just don't know. And the thing that annoys me is that it's not like I make a whole bunch of money from this shit anyway. So if there's a copyright, it's usually either I can't monetize this shit at all or it's shared. And then it's like, all right, well, if I did a fucking 12-hour or 10-hour stream and you're basically blocking my entire stream because there was 10 seconds of some fucking a jingle, get the fuck out of here. Like, so now I have to go through the entire fucking stream to find, like, it's a pain in the fucking ass, man. So, and then I noticed that was happening a lot when I'd be streaming in my room. And, I'll probably go through the Xbox store and I'll watch a few game trailers. How in the fuck am I getting copyrighted off of a goddamn game trailer? Like, what? What the fuck is that? So now it's like, to avoid all the extra hassle, now it's like I have to play the fucking trailer mute. I'm like, that shit is fucking corny. Oh my God, man. That shit's annoying, man. That shit is so. And but sometimes and that's the thing. Sometimes some videos won't be like a dick about it, but then other videos will. Like, one time I think I mentioned this. It was a while ago. I remember. I think Jules was here for this one. This was a couple of this. I remember I was in my room, and I think I was playing the demo of the Romancing Saga 2. They did a remake for that game, and I remember I played the demo of it, and I could not believe the title screen music. The music that's in the fucking press start. They copyrighted me for that. I was like, fuck you and your game. I won't even be buying this shit. Fuck out of here. You copyright me because of the music at the title screen? Like, what the fuck? I was like, what? Like, I was mind fucked. Because, I was playing, it's a demo. So I played that for a little bit and then I moved on to something else. And then I think at the end of the stream, I think I fell asleep or whatever. And then the next morning, you go to check, to see if you had any new subs, or you check the news and it says, oh, your stream can't be monetized. And so on YouTube, at least it shows you like where in the video. So I clicked the part and it brought me to the title screen of that game. And I was like, these guys really copyright me because of the title screen music of a game that's on Xbox, and that's a demo. That shit is crazy. That shit is crazy. So I was like, well, I will not be buying your fucking game. That's for sure. Fuck that. That shit's wild. Yeah, hope they fix that. They pulled a Nintendo. You damn right. Sometimes they get automatically copyrights. Yeah, it kind of does. It is. But the thing is, the thing that sucks is that you don't know until after your stream is over. You know what I'm saying? So you have no idea. And it does get annoying because let's just say if like for instance, I've been streaming right now for close to 8 hours. So imagine if I was going through a bunch of different trailers, reacting, right? You know, whatever. And then all of a sudden now I have to now edit out all of those parts unless my stream, you know, like I said, I don't get much money off of this anyway, but I'm like the little bit that I would get, I'm not getting that because I'm getting all these copyright claims. So now I have to fucking go in and take care of that. And the thing is that when you settle the claim, which either you mute the entire track where, so basically if you're watching it back, it'll be like when you get to that point, it'll just be like this. You'll see my lips moving. Everything will be muted. And then other options is you can trim out the entire segment, which is what I usually do. But if I do that, YouTube only handles one at a time. And so that means if it's a several hour long stream, that means that portion to that time to edit that little segment out could take almost 20 to 30, maybe an hour. And if I have several, that takes time. So in order to get rid of all of them, I now have to go into the YouTube editor and manually put different editing parts at specific times and then have it all updated. Otherwise, if I do it one at a time, it's going to take hours. So it's like, you think I really want to do all that? So it gets really annoying. It gets really annoying. Some of the, like for instance, some of the games I've played, no issue. For instance, there was I love this game. It's called Shantae, right? It's an old school platformer franchise. And really, really good game. Amazing soundtrack. But there is a song. I like the song. It's called Dance Through the Danger. That's what it's called on YouTube. And I guess I can kind of understand because it is a woman that she is a vocalist. So it's an actual song. You know, it's not like it's an actual performed song. And the rest of the actual in-game music is no issue. So I kind of understand that. But bro, the title screen, the music, no lyrics, just the music, get the fuck out of here. So, and then there was this other situation I had when I was playing Assassin's Creed Shadows, where there was a part where anybody who may have not played Assassin's Creed Shadows, there's a part where Naue early in the game, there's a scene where some soldiers are getting ambushed by the ninja. Well, there's a song that's playing during that sequence, and that gets copywritten. So I can understand when I guess it's like when it's a song that has like an artist singing and shit like that. But if we're just talking about like just music, like just no vocals, just it's a tune, that's the shit that fucking annoys me. That's the part. I can understand if it's like if it's like an actual performer or whatever. I'm fine. I can deal with that. But if we're just talking about in-game, like instrumental music, like it's just like the fucking video game itself, like that's the thing that annoys me. Oh, King Raven, you out? All right, man. Yeah, shit, I'm about to fucking be out myself because I'm just like, oh gosh. Chopin. Well, one person I love is Lakey Inspired. He has some of the best music. Many of you guys have heard his tunes. You probably didn't know who it was. So many YouTubers use his tune. One tune is bam 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 bam. Like that, those tunes, they've been around for fucking since dirt. Like I've heard so many YouTubers use those tunes. I was like, yo, where's that music coming from? And it's like Lakey Inspired. Yeah, so that's a guy that's you know, you just give him credit or whatever in the video, and then you know go from there. Let me see. Like this guy right here. Let me see. Yeah. I love these fucking tunes, yo. I'll be playing this shit all day. Fuck that. Let me see. Got Chill Day. Everybody heard this shit. Well, okay, wait, I get past the advertisement first, but let me see. Oh, I forgot I have it. I still have it slowed down. Oh shit. Playback speed. Okay, there we go. So everybody has heard this at some point. So this is the person to get these tunes from. Because for years I was like, yo, who does these tunes? I've even seen a YouTube video from somebody that asked, like, where did this guy go? Because many people were like, yo, how come this guy is like not around no more? But my favorite one, God, where is this shit? Hold on. Wait, not this one. I love the, where is it? I think it was called, wait a second. So we got that one. The Process. Is it Warm Nights? I think it was Warm Nights. This was cool. This my shit right here. But there's another one he had. It was called, I think it was called Going Up. I love this one. This is the one I fucking play like left and right. I love this one. This is my jam right here, man. I be vibing out to this shit. But like, there's some like you know, there's some creators that let you rock, but you know, I think even Main Man Swee, I remember he found one. In fact, I actually messaged him one time, and he kind of was like, look, I don't do anything, just give me a little credit or whatever, like, you know. And I was like, all right, that's cool. That little tune that Main Man be using at the beginning of his videos, you know, so let me see, what was it called? Toka. Wait, what is it called? I think it's this one, right? No. Okay, that's something else. But yeah, it's a tune that I forgot the name of the creator though. Yeah, I forgot the name of the creator. I think I probably have it in my playlist, probably, right? Let me see. Yeah, I do. I do, because I have my oh yeah, here we go. My video game related shit. Yeah, I be having my fucking. Oh man, I love this right here. Ah. Let me see. Let me see. Mortal Kombat. Dragon Ball. Let's see. Oh, this one. This is the one I've heard from like Main Man and shit. Yeah, this shit is wild. So I first heard this on one of Main Man's streams. I was like, who the fuck did this tune? And it was this guy right here. Yeah, he's pretty chill though, apparently. He has like several other tunes as well. This is like the fucking, like if you're doing like a combo video or something, like this shit is fucking wild. I've even jumped rope to this shit. This shit is fucking nasty, yo. I'll be in the park, I'll be doing the fucking... I'll be going ham. Yeah, this guy, like, it wouldn't be a copyright with this guy. In fact, one of these guys, yeah, actually, that's how I messaged him. He had a live stream one time where he was actually putting together a beat. Like he was actually putting it together like live. And I messaged him and I said, hey, you know what? I'm from the Main Man. You can see even this guy says Main Man video brought me here every time I hear it. So when he was live, I hit him up and I said like, yeah, it was the Main Man sweet video. I was like wondering like, you know, I'm a small creator. Would it be like if I used your tune, would it be an issue? He's like, no, it wouldn't be an issue at all. So that was pretty cool. And besides, I mean, I'm pretty sure he's doing pretty decent. You know, probably selling his albums and such like that. So, but he's definitely very talented. Definitely. Yeah, the Tekken 6 Electric Fountain, that is like my shit. Like, I will be playing that definitely when the weather gets more like consistently warm. I'm gonna be in the park. I'm gonna be doing my jump rope videos. I'll probably overlay, you know, with the fucking with that tune, this jumping rope, having a good time. I usually post shit like that to my Instagram, but sometimes I'll post like a YouTube short like workout or something like that. But a lot of that stuff I kind of post on my Instagram because I feel like, you know, maybe nobody gonna be wanting to watch no fucking workout video. Because I actually thought like, shit, maybe I'll fucking do a stream where I'm just working out here in the fucking living room. But I was like, let me chill. I'll be having all sorts of ideas because it is a part of my life, like just working out and shit. Let me see. Let me see. I can't even believe I'm still alive right now. But shit, I guess maybe I should just fucking call it because it's like 6:20. I get some food. Get me another 2 more cans of Celsius, you know, and just heat up some. I got some chicken I grilled up on the George Foreman grill, and just relax. I think I've ranted and raved enough, and I think I've spent all my stream energy like 4 hours ago. And tomorrow I'm gonna probably comb through this shit and see what I want to pick out, and just go from there. Yeah, I think probably the next time I'm probably gonna, because I thought about just doing like Virtua Fighter, but unfortunately, like right now I can't play online against anybody because I don't have Game Pass at the moment. So, but I can probably still do like just some training mode shit. And whatever, just talk some shit, whatever. I don't know. But yeah, man, hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day doing whatever you guys gonna do. Hopefully it's not playing Tekken. Yeah, get some food, chill out, whatever you guys do. Also, I guess you guys can hit me up on that fucking, what I was telling Jules earlier, the community shit, the community posts or whatever. That you guys can like actually make posts directly to me, so that's a thing. And so yeah, Tekken 7. I wish Tekken 7 had crossplay. If Tekken 7 had crossplay, I would probably be playing that more often. But right now I'm just stuck with people on Xbox, which isn't too bad, but you know, it's just what it is. But yeah, man, talk to y'all. I'll be back like Arnold. Salute.